Dear colleagues, I'm delighted to welcome you this morning at the 25th session of the General Assembly of the State Parties of the World Heritage Convention. Before we continue the examination of the items on our agenda, I'm very pleased and honored that the Director General, Professor Khaled Al-Enani, is joining us to address the General Assembly. Yeah. Okay, shall I start again? Yeah. Dear colleagues, I'm delighted to welcome you this morning at the 25th session of the General Assembly of the State Parties of the World Heritage Convention. Before we continue the examination of the items on our agenda, I'm very pleased and honored that Director General, Professor Khaled Al-Enani, is joining us to address the General Assembly. Please, Director General, I am delighted to give you the floor.
Comme vous voulez. C'est à vous qu'on fait ça. Good morning, Madam Chairperson, distinguished representatives of the states parties to the World Heritage Convention, esteemed members of the committee, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be with you this morning for this 25th session of the General Assembly of States Parties to the World Heritage Convention. Let me begin by commending and thanking Ms. Gayan Umrova, Chairperson of the National Commission of the Republic of Uzbekistan, for presiding over this session. I also wish to express my gratitude to the Uzbek authorities for hosting the first part of this assembly in Samarkand during our last General Conference. Thank you again. This convention holds a very special personal meaning for me, not only because I have devoted my life to heritage, but also because it was inspired by one of UNESCO's greatest collective achievements, the Nubian Campaign, which saved the heritage of humanity in Egypt and Sudan through an extraordinary act of international solidarity. The General Assembly is an important moment for a convention that is among the most universally ratified, with 196 state parties. It is also a special occasion as we welcome the 12 newly elected members of the World Heritage Committee. My sincere congratulations for each of you. Your election carries a paramount responsibility to safeguard world heritage, the world's most exceptional culture, creativity, and natural beauty. I would like also to pay tribute to the 12 outgoing members for their dedication and service throughout their mandate. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, together, the Secretariat and the Committee, we must strengthen our work on the basis of rigorous scientific evaluations, not political considerations, across several fundamental priorities areas. First, we must address the disparities that persist among member states. I'm thinking in particular of the 26 countries, including 9 in my African continent, that do not yet have a site inscribed on the World Heritage List. We must intensify our efforts to correct this imbalance so that all sites of outstanding universal values receive the recognition and protection they deserve. We already have the tools to do so: capacity building programs, advisory missions, assistance mechanisms, and the cooperations, North-South, South-South, and triangular. I would be glad to meet the soonest delegates of these 26 countries to establish a concrete and action plan together. A priority must also be to support states in removing their properties from the list of World Heritage in danger, and to reinforce assistance for countries most affected by climate disruption, including small island developing states, whose World Heritage sites require robust monitoring and preservation strategies. We must also strengthen the World Heritage Center, and we will do, an institution that has consistently served member states with professionalism and dedication. To meet today's challenges, the center must be equipped with greater and more stable resources, enabling it to support conservation efforts and assist member states more effectively, to make it more proactive. In this spirit, I have asked Mr. Lazar Elundo Asomo to prepare a roadmap to further empower the center, and I look forward to working closely with him and with Mr. Idiji Otoni to carry this important initiative forward. So I'll be looking to meet with both of you this week to work on the document that you'll be preparing. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, un autre aspect essentiel est de placer les communautés au cœur du patrimoine mondial. C'est ce que j'appelle l'UNESCO pour les peuples. Nous devons considérer chaque inscription non comme une finalité, mais comme le point de départ d'un changement durable pour les communautés locales, en particulier les femmes, les jeunes et les peuples autochtones, qui doivent être pleinement engagés dans la valorisation de leur patrimoine grâce à des actions de sensibilisation et de renforcement des capacités. La protection du patrimoine n'a de sens que lorsqu'elle est solidement ancrée dans la vie des communautés, dans le respect de leurs droits et de leurs aspirations, et lorsqu'elle contribue au développement local, à un tourisme responsable et durable, ainsi qu'au renforcement de la cohésion sociale. Face à l'évolution des sociétés et aux effets du changement climatique, nous devons adapter nos notions d'authenticité et d'intégrité en plaçant les communautés au cœur de la conservation. C'est tout le sens de la discussion que vous aurez cet après-midi. Les nouvelles technologies, et notamment l'IA, offrent des outils précieux pour surveiller, protéger, documenter et étudier les sites. Cependant, sans financement pérenne, la Convention ne peut remplir pleinement son mandat. Nous devons augmenter et diversifier les contributions volontaires et impliquer les organisations philanthropiques, ainsi que le secteur privé et la société civile, afin de pouvoir encore plus proactif et présent sur le terrain, notamment pendant les crises, les conflits, les désastres naturels, les feux, et d'accompagner les États et les communautés au moment où ils ont le plus besoin de notre soutien. Votre discussion d'aujourd'hui sur l'avenir du Fonds du patrimoine mondial, accompagnée de propositions concrètes pour garantir un financement prévisible, équitable et durable, sera déterminante. Chers membres du comité, chers mesdames et messieurs présents à l'Assemblée générale, votre mandat consiste à définir ce que représente aujourd'hui le patrimoine mondial pour l'humanité, ce que nous souhaitons transmettre demain. Vous avez la responsabilité et l'opportunité de renouveler ce pacte universel avec rigueur, imagination et ouverture. Je vous souhaite des travaux féconds à la hauteur des défis, comme des espérances portées par la Convention du patrimoine mondial. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Director General, for those wise and inspiring words. We are very grateful to hear your vision. Dear colleagues, We will now resume the examination of our agenda item 5 related to the report of the chairperson of the World Heritage Committee on the activities of the World Heritage Committee. Yesterday we have heard 32 interventions and still have 11 speakers on this list for this morning. Without any further ado, I will now give the floor to our next speaker, Ukraine, followed by Greece. Ukraine, the floor is yours.
Merci. Monsieur le directeur général de l'UNESCO, Madame la Présidente, Excellences, chers collègues, Madame la Présidente, nous vous félicitons à votre élection et nous félicitons tous les pays qui ont été élus hier membres du comité. Nous tenons à exprimer notre sincère gratitude au secrétariat pour le rapport complet et important sur les activités du comité du patrimoine mondial. Les efforts déployés pour faire progresser les objectifs de la Convention du patrimoine mondial sont louables et les décisions adoptées au cours de la 47e session sont importantes pour renforcer notre engagement commun en faveur de la préservation et la protection du patrimoine culturel et naturel. Nous tenons à souligner tout particulièrement l'importance des décisions prises lors de la 47e session qui témoignent de l'engagement constant du comité à préserver nos sites du patrimoine mondial, notamment face aux défis croissants. Ces décisions démontrent non seulement notre responsabilité collective, mais aussi notre capacité à agir avec détermination face aux menaces émergentes. In particular, we wish to draw attention to the decision 47-7 of this session, which focuses on the state of conservation of World Heritage properties. The proposal put forward by Ukraine regarding the unique and urgent challenges faced by World Heritage sites in conflict zones has been duly acknowledged. The committee's recognition of the need for further action in this regard is a step towards addressing threats that are often beyond the control of the relevant state party. In this context, we would like to echo the decision that invites the World Heritage Center in collaboration with advisory bodies to explore and analyze situations where World Heritage sites face threats arising from armed conflict, natural disasters, and other extraordinary circumstances. The proposed expert study, including the possibility of using extra budgetary resources, is an important step in ensuring that our efforts to protect heritage are adaptable and responsive to unforeseen challenges. It is essential that we continue to enhance our capacity to respond to these complex situations. Our commitment to World Heritage must transcend political, geographic, and financial boundaries, especially when sites are threatened by factors beyond human control. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your comment. Distinguished delegate of the Greece, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mrs. President, for giving us the floor. After 4 years of actively participating in this highly important World Heritage Committee, Greece would like to thank the Assistant Director General, Mr. Ernesto Tone, the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Lazare Lundu, ICOMOS and IUCN, as well as all the staff of the Secretariat for their work, commitment, and cooperation. We would also like to thank all Member States for their cooperation, understanding, and support for the nominations our country has presented during this period, the Zagori Cultural Landscape and the Minoan Palatial Centers. From our experience as a member of the committee, we have drawn certain conclusions. World Heritage Center should be further strengthened and supported so that it can fulfill its pivotal and particularly demanding role in the implementation of the Convention. ICOMOS and IUCN as well should be reinforced in order to carry out their complex mission. The evaluation process should ensure a meaningful dialogue with Member States so that nominations come before the committee with a solid documentation, and the advisory body's evaluations are as substantiated as possible. We are glad that our mandate coincided with a period of further advancement and development of the Convention, not only through the enrichment of the World Heritage List with new inscriptions, but also through a deepening of the concepts and approaches underpinning cultural heritage. We consider particularly noteworthy the broadening of the list to include a new category, the sites of memory, which reflect an important historical and cultural dimension at times a painful one, of our shared past. It is our country's wish that even greater emphasis be placed on the dimension of sustainability, as our conventions combine the protection of the cultural and natural environment in a unique way. In this context, we consider that the impact of climate crisis on heritage should take an increasingly central position in the Convention strategies through the adoption of preventive measures and monitoring programs in line with the ongoing international discussion in the United Nations context and within the scientific community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Delegate of North Macedonia, I would like to give you a floor, followed by Tanzania, Nigeria. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Firstly, I would like to congratulate you on your election as Chairperson of the General Assembly. It's an honor to address the 25th session of the General Assembly of the State Party to the World Heritage Convention on behalf of the Republic of North Macedonia. Our country reaffirms its strong commitment to UNESCO's mission and to the preservation of the shared value that unite the international community. It's a country with rich cultural and natural heritage. We underline the importance of the 1972 World Heritage Convention of particular significance in the natural and cultural heritage of the Ohrid region inscribed on the World Heritage List on the earliest inscription in Europe and the only its kind in your country. North Macedonia continue to fulfill its obligation under the Convention, including the implementation of the recommendations of the World Heritage Committee and the UNESCO ICOMOS Reactive and Monitoring Mission. The new life on the protection of cultural heritage is in its final phase alongside the development of the national strategy for the protection of cultural property. Regarding the Ohrid region, we remain fully committed to implementing our recommendation aimed to the strengthened management, improving interinstitutional coordination, and ensuring carefully planned development activity to safeguard its authentic universal. The Republic of North Macedonia remains a constructive and reliable partner of UNESCO and will continue to cooperation activity with the World Heritage Center, the World Heritage Committee, and all state party. Lastly, let me congratulate the new member of the committee on their election. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Tanzania, you have the floor.
Chairperson, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is an honor and a pleasure to take the floor on behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania at this assembly. As this is my first time addressing this gathering, allow me to begin by warmly congratulating you, Madam Chair, on your election. We wish you a very success as you guide our work during this important session. United Republic of Tanzania also congratulates the World Heritage Committee on the significant achievement of the past 2 years. The committee's report clearly demonstrates meaningful progress from the inscription of new properties to the continued efforts to enhance the credibility, representativeness, and balance of the World Heritage List. We commend the work of the open-ended working group, particularly its recommendations to update the gap analysis, simplify the nomination format, and strengthen collaboration with state parties, with special attention to the participation of local communities. We further acknowledge the committee's strong commitment to conservation reflected in its review of more than 370 state of conservation reports and its continued support to properties facing threats and emerging challenges. Equally, the advances made in capacity building, including mentorship initiative for younger generations, the revised World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy of 2025 up to 2035, and the expansion of youth and volunteer programs demonstrates UNESCO's dedication to empowering all state parties and to inspiring the custodians of tomorrow. We also applaud the committee's efforts in raising global awareness and building partnership, which remain essential to the protection and transmission of our shared heritage. Madam Chairperson, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Tanzania is deeply honored to have been elected to serve on the World Heritage Committee. We extend our sincere appreciation to all the state parties who expressed their confidence in us through their vote. This election is not only a privilege, but also a responsibility that Tanzania truly embraces. We stand ready to contribute constructively, to work collaboratively with all parties, advisory bodies, and partners, and to uphold the principles and values of the World Heritage Convention. Tanzania reaffirms its commitment to transparency, inclusiveness, and the effective protection of our cultural and natural heritage for present and future generations. I so submit. I thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished delegate of Nigeria, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Since it's the first time we're taking the floor, Nigeria congratulates you on your election to lead this General Assembly. We also congratulate the new elected member states to the World Heritage Committee. Chair, we express our deep appreciation to the Secretariat and the World Heritage Center for the comprehensive report presented under item 5. And we commend the committee for its work during the period, particularly the momentum generated by the open-ended working group towards addressing representativity gaps, simplifying nomination formats, and reaffirming the importance of preliminary assessment from 2027. These are essential steps towards a more credible and equitable World Heritage system. Nigeria also commends the Republic of Kenya for hosting the International Conference on Cultural Heritage in Africa, a dialogue on the concept of authenticity. The outcome of these, we believe, should contribute likely to shaping our discussions and defining authenticity henceforth. That said, we would like to make some observations on the report as follows. First, we note despite the important work of the open-ended working group, we're still not certain on the pace of progress in addressing underrepresentation. We will urge the Secretariat and the advisory bodies to scale up targeted capacity building, especially at the early stages of nominations. And secondly, Nigeria notes the recurring discrepancies between advisory body recommendations and the committee's final decisions, including 16 cases where referrals or deferrals became inscriptions. While this reflects the sovereign deliberation of the committee, it also suggests the need for greater alignment and transparency in the evaluation process to preserve the credibility of the list. Third, we welcome the committee's work on the revised capacity building strategy, 2025 to 2035, but we believe that the emerging needs of state parties, especially in Africa, must be more explicitly integrated before the final version is adopted in 2026. We would also like to seek clarification on 2 points. Number one is how will the Secretariat ensure that the updated gap analysis and the simplified nomination format effectively translate into increased inscription from underrepresented regions? And secondly, what additional steps will be taken during the upcoming reflection period on periodic reporting to reduce the heavy reporting burden on least resourced state parties? Nigeria reaffirms its commitment to the shared objective of the convention and will continue to collaborate to strengthen the balance, credibility, and universality of the committee and the World Heritage List. I thank you again, Chair.
Thank you. Distinguished delegate of St. Vincent Grenadines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As St. Vincent and the Grenadines concludes its mandate on the World Heritage Committee, we wish to express our sincere appreciation to the chairs of the sessions who have guided the committee over the past 4 years, as well as ADG Otone, the World Heritage Center, and the advisory bodies. We warmly congratulate the new members of the committee and wish them a successful mandate. From the outset, St. Vincent and the Grenadines approached its role with a firm commitment to advancing the core principles of the World Heritage Convention, the safeguarding of outstanding universal value, the strengthening of conservation practices, and the promotion of international solidarity. Throughout our term, we sought to foster constructive and balanced dialogue among committee members and between the committee and states parties. However, we cannot hide that we faced several challenges in addressing certain issues before the committee. These include notably, 1, the volume and complexity of the state of conservation reports, as already very well mentioned by Belgium. The committee has not enough time to examine them. We consider these reports to be central to the implementation of the Convention, as conservation and protection of the sites become even more critical than inscriptions themselves, especially given the urgent threats posed by climate change, over-tourism, economic pressures, and conflict situations. 2, more time and attention should be given to the least in danger to safeguard the sites in this list, which is not a sanction, but a path for specific international assistance and solidarity. 3, the limited time and resources available to the advisory bodies for the evaluation of the nomination files, but also to assess the additional information submitted by states parties for their nomination files. 4, the lack of financial and human resources of the World Heritage Center and the limited flexibility for fundraising activities, which continue to hinder the activities needed for the implementation of the Convention. And we heard the DG, the Director General statement this morning, and we count on your vision, Director General, in this regard. Even some decisions submitted by the committee are not fully implemented because of this lack of resources. 5, the importance of depoliticizing decision-making. 6, upholding the Declaration of Principles and maintaining a constructive relationship with the advisory bodies grounded on scientific expertise while remaining attentive to cultural diversity and the universality of the Convention. We should continue to work, taking into account the recommendation of the open-ended working group for a geographical and thematic balance of the World Heritage List, drawing attention to the underrepresentation or non-representation of small island developing states, including my own country, Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and the Arab states, as well as promoting the nomination of natural heritage sites, this category very important, as mentioned yesterday by Mexico. The new capacity building strategy adopted during this mandate is a significant step, underscoring the need for technical exchange and equitable access to expertise, especially for regions with limited resources, recognizing that inscription marks the beginning, not the end, of a long-term conservation commitment. We also look forward to the adoption of at the next session of the committee, the World Heritage Strategy for Small Island Developing States decided by the committee in New Delhi in 2024. These concerns constitute key messages to the next committee, and we hope that its members will take them into consideration for the next works and decisions. We also hope that the current General Assembly will take important steps toward ensuring sustainable financing for the World Heritage Center and for a full implementation of the Convention. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your valuable comments. Now I would like to invite Zambia. You have the floor, please.
Madam Chair, thank you for giving Zambia the floor. Allow me to extend our delegation's warmest congratulations on your election as chairperson of this 25th session of the General Assembly of States Parties. We also congratulate the 12 newly elected members to the World Heritage Committee. Madam Chair, Zambia thanks the chairperson for the comprehensive and well-structured report. We note the significant number of properties examined and inscribed, as well as the unprecedented volume of state of conservation reports reviewed. We commend the committee, the secretariat, and the advisory bodies for maintaining the rigor and credibility of the convention despite increasing workloads and complex conservation challenges. As Zambia has concluded its term on the World Heritage Committee, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the convention and express our gratitude to all member states, the Secretariat, and the advisory bodies for the constructive cooperation that has marked our tenure. Madam Chair, Excellencies, allow me to highlight 3 of the priority areas essential for the Convention's continued relevance to countries like Zambia. First, Zambia stresses the urgent need to fully operationalize the revised World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy 2025 to 2035, with strengthened regional consultation mechanisms and tailored programs that respect the submissions of states parties. This approach can ensure the universality and credibility of the convention, particularly in the context of global priority Africa. Second, Zambia highlights the need to advance Decision 47 COM5D on World Heritage and Sustainable Development. We call for strengthening support to help states parties integrate the principles of the Mosi-Otunya Victoria Falls Declaration into national heritage policies, conservation strategies, and sustainable development plans consistent with the 2015 WH and SDP. Finally, Zambia underscores the importance of the Nairobi Outcome Document and the ongoing reflection on authenticity. We call for the accelerated implementation of the Nairobi Outcome so that African epistemologies and community-led safeguarding of heritage meaningfully inform future revisions of the operational guidelines. African knowledge systems, cultural continuity, and living heritage remain insufficiently integrated in current frameworks. Zambia remains steadfast in advancing a convention that is equitable, globally representative, and grounded in the voices and knowledge of the communities who safeguard heritage every day. Madam Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to give a floor to Peru, following by Poland, Iraq, and finishing with Austria. The distinguished delegate of Peru, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta, señor director general, excelencias. El Perú agradece el informe presentado por la presidencia del comité y reconoce el trabajo riguroso de la Secretaría que ha logrado sintetizar con claridad un periodo particularmente dinámico para el patrimonio mundial. Valoramos los avances alcanzados desde las nuevas inscripciones hasta las decisiones adoptadas en las últimas reuniones que evidencian la vitalidad del sistema y su capacidad de adaptación frente a desafíos cada vez más complejos. Deseamos destacar la labor del Grupo de Trabajo de Composición Abierta, cuyas recomendaciones representan un esfuerzo serio para mejorar la representatividad de la lista, reducir brechas estructurales y asegurar que la diversidad cultural y natural del mundo esté debidamente reflejada. Para el Perú, este proceso constituye un aporte esencial al fortalecimiento de la Convención y a la consolidación de una lista más equilibrada y universal. El Perú saluda igualmente la organización de la Conferencia Internacional sobre Patrimonio Cultural en África celebrada en Nairobi y celebra la adopción de la Declaración de Nairobi sobre Patrimonio y Autenticidad. Consideramos que sus recomendaciones abren un espacio de reflexión necesario sobre la comprensión y aplicación del concepto de autenticidad en contextos culturales diversos, aportando elementos valiosos para futuras deliberaciones del Comité, de los Estados parte y de los órganos consultivos, y alentando a que otras regiones desarrollen iniciativas similares. Valoramos también el impulso destinado a fortalecer la participación de los pueblos indígenas en el sistema del patrimonio mundial, promoviendo que sus narrativas y valores culturales se integren plenamente en las declaraciones de valor universal excepcional. Asimismo, saludamos los esfuerzos orientados a perfeccionar el mecanismo de evaluación preliminar con el objetivo de contar con herramientas más eficaces, transparentes y útiles para los Estados parte. Señora Presidenta, el Perú desea saludar y felicitar a los nuevos miembros elegidos para integrar el Comité del Patrimonio Mundial. Al mismo tiempo, expresamos nuestro profundo agradecimiento por la confianza depositada en el Perú al elegirnos para el periodo 2025-2029, responsabilidad que asumimos con compromiso y cooperación. Nuestro país alberga 13 bienes inscritos en la lista del Patrimonio Mundial y una lista indicativa de 24 sitios que reflejan la riqueza cultural, histórica y natural del Perú. Asumimos este mandato con un equipo altamente capacitado que aportará una visión técnica, multidisciplinaria y constructiva al trabajo del Comité. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Poland, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, thank you for the floor. Since this is the first time Poland takes the floor, let me congratulate Madam Umerova on your election. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, thank you for your trust and electing Poland to the World Heritage Committee. As new member of the committee, Poland reaffirms our shared commitment to the safeguarding of world's cultural and natural heritage. We also wish to warmly congratulate all other elected members. We extend gratitude to the World Heritage Center, the World Heritage Committee, as well as advisory bodies for remarkable work done by preparation for this session and in preparing high-quality reports. It is an extraordinary responsibility that comes with protecting sites that represent the outstanding universal value worldwide. As vice chairs of the open-ended working group, we wish to thank its members for their effort and substantial work to enhance the balanced implementation of the Convention. We commend the final recommendations, which are a proof of shared dedication to the protection of cultural heritage. In order to further strengthen the impact of the Convention, Poland contributed to the Gap Analysis Fund. Furthermore, as global challenges intensify, strengthening of expert cooperation is essential, including when it comes to the challenges of reconstruction and recovery. Poland stands ready to continue the constructive work with all states, parties, and the Secretariat to advance the Convention principles, to support the integrity and credibility of the World Heritage List, and to promote heritage as a foundation for peace, dialogue, and sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Iraq, you have the floor. Well, since the distinguished delegate of Iraq is not in the room, I would like to give a floor to Austria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Allow me, first of all, on behalf of the Republic of Austria, to congratulate you on your election and to thank you for the very diligent way to guide and lead this meeting. Excellencies, among many, many important legal instruments, I think there's no doubt that the World Heritage Convention is one of the crown jewels of this important organization. 1,248 properties, out of them 51 transboundary items. This speaks a clear language. We thank the Secretariat and all the member states. Just now 12 member states have been leaving the World Heritage Committee, and we thank them. I had the pleasure and honor to meet many of them. And we congratulate, as all the others have done before, all the newcomers to this important committee. Allow me also to thank you, Director of the World Heritage Center, Lazai Lundu, and you, Assistant Director General Ernesto Tone, for the most careful way you're handling this important task to further develop this legal instrument, the World Heritage Convention. Austria has had the chance to meet both of you many times. I think we should not underestimate the role of civil society, and we are very glad to say that also in Austria, we always take care that civil society plays a role. We just had the honor now to receive a mission of UNESCO and e-commerce to Salzburg, and also there we made sure that civil society really has a chance to express their wishes, desires, and concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that many things have happened already. Many of my predecessors in speaking have already mentioned the open-ended working group. Many countries and the Secretariat have done a lot to really develop this legal instrument further. I'm glad to say that also Austria, through the Minister of Culture and the Austrian National Commission for UNESCO, has contributed, and many more countries. I am firmly convinced that we can still improve. The new Director General mentioned the idea of leaving no one behind. I do believe it is very important to make sure that not only a big majority, but really, if possible, all the member states of UNESCO will have one or more sites. And in this context, I would like to finally mention Giuseppe Lampedusa, who in his famous 1957 novel Il Gattopardo said, if we want things to stay as they are, things will have to change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the valuable comments we've heard this morning. We will now would like to say goodbye to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Now, please allow me to open the discussion and to respond to the questions. And for that, I would like to give a floor to the Director of the World Heritage to answer your questions. Please, Orlando Asano, please answer.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Let me first express our gratitude to the 43 state parties that took the floor since yesterday. I think your recommendations, your views, your words of appreciations are well taken, and I think the Director General in his address to you had already mentioned a number of actions that we intend to take under his leadership in the coming in a very short term. So I'm not going to come back to it, but I just want to quickly, given the time, because we are, I think, a little bit delay in the work. So I just want to answer the questions that were asked yesterday by the distinguished delegate of Belgium, and today, this morning, by the distinguished delegate of Nigeria, which I think were the main questions that summarizes some of your concerns, some of your recommendations regarding funding issues, regarding issues of ensuring that no one is left behind, as the distinguished delegate of Austria has just said. Pour la question, effectivement, sur les contributions qui avaient été reçues pour financer le groupe de travail et aussi les analyses de lacunes, donc les gap analysis. Pour être très simple, les chiffres sont hyper simples. Je voudrais remercier effectivement les pays qui qui ont contribué financièrement, c'est-à-dire la Suisse, qui nous a accordé 50 000 francs suisses, le Royaume du Bahreïn, 50 000 dollars, merci au Bahreïn aussi, la Slovénie, 12 500 euros, et la France aussi qui nous a accordé aussi un financement de soutien de 6 000 euros. Et effectivement, ces contributions étaient très utiles, très importantes pour nous, et je voudrais remercier vraiment tous les pays qui l'ont fait, mais ils n'ont pas été suffisantes. Et c'est pour ça que dans tout cet exercice, je vais presque dire que nous avons failli déposer le bilan, si on peut dire dans ce langage-là, mais ça a été un exercice effectivement un peu douloureux financièrement pour nous, et je pense que ça nous amène à réfléchir sur les constitutions de groupes de travail à l'avenir, où évidemment sans moyens financiers, nous ne pouvons pas vous rendre ce que vous espérez. Donc, si à l'avenir vous devez créer des groupes de travail, ce serait vraiment important que la question des financements extra-budgétaires soit déjà garantie pour que le Centre du patrimoine mondial, ou en tout cas de façon globale, nous à l'UNESCO, au secrétariat, nous puissions travailler. Et c'est la même chose pour l'analyse des lacunes. Et vous vous souviendrez très bien que dans vos discussions pendant le groupe de travail, il s'agissait effectivement de permettre que ce travail soit lancé par les organisations consultatives. Et à ce stade-ci, nous n'avons pas reçu plus que 68 000 dollars de contributions volontaires. Notamment, je voudrais remercier Oman qui a versé 25 000 dollars, la Pologne qui a versé 20 000 dollars, et bien sûr l'Agence wallonne du patrimoine, donc la Belgique aussi, qui nous a versé 20 000 euros. Évidemment, nous pouvons commencer à réfléchir sur le travail, mais cela ne peut pas nous garantir de respecter l'échéance que vous avez souhaité pour la conclusion de ce travail d'analyse. Donc nous sommes très loin de commencer effectivement ce travail aujourd'hui. Et nous continuons à vous encourager effectivement à nous donner de vos contributions volontaires pour nous permettre de lancer ce travail, parce que la plupart de vos interventions sont allées dans ce sens de voir un peu que cette représentativité, ou alors que la question de la sous-représentativité puisse être traitée de façon beaucoup plus substantielle, mais cela passera effectivement par ces études-là qui sont importantes. Et ça répond à la question qui a été posée aussi, je pense, par le distingué délégué du Nigeria sur la question de comment nous allons mettre à jour cette analyse des lacunes, mais aussi améliorer la question de la transparence dans l'évaluation des nominations, ou encore comment nous allons pouvoir nous servir de cette analyse de lacunes pour soutenir encore un peu plus l'Afrique et les petits États insulaires en développement qui ont besoin d'être appuyés. Et c'est juste pour dire que ce travail va effectivement nous aider, parce que l'idée de l'analyse des lacunes, c'est vraiment de voir dans les différentes régions les catégories qui sont encore sous-représentées, qui ne sont pas assez représentées, sur lesquelles effectivement on peut travailler un peu plus, on peut mieux orienter les actions de renforcement de capacité dans la préparation des dossiers de nomination, dans l'identification des sites potentiel dans la préparation des sites et les dossiers d'analyse préliminaire aussi qui sont importantes. Donc, je pense que sur la question de la transparence et l'évaluation, nous avons noté cette question. Ce n'est pas la première fois que vous en parlez. Je crois que ça aussi, ça va faire partie du travail que nous devons faire très rapidement sous le leadership du directeur général pour que nous puissions encore mieux travailler avec les organisations consultatives, c'est-à-dire nous, le Centre du patrimoine mondial et le secrétariat, pour aider à ce dialogue, pour renforcer cette transparence. Voilà, merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asomo. I now invite you to adopt the draft resolution 25GA5 contained in a document 20. Okay. I would like to give a floor to distinguished delegate of Belgium.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je serai très très court puisque effectivement on est déjà un petit peu en retard. Mais juste pour commenter sur la réponse du directeur du patrimoine mondial. Effectivement, c'est un petit peu préoccupant par rapport au budget du Centre du patrimoine mondial relatif à l'organisation des groupes de travail à composition non limitée. Et c'est un peu décevant, je pense, on peut le dire au niveau des contributions qui n'ont pas été à la hauteur. Mais c'est surtout, ce qui nous préoccupe aussi, c'est en revoyant l'ensemble des recommandations que nous avions formulées, qui s'adressent autant au Centre du patrimoine mondial qu'aux États membres d'ailleurs. Certaines avaient un coût, parfois même assez important. Je repense notamment à la révision, la simplification des procédures. On avait parlé d'une stratégie Afrique 2035 sur le renforcement de capacité, des options possibles pour de nouvelles levées de fonds, et je pense que le directeur général en a parlé ce matin. On avait aussi mentionné une plateforme web qui recenserait les bonnes pratiques en matière de jumelage et de partenariat. Tout ça est rendu pour l'instant impossible du manque de financement, mais c'est surtout l'étude des lacunes, dont la première phase, si je me souviens bien, dans le document qu'on avait reçu de IUCN et ICOMOS, la première phase avait été estimée à $300 000, si mes souvenirs sont bons. Donc peut-être que ce serait intéressant de mettre dans le rapport qu'il manque encore à ce stade plus de $200 000 pour pouvoir commencer ces travaux, qui ne seront vraisemblablement pas prêts pour la 48e session du Comité du patrimoine mondial, pour la représentativité du patrimoine africain, entre autres.
To respond to this question, I would like to give a word to ADG Ernesto Atoni.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Voy a hablar en español, por si necesitan traducción. Solamente voy a tratar de ser breve y volver un poco antes de responder a Bélgica, precisamente, porque cuando hizo su intervención Bélgica ayer, cometió, yo diría, un error, que es el siguiente. Afirmó que el Centro del Patrimonio Mundial ha reducido sus equipos. Eso no es cierto. Sigue siendo el mismo equipo desde que yo asumí, hace 8 años. Y que solamente para que tengan la información, lo repito cada vez que nos vemos, pero representa un casi 40% de todos los equipos de trabajo del sector cultura. Representa 60% de todos los cargos directivos dentro del sector cultura. Representa casi un quinto del presupuesto de cultura. El problema no es ese. El problema es la demanda de lo que hoy día significa el Centro del Patrimonio Mundial. Significa la cantidad de sitios que están inscritos, de los distintos problemas que tenemos que hacer para la supervisión y la salvaguardia de esos sitios, el trabajo que implica a los equipos en el terreno, el trabajo que implica para los advisory bodies hacer su trabajo. Entonces no tiene que ver con los equipos, tiene que ver con la demanda que los Estados miembros y lo que es mantener esos sitios de patrimonio implican para la organización. Entonces, claro, ustedes dicen, y el director general hemos estado conversando, cómo buscar nuevos recursos. Y ahí tenemos una gran contradicción. Primero, lo que son la organización estable de la UNESCO tiene que poner los financiamientos suficientes para asegurar la sobrevivencia del centro en óptimas condiciones. Los Estados miembros han tomado decisiones con respecto al océano y han pedido asegurar un presupuesto estable. El Centro Cultural, acá, el Centro del Patrimonio Mundial, estos 8 años, yo no he escuchado en ninguna conferencia general la misma postura. Y eso implica sacarle plata a otras cosas. ¿Sí? Tiene que ver con priorizaciones. Por lo tanto, lo que quiero decirles es que lo que ustedes están planteando, por ejemplo, para poner en práctica lo que el grupo de trabajo ha recomendado, que por lo demás me parece que son cosas evidentemente positivas para la sostenibilidad del Centro del Patrimonio y de la Convención, requieren recursos que sean permanentes. No son recursos que lo hacemos a través de países, proyectos específicos. Una plataforma la podemos construir, pero después hay que mantenerla. Los trabajos que hacemos sobre, por ejemplo, el trabajo de la autenticidad que se está discutiendo, bueno, para eso no es solamente revisar los Operation Guidelines, es después implementarlo a nivel de cada uno de los sitios del patrimonio, y eso implica plata permanente. Y también tenemos una segunda contradicción, y lo digo acá abiertamente, total ya no pierdo nada, que cuando de los servicios centrales se hace las propuestas de ir a buscar financiamiento para el Centro del Patrimonio, tenemos muchos problemas de comprensión de lo que son esta convención y de lo que permite esta convención con su estado parte y de empresas privadas y las demandas que tienen las empresas privadas, que muchas veces contradicen el espíritu mismo de esta convención. Por lo tanto, ir a buscar financiamiento para esta convención no es tan simple y no tiene que ver con la marca del Centro del Patrimonio o de la convención, tiene que ver con que la estructura de lo que se hace para la salvaguardia del patrimonio en esta convención muchas veces se opone a las demandas que tiene el sector privado, que lo que busca es otra cosa, que no es exactamente lo mismo que ustedes están pidiendo en cada una de sus reuniones. Por lo tanto, sí, hay que verlo con una mirada distinta y hay que verlo con una estrategia, pero tienen que estar ustedes conscientes que lo que ustedes están pidiendo, lo primero es asegurar un financiamiento estable al Centro del Patrimonio que permita responder a las demandas que han surgido en los últimos años, en los últimos 20 años, y que hoy día no se condice con respecto a la estructura básica que se tenía, que no se ha reducido en los 10 años, y lo vuelvo a insistir porque hay una confusión. No es que haya menos gente, no, la demanda se ha convertido tan grande, o sea, el año pasado eran 270, 280, ¿cómo se dice? Seguimiento de los sitios de patrimonio. Eso es una locura para los advisory body y para nosotros, pero también lo es para ustedes, para cuando les toca a ustedes tomar decisiones en el comité o en la asamblea para revisar todo ese trabajo, que simplemente no tienen la capacidad de estudiarlo. Entonces sí, estamos haciendo todas las revisiones, vamos a hacer las propuestas, tenemos muy poco tiempo para proponerle al director general propuestas nuevas para que después sean debatidas por ustedes y, por supuesto, haremos todos los esfuerzos posibles para avanzar lo máximo posible en torno a las recomendaciones, pero dentro de lo que humanamente es posible manejar con el secretariado. Eso, muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to adopt the draft resolution 25GA5 contained in the document 2525GA5. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft resolution proposed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I haven't received any amendments.
Are there any comments or questions on the draft resolution? I see none, therefore declare the draft resolution 25GA5 adopted. So now we move to the item 7. Dear colleagues, let us now move to the item 7 of our agenda. I would like to invite Mrs. Samantha Gardner from UNESCO Secretariat to take the floor to introduce Document 7, INF 7.1 and INF 7.2 that you have in front of you and which contains a statement of accounts of the World Heritage Fund. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Two sets of financial reports are presented in this item. The first being the financial reports for the 2022-23 biennium, which are presented for your approval, and the second being the interim financial reports as of June 2025 of the current biennium, which are presented for your information. These financial reports are presented consistent with prior periods, meaning that expenditures includes both amounts of goods and services delivered in the financial period, as well as outstanding legal obligations and commitments. For the 2022-23 biennium, total income amounted to $15.1 million, representing an increase of 4% compared to the previous biennium. With expenditure of $9.8 million, the fund recorded a surplus of $5.3 million for the biennium. As a result, the cumulative reserves as of 31 December 2023 amounted to $19 million. With regards to the implementation of the 2022-23 approved program activities, expenditure for the biennium amounted to $5.1 million, representing an execution rate of 81.4% of the approved budget. In addition, the interim financial reports for the first 18 months of the current biennium are also presented for your information. As of June 2025, total income amounted to $12.6 million, a 16% increase compared to the same period in 2023. With expenditure of $11.4 million, the surplus of the fund was $1.2 million for the period. With regards to the implementation of the 2024-25 approved program activities, expenditure for the first 18 months amounted to $4.8 million, representing an execution rate of 80% of the approved budget. And I stop here, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any comments on this matter? Distinguished delegate of India, you have the floor.
We want to make a statement when the item number 7 is being discussed. I want the help of the Secretariat. Do I make that statement now?
We are discussing.
Yes, sir. Is the statement on this item?
Yes, it is. The statement is on item 25.GA7, examination of the statement of accounts of the World Heritage Fund.
Then sure, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. India thanks the Secretariat for presenting the document WHC 25.GA/7, which offers a clear and comprehensive account on the financial performance of the World Heritage Fund for the period ending December 23 and for January 24 to June 25. The transparency reflected in the reporting process are noted. India also notes the General Assembly's approval of the 2022-23 accounts. The fund's expenditure rates, consistently above 80%, demonstrate prudent financial management. India notes that the budget adjustments required to support nomination evaluations reflect both the rising expectations placed upon the convention and the technical rigor that nomination processes demand. This, however, also reinforces the need for predictable and timely contributions from all state parties. We remain concerned that a significant number of state parties continue to carry arrears in their compulsory contributions. These persistent gaps in payment compliance directly affect the fund's liquidity and the Secretariat's ability to deliver statutory functions. The continued decline in voluntary contributions to the Human Capacities sub-account is equally troubling, given the centrality of capacity building to sustaining global conservation efforts. India emphasizes the importance of strong national heritage systems in alleviating pressure on the Convention. The Archaeological Survey of India, the ASI, our national conservation steward, ensures robust management of India's cultural properties, including all cultural World Heritage sites. ASI's scientific conservation practices, digital documentation programs, and continuous capacity building for site managers reduce downstream demands on the World Heritage Fund and reflect India's long-standing commitment to responsible heritage stewardship. India believes a frank dialogue on strengthening financial sustainability and payment discipline is essential for the Convention's long-term credibility. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give a floor to St. Vincent Grenadine, followed by Sweden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the Secretariat for the report. It is not easy to read all these figures, but it is very interesting to see how the funds has been implemented and for which activities. We noticed that there is no lot of capacity building activities related to some funds in some regions. Maybe I am mistaken, but we noticed this in some tables. And I have just one question. At the end of the last year, the United States mentioned in various interventions during meetings that they had made a voluntary contribution of $250,000 to the World Heritage Fund to be allocated for projects for underrepresented countries on the World Heritage List in Africa and small island developing states. According to the information we received, I haven't seen this amount in the tables, and the voluntary contributions was fully received by UNESCO in October 2024, and we knew that 4 beneficiaries were even selected, 2 in Africa and 2 in the small island developing states. Could the World Heritage Center explain why these voluntary contributions does not appear in our documents and why those 4 projects have not started yet? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to give a word to distinguished delegate of Sweden.
Thank you, Chair, for giving Sweden the floor. Sweden would like to underline the importance of timely and adequate financial contributions for the effective implementation of the Convention. We note with appreciation that many states parties regularly meet their assessed contributions, which continues to be an important basis for the Convention's financing. Sustainable and foreseeable financing is a prerequisite for impactful project implementation. Like the distinguished delegate of India, we note that a significant number of states parties do not pay their compulsory fees on time. While in some instances there are valid reasons for this, we encourage states parties, whenever possible, to fulfill their obligations in a timely manner. We would also like to encourage more states parties to consider voluntary contributions. In addition to our assessed yearly dues, Sweden has made voluntary contributions by doubling our assessed contributions. We're very proud of this and hope that other states parties will make a similar choice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegate of Lithuania, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lithuania wishes to express its appreciation to the state parties for their continued efforts to reinforce and to supplement the budget of World Heritage Fund. We recognize that sustained financial commitment is essential to ensuring the effective fulfillment of the Convention's mandate to safeguard the world heritage. Lithuania is committed to contributing as the donor to program activities and to support the budget for the evaluation of nominations to the World Heritage List. In this context, the examination of the Statement of Accounts highlights the need to identify more efficient and sustainable approaches to the management of World Heritage Fund, which will be discussed in greater detail under Item 8. We believe that increased attention should be directed towards conservation activities, ensuring that resources are strategically allocated to the protection and long-term management of the World Heritage properties. Lithuania remains a strong advocate for the World Heritage Convention and reaffirms our commitment continuing to support its work in all appropriate forms, including financial contributions. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Delegate of South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa thanks the Secretariat for the comprehensive document presenting detailed information on the Statement of Accounts of the World Heritage Fund. The financial transparency reflected in this report is essential for ensuring confidence in the mechanisms that support the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. South Africa notes with concern that 61 states parties have not paid their assessed compulsory contributions to the World Heritage Fund. We further observe an increase in the number of states parties in default, a trend that may have serious long-term implications for the functioning of the Secretariat, the advisory bodies, and the World Heritage Committee. Sustained underfunding risks weakening our collective capacity to conserve and manage the world's most important cultural and natural heritage. South Africa urges the World Heritage Centre to enhance consultation with states parties in arrears in order to better understand the challenges they face in fulfilling their financial obligations. In this regard, we would welcome information on some of the recurring obstacles or systemic difficulties encountered by these states. While the accounts presented run only until June 2025, South Africa would appreciate clarification on whether, besides the generous costs borne by the state of Bulgaria, the Secretariat incurred any additional or unexpected costs in hosting the committee session in Paris earlier this year, and whether such costs may have affected the financial standing of the fund. Chair, although South Africa and many other countries within the African region are not currently in a position to provide supplementary voluntary funding to the World Heritage Fund, it is important to underscore that African states, along with other committed partners, continue to demonstrate strong dedication to the implementation of the Convention. This commitment is reflected through the significant financial contribution and human resource support directed to the African World Heritage Fund, and we deeply appreciate the sustained support provided by Member States to the African World Heritage Fund. Finally, Chair, South Africa also notes with appreciation that according to the report, Africa received the highest allocation of funds from the World Heritage Fund. We welcome the increased investment dedicated to the conservation of World Heritage sites in Africa and to the preparation of nomination dossiers. We are particularly grateful for the support received from the World Heritage Centre in strengthening our own conservation efforts and advancing the work related to our tentative list. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Burkina Faso, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Prenant la parole pour la première fois, le Burkina Faso félicite les États membres nouvellement élus au Comité du patrimoine mondial ainsi que Nauru qui vient de rejoindre la Convention. Nous exprimons notre gratitude aux États partis qui quittent le comité. Madame la Présidente, nous nous souviendrons longtemps de l'accueil exceptionnel dont nous avons bénéficié dans votre pays à l'occasion de la 43e session de la conférence générale et de la première partie de la présente 25e session de l'Assemblée générale tenue à Samarkand. Permettez-nous de vous féliciter pour la conduite de nos travaux et à travers vous, le gouvernement d'Ouzbékistan et sa délégation permanente pour le succès de l'organisation de ces différentes rencontres. Nous remercions le secrétariat pour la documentation mise à notre disposition au titre de ce point. La clarté et la précision des informations fournies par le rapport financier relatif à l'état des comptes du Fonds du patrimoine mondial témoignent d'un effort louable de transparence et de rigueur dans la gestion de ce fonds. Ma délégation se réjouit de constater que le taux d'exécution du budget pour l'exercice biennal 2022-2023 atteint un niveau élevé malgré un contexte international marqué par des crises multiples et des contraintes financières importantes. Ce résultat illustre la capacité du Centre du patrimoine mondial et des partenaires impliqués à mobiliser et à utiliser efficacement les ressources disponibles pour soutenir la mise en œuvre de la Convention. Nous tenons à remercier de manière particulière les États partis qui ont doublé leur contribution obligatoire ainsi que ceux qui ont apporté des conditions volontaires additionnelles, de même que les partenaires qui ont soutenu des sous-comptes consacrés à des activités spécifiques. Ces gestes de solidarité démontrent un attachement concret au patrimoine mondial et à la mission de l'UNESCO. Ma délégation souhaite cependant exprimer sa préoccupation face à la baisse notable des ressources allouées au renforcement des capacités du Centre du patrimoine mondial et ses organisations partenaires. Or, ce volet est essentiel pour de nombreux États parties, comme il a été déjà souligné, et particulièrement en Afrique. Il conditionne l'élaboration des listes indicatives, la formation des gestionnaires de sites, l'élaboration et la mise en œuvre des plans de gestion, l'amélioration des systèmes de suivi et d'alerte précoce, ainsi que la préparation des rapports périodiques rendant compte de la sauvegarde et de la conservation des biens. En conclusion, le Burkina Faso encourage l'ensemble des États parties à s'acquitter de leurs contributions obligatoires ainsi que des contributions volontaires. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. To address the question, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Asomo.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I will try to answer some of the questions, and if necessary, probably my colleague from the Bureau of Strategic Planning will complete. But I think before answering some specific questions, notably the one from the distinguished delegate of St. Vincent, I want to thank all of you for your comment, and in particular for the concerns that you have expressed with regard to the fact that some countries have not paid their compulsory contributions. As you know, the World Heritage Fund now, I mean, the budget is not really going to increase because we are nearly reaching the universal ratification. So that means that if we don't receive your contributions, you know, it's very difficult for us to really respond. But we've tried our best every time, and I would like to really thank all of you who have been paying your dues and enabling us to conduct our activities, notably the one that we're doing with the advisory bodies, but also the international assistance, because we have really noted that international assistance are really are making an impact for at state parties level, not only for preparing nomination dossiers or doing conservation works, but also for emergency assistance and interventions. And just to give you an indication that this end of the year, we've seen so many emergencies, including this weekend. So now we are stretched, and your contributions are really important to allow us to respond immediately to some of your calls. So in this regard, I would really like to thank Sweden for having doubled its contribution, but also I know for voluntary contributions, Norway has also regularly and even more provided us with its significant contribution, and I can name many countries that are doing it, and this funding is very important for, I mean, your contributions are really important for us, and as you have seen in the document that we circulated to you on the financial report, the list of all the countries are there, and one thing which is really important for us is that whenever you give us your contributions, compulsory or voluntary, our aim is really to use it or to make it used so that it can really have an impact on the areas that you expect the World Heritage Funds to be more significant. now on the questions by distinguished delegate of St. Vincent, of course you will recall, I do confirm that the United States, before leaving UNESCO, had contributed $250,000 for the World Heritage, to support the activities of the World Heritage Center. And of course, due to the fact that the US had left, of course, with our colleagues in the central services, of course, for precautionary measures at the beginning, it was important to study all the contributions and all the account, and we've been working together, and I'm very pleased to confirm to you that we will be able, as of tomorrow, I hope to start using this fund, which will support activities in Africa and also in small islands development. So I think we will receive some confirmation from the Bureau of Strategic Planning so that this funding can be used. It does not appear in the financial statement because it's a funds in trust. That's the reason why. But this funding, this support, we will be able to make use of it. And then, of course, I would like to thank the United States for this contribution, although they are not here in the room. So that's what I can say at this stage, Madam Chairperson. So I don't know if my colleague would like to add on other issues, because there was a question from South Africa on the additional cost from the committee. Of course, you need to understand that organizing a committee here in Paris at headquarters is not the same as when you do it when the host is really when a country is hosting. There has been some additional cost, definitely, but we were able to cover them with the regular program budget. But of course, we have finished all. So at the end of the day, I can say that we manage, if I can use the word. But it was quite, of course, also challenging to do that. And but we did manage, and I think the organization of the World Heritage Committee was successful, and the contribution by Bulgaria was very useful, and I'd like to thank the State Party of Bulgaria through the chairperson who is here of the committee for this important contribution that allowed us to cover all the costs that enable you to spend 10 days and work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asomo. I see no more questions and comments, so we can proceed. I now invite you to adopt the draft resolution 25GA7, but before doing so, I would like to ask Rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft resolution proposed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are no amendments to this draft resolution. Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions before we start examining the draft resolution? Can Secretariat kindly show the draft resolution on the screen, please? Thank you. It's on the screen. As there are no amendments, I propose that we adopt the draft resolution 25GA7 as a whole. As there is no objection, I therefore declare the draft resolution 25GA7 adopted. I therefore declare the agenda item 7 is closed. Dear colleagues, let us now examine item 8, which was also requested to be added to our agenda by the World Heritage Committee at the 47th session held in July last here at UNESCO headquarters. Indeed, as a result of the discussions held during the budget working group, the World Heritage Committee requested its decision 47-13, the inclusion of the item on the sustainability and priority of the convention adopted at the Agenda 25 General Assembly in order to reflect the challenges and possible avenues for the action. The related document of this item are documents 2525, GA8, and INF8. I shall now give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage to present this item. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving me the floor. Distinguished representative of the state parties. This discussion follows directly from decision 47-13 adopted by the World Heritage Committee in July. And you will recall that through this decision, the committee requested that the General Assembly reflect on the financial sustainability and operational priorities of the convention. And these are two areas that are essential for the future of the convention, as the committee members, said it during the discussion. And here, the World Heritage Fund, but also our working methods. And you will recall that for often 15 years, there has been a growing imbalance between, on one side, the ever-increasing responsibilities under the convention and the limited financial means available to carry them out. And in your interventions, I think you highlighted this very well, and I would like to thank you for taking this in consideration and expressing your concerns. Just for those who have not been following the history, since 2008, many ideas have been explored. Voluntary increases in national contributions, special fundraising campaigns, private partnerships, even the Assistant Director General was mentioning them, and the creation of dedicated sub-accounts, such as the one for evaluation of nomination, etc. And yet, despite these efforts, we can say that the results remain modest, and a limited number of state parties have doubled their contribution, and most voluntary schemes have not been widely adopted. So, as you will all well know, the World Heritage Fund supports mainly the core functions that give life to the convention. And I can just recall them for you. First, the monitoring of the state of conservation. Of course, the evaluation of nominations. The organization of committee sessions, the organization of the General Assembly sessions. And also international assistance for supporting the most vulnerable sites or supporting least developed countries, etc. And today, these statutory activities, as I said at the beginning, are under increasing strain, if that's the word I can use. The resources of the World Heritage Center and the resources of the advisory bodies are no longer sufficient to meet the workload required for the effective implementation of the convention. Over the years, a number of audits and working groups have proposed possible solutions, from establishing an optional protocol to raise assessed contributions, to reducing the frequency and duration of meetings, or aligning the Secretariat's workload with available resources. However, as the supporting information document inf.8 shows, most of these measures have had limited follow-through. Voluntary initiatives depend on goodwill, and you've called for more voluntary contribution again in your statement yesterday and today. While structural reforms require collective commitment, but what has proven most effective, interestingly, has been the work of small, focus, and ad hoc groups, such as the one created in 2014, groups that have achieved concrete results with minimal cost of the Secretariat and high efficiency. Your Excellencies, the strength of the World Heritage Convention lies not only in the number of sites it protects, but in the solidarity that sustains it. Financial sustainability is not a technical issue. It is about ensuring that this shared instrument, one of the most universally ratified, as you have all said, continues to serve us and also to serve for preserving the most exceptional sites that our humanity needs for future generations. So as we look toward 2026, I hope that we can use this discussion and this session to renew a collective commitment to a strong, sustainable, and inclusive World Heritage system, one that can fully meet its mission to safeguard the heritage of humanity, as we all said. So that's what I can say at this stage. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments?
I think you have.
Distinguished Delegate of India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving India the floor. India thanks the Secretariat for the document WHC/25/25.GA/8 for its candid appraisal of the expanding convention obligations set against persistently constrained and structurally inadequate financial foundations. India shares the deep concern on the inadequacy of the resources available to the World Heritage Fund. The historical review since 2008 shows the successive efforts to enhance voluntary contributions, diversifying fundraising, or optimize working methods have yielded only modest results. India believes that strengthening national heritage systems plays an essential complementary role in easing the pressure on the convention. In this regard, we highlight the contribution of the Archaeological Survey of India, ASI, the country's premier conservation institution. ASI oversees 3,700 protected monuments, including all cultural World Heritage properties in India, using scientific conservation, and employs about 7,000 people. By investing in strong domestic stewardship, India ensures that the sites enter the World Heritage system with resilient management structures, reducing downstream demands on the convention's limited resources. India is ready to extend its expertise for the capacity building, preservation and conservation in other countries of the Global South, including Africa and the SIDS. The Center could only help connect. India also notes the Center's call to continue dialogue on sustainable financing solutions. We support structured, time-bound discussions that consider new models while respecting the cultural sensitivities of the World Heritage branding. Madam Chair, India has 3 questions to ask here. 1. What mechanisms could encourage broader participation in innovative financing without compromising the integrity of the World Heritage properties? 2. India is willing to help the Center evaluate by outsourcing the SOC work to the UNESCO regional offices in New Delhi, help get more NPOs hired on national salaries rather than UN salaries, and the ASI provide its expertise to reduce the load on the Secretariat. Is the Center ready for innovative solutions? And 3, what is the view of the Center on revenue maximization through optimization of the World Heritage brand value? I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We will address the question afterwards. Now I would like to give the floor to a distinguished delegate of Belgium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The World Heritage Convention is an undeniable success story, but as the background document shows, it has become increasingly clear that its functioning is cracking at the seams. Rules that have been devised, amended, and supplemented over the past 5 decades have created a complex framework that may no longer be appropriate in the current context of an almost universal ratification, an impressive World Heritage list that also includes highly complex World Heritage sites, and 21st century challenges such as sustainable tourism and climate change. Despite good intentions, we must also accept that some rules fail to reach their objective, as is the case with the global strategy or danger listing. One can only wonder whether the formula of our statutory meetings as well still works. Quite frankly, we feel there is too little time to discuss what is really the essence of this convention. Last summer there were about 250 SOCs on the agenda. We only discussed a handful of them. That does not feel right, but increasing the number of days we spend together probably also is not the right solution. On top of these structural problems and flaws, there is also a financial framework that has not evolved over time. The Convention determined in 1972 that the regular contribution of state parties to the World Heritage Fund could be no higher than 1% of their contribution to the regular UNESCO budget. As a result, the World Heritage Fund has been insufficient for quite some time now. Of course, as the Director explained very well, we have been looking into alternative solutions to address this issue for years, and these have provided some relief. But overall, the result has been modest, and none of them can be considered sustainable or stable. And the reality today is that financing is still deeply insufficient. To make this concrete, several of the proposals put forward by the open-ended working group currently cannot be implemented. Talking about simplifying the format for nominations and the associated online platform, the idea of setting up an Africa 2035 program, and what was already mentioned multiple times, the much-needed update of the gap analysis reports. Considering the urgency, we felt it was necessary to make the draft resolution more concrete, and we have proposed an amendment in that sense. Rather than simply continue the reflection as state parties, as was in the draft decision, we suggest a double approach. On the one hand, we propose a methodology that has already been used in the past, and the Director made reference to it, namely organizing one or more ad hoc groups or expert meetings to closely look at all the issues related to the Convention's functioning and working methods. These ad hoc groups are deliberately configured as smaller meetings with, for example, 2 representatives from each region, as well as participation from the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. That way, you have the right conditions for open and in-depth discussions. These expert meetings will, of course, not take any decisions. They will produce a report that can offer the basis for plenary discussions, either in the committee or in this General Assembly. On the other hand, we also would like to ask the World Heritage Center, with the help of the legal advisor, to explore alternative options for increasing state party contributions to the World Heritage Fund in a sustainable and structured manner. As it's clear, the solutions we've been looking at in the past have not provided the sustainable way out we were looking for. And since desperate times call for desperate measures, we feel the time has come to look at exceptional ideas, such as an additional protocol, an idea that was also included in the roadmap for financial sustainability of the fund in 2017 as some sort of a last resort. But maybe there are other out-of-the-box avenues that should also be explored. We therefore would like to ask the Centre to identify and investigate all of these avenues, all of these ideas, list their advantages and disadvantages, describe potential side effects, and present all of these outcomes to the World Heritage Committee, preferably at its next session in Busan in 2026. Chair, we are very aware that these suggestions have a budgetary impact. And under the motto, put your money where your mouth is, Belgium is therefore pleased to announce that we would be open to host one of these expert meetings or ad hoc groups, if there would be an interest in doing so. And we also intend to contribute financially to the implementation of the legal study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to Palestine. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And my question goes to the Secretariat and in particular to the Director of the World Heritage Center. Following his remarks, I would like to bring the Article 16, which is a very clear article that every state party must pay its assessed contributions. And I underline every state party. Many states make serious efforts to honor this obligation, among them us and other SEEDS countries and African small countries that are in this very room. And it's only fair that all state parties follow the same basic rules and honor this convention. We need to find a way, and I don't mean to sanction anyone, but we need to find a model that is temporary, proportional, and fully reversible once arrears are paid, such as not having files being reviewed by the advisory bodies until payments are made. Let me add one important thing. I mean, we have been on the Committee for Arrears and Contributions for the General Conference, and the General Conference already applies these similar principles. When a member state does not pay its dues, the General Conference does not allow them to vote or present even to any elections. So why the same rules are not applied to this very convention? We are simply applying the same logic, but adapted to the specific nature of the World Heritage System. So we need to ensure that the Secretariat and advisory bodies do not spend scarce time and resources files from states that are not fulfilling their obligations. At the end of the day, we, other member states, end up paying for files of the countries that have not paid their dues. Thank you, and I really would like to have Mr. Director answer this question, and we are ready to have an amendment on this if it's accepted by the General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll address the question afterwards. Dear colleagues, I would like now to inform the General Assembly that the list of speakers will be closed after the third speaker. Yeah, and I would like to give a word to Mr. Asomo to share the list.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The following state parties have requested the floor in the following order: Russian Federation, Colombia, the Netherlands, Togo, Sweden, Australia, Cuba, United Kingdom, Qatar, Czechia, and China. I hope, and I see Mexico,
Nigeria,
Venezuela, and Nigeria. And Burkina Faso. I also see, yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We shall proceed with Russian Federation. You have the floor. Technical problem.
Il n'y a pas d'électricité pour le rang numéro 3. Il n'y a pas d'accès au microphone.
Les techniciens, vous pouvez nous aider?
Раз. Отлично. Спасибо большое. Перевод работает? Спасибо большое, уважаемый господин председатель. Поскольку я впервые беру слово на этой сессии, позвольте поздравить вас с избранием на эту ответственную должность, поблагодарить Узбекистан за теплое гостеприимство и высокую организацию Генеральной конференции и первой части нашей ассамблеи в Самарканде. Мы также сердечно поздравляем вновь избранных членов Комитета всемирного наследия и рассчитываем на конструктивное и неполитизированное сотрудничество в реализации приоритетов Конвенции, направленных на формирование представительного, сбалансированного и вызывающего доверие списка всемирного наследия. Хотелось бы выразить благодарность секретариату за подготовленные к сессии документы и высокопрофессиональное сопровождение работы группы открытого состава на протяжении последних 2 лет. Отдельно отмечаем вклад председателя группы открытого состава и Саудовской Аравии за их эффективное руководство и поддержку на протяжении всех этих заседаний. Мы разделяем общую оценку текущей ситуации. Более чем через 50 лет после принятия Конвенции, в условиях значительного расширения списка всемирного наследия и роста вызовов, связанных с сохранением объектов всемирного наследия, действительно настало время для поиска инновационных подходов, укрепляющих финансовую устойчивость всей системы. Вместе с тем считаем необходимым напомнить о ее фундаментальной основе – взносах государств-участников. То, что прозвучало сейчас в ходе обсуждения предыдущего пункта. Нам представляется, что поиск новых решений без урегулирования вопросов по начисленным взносам и накопленной задолженности – это, образно говоря, попытка выбрать цвет для фасадной краски для здания, стены и фундамент которого грозят обрушиться, и под этими обломками могут быть погребены наши надежды и чаяния. Именно поэтому Российская Федерация подготовила поправку к проекту решения, которую мы представим при рассмотрении текста. Позвольте также обратить внимание на еще одно существенное обстоятельство, серьезно ограничивающее возможности ряда государств-участников в вносить свой посильный вклад в функционирование системы. Речь идет о незаконных односторонних ограничительных мерах и санкциях, в том числе в банковской сфере, которые создают препятствия для реализации конвенции затронутыми государствами и подрывают их способность исполнять финансовые обязательства, включая уплату обязательных и добровольных взносов в Фонд всемирного наследия. Более того, эти меры оказывают прямое негативное влияние на возможность проведения миссий реактивного мониторинга и консультативных миссий, поскольку осложняют организацию выездов, финансовые транзакции, логистику, а иногда и фактически делают их невозможным, тем самым препятствуя исполнению решений комитета. Это препятствует реализации ключевых механизмов Конвенции, направленных на оценку состояния сохранности объектов, и фактически ставит под угрозу сохранность наследия всего человечества для будущих поколений. Выражаем глубокую озабоченность тем, что подобные меры создают барьеры для полноценного участия государств-участников в системе Конвенции и подрывают ее принципы универсальности, солидарности и международного сотрудничества. Призываем все заинтересованные стороны способствовать устранению этих искусственно создаваемых препятствий для международного сотрудничества в сфере культуры и охраны природы. И в заключение хотела бы поддержать вопрос уважаемого делегата от государства Палестина и также присоединиться к ее предложению обсудить это важное обстоятельство о собираемости начисленных взносов и размышления на тему того, каким образом мы могли бы помочь государствам-членам внести их добровольные или обязательные взносы и, возможно, принять какие-то меры по ограничению их возможностей в рамках Конвенции без ущерба для сохранности объектов всемирного наследия. Спасибо большое.
Большое спасибо. Now I would like to give a floor to Colombia.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Colombia agradece la presentación de los informes relativos al Fondo de Patrimonio Mundial y a las estrategias de movilización de recursos. No obstante, expresamos nuestra profunda preocupación por las presiones financieras que enfrentan las funciones esenciales de la Convención de 1972, ya que sin recursos suficientes, procesos fundamentales como la evaluación de propuestas de inscripción y el seguimiento del estado de conservación de los sitios resultan comprometidos. Por consiguiente, se hace necesario llevar a cabo un análisis exhaustivo de las posibles soluciones previstas por los órganos rectores de la Convención para aumentar las contribuciones al Fondo de Patrimonio Mundial de forma sostenible, incluyendo la posibilidad de movilizar mecanismos financieros como el Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial. En relación con las opciones de contribuciones voluntarias suplementarias incluidas en la tabla A, expresamos nuestra cautela frente a la opción 4 basada en el número de turistas, ya que esta alternativa puede dar a entender que todos los sitios del patrimonio mundial están asociados al turismo, lo cual no necesariamente corresponde con la realidad. Frente a la tabla C, celebramos los resultados exitosos de los marketplaces que han permitido movilizar casi $3 millones. A partir de esta experiencia positiva, alentamos a que estos espacios se organicen nuevamente en próximas sesiones del comité. Además, subrayamos la importancia de avanzar en el punto relativo al fortalecimiento de capacidades del Centro de Patrimonio Mundial en materia de fundraising y de explorar la posibilidad de realizar talleres, espacios de formación y diálogos con aliados estratégicos, incluidos organismos como la Unión Internacional para la Conservación de la Naturaleza, con el propósito de mejorar capacidades y promover nuevas estrategias y alianzas de financiamiento. Finalmente, consideramos esencial impulsar el trabajo que realizan las oficinas fuera de sede en la recaudación de fondos y reiteramos el compromiso de Colombia de trabajar de manera colaborativa en favor del patrimonio natural y cultural del mundo, buscando soluciones innovadoras, sostenibles y equitativas para su conservación. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Delegate of Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. The Kingdom of the Netherlands would like to thank the Secretariat for providing us with the background information on all possible solutions that have been discussed by the governing bodies of the Convention since 2018. The document clearly presents the severe strains the Convention has been under for years. The impending financial uncertainty in general greatly undermines UNESCO's ability to effectively sustain its mission-critical function, including the World Heritage Convention. We underline the importance of providing sufficient funding for this convention, since it's an important flagship for the organization as a whole. We are disappointed by the fact that only 6 out of 195 parties have voluntarily increased their annual compulsory contributions, and we call upon all member states within their possibilities to follow up on this recommendation, especially those member states with a significant amount of sites off the list. Without proper funding, the World Heritage Convention cannot maintain the position. And under the current situation, the budget reserved for the advisory bodies and the World Heritage Center is not sufficient to carry out the activities required, as stated by many different member states already. With a growing list of sites and more SOC reports every year, the financial challenges will only keep growing. As the director of the World Heritage Center just explained, also crisis situations occur more often. The situation is not longer sustainable, and the question is at what point in time we will simply have no budget left to the execution of the work necessary for this convention. We welcome the words by the Director General at the beginning of this session today, and we would also like to recall the decision of the 46th Committee inviting the DG to reinforce the World Heritage Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Togo, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. La délégation du Togo vous félicite pour votre élection à la présidente de cette Assemblée générale et remercie chaleureusement le gouvernement ouzbek pour son hospitalité durant la conférence générale. Le Togo exprime également sa gratitude aux États partis pour leur soutien constant à la mise en œuvre de la Convention et félicite les nouveaux membres élus ainsi que les membres sortants pour leur engagement. Madame la Présidente, nous avons pris note avec attention du document 25GA28. Il met clairement en évidence une préoccupation majeure. Malgré de nombreuses initiatives, la fiabilité financière du Fonds du patrimoine mondial et le financement des fonctions essentielles de la Convention restent fragiles. Le Togo est conscient de la charge de travail considérable qui pèse sur le Centre du patrimoine mondial et les organisations consultatives, ainsi que les efforts déjà entrepris, qu'il s'agisse de la feuille de route pour la viabilité du fonds, de la réduction du nombre de dossiers évalués chaque année ou de la création du sous-compte dédié à l'évaluation des propositions d'inscription. Ces mesures sont utiles, mais elles ne suffisent plus face à l'ampleur des besoins. Il nous faut maintenant explorer avec lucidité des solutions durables, prévisibles et structurelles. C'est dans cette optique que le Togo soutient la proposition d'amendement présentée par la Belgique. Cette proposition offre un cadre pragmatique pour approfondir dans ces formats appropriés des différentes pistes de financement. Demander au Centre du patrimoine mondial, avec l'appui du Bureau du Conseil juridique, une analyse claire des scénarios possibles d'augmentation ou de diversification des contributions au fonds en tenant compte des réalités de l'ensemble des États partis. Madame la Présidente, le Togo reste fermement attaché à la Convention et à sa crédibilité. Assurer sa fiabilité financière n'est pas un exercice technique, mais une condition indispensable pour que le système du patrimoine mondial continue de répondre aux attentes de nos pays et des générations futures. Le Togo est prêt à travailler avec tous les États partis afin de dégager, dans un esprit de solidarité et d'équité, des solutions consensuelles et durables. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving Sweden the floor, and thanks to the Secretariat for their informative reports. We are deeply concerned that many of the statutory processes of the Convention are increasingly reliant on voluntary contributions to the World Heritage Fund, not least in the area of monitoring of the state of conservation of inscribed properties. This undermines conservation as a top priority of the Convention. The situation is urgent given that both the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies are severely strained in fulfilling their important functions. This year, as we all know, the Secretariat reviewed and presented 248 State of Conservation reports, which is not sustainable. It is far beyond the 150 SOC report limit per year as outlined in Decision 30COM15. We consider that further limitations are necessary concerning the number of nominations and state of conservation reports in order to secure long-term sustainability for the Convention. Sweden supports the proposal by Belgium to invite states parties to take the initiative in convening expert meetings to resolve issues relating to the financial sustainability of the Convention. And we also take the opportunity to thank Belgium for their generous offer to host such an expert meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, distinguished colleagues from UNESCO and fellow delegates. Australia notes with concern the increasing number of state party reports considered by the committee every year. Over the past decade, this number has increased by 2/3. This trend imposes an unsustainable financial and resourcing burden on the advisory bodies, the Secretariat and committee members, who must make informed decisions on an ever-expanding volume of reports. It also places a similar burden on states parties, which spend considerable resources producing them. Notably, nearly half of inscribed properties have never had their state of conservation assessed, while others are requested annually. With more properties inscribed every year and increasing impacts from global events and climate change, this problem will continue to escalate. Australia calls for rational and systematic reporting cycles where the state of conservation for all World Heritage properties is considered in a balanced and planned manner. This will allow for better planning and free up resources to support capacity building, research, technical exchange, rehabilitation and collaboration, actions which actively protect our heritage. Chair, we encourage the Secretariat to work closely with the advisory bodies on on options to establish more logical, systematic and evidence-based reporting cycles, and to consider how such an approach might alleviate the current strain on the system, particularly in light of the financial pressures facing the implementation of the Convention. There may also be an opportunity for states parties to consider this issue through an ad hoc working group or expert meeting process, which has been mentioned by other delegates. It is clear that there is a lot of important work to be done under the World Heritage Convention, and we encourage all parties to consider opportunities to financially support within their means. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Cuba, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta. Señora Presidenta, distinguidos delegados, agradecemos la presentación del documento y coincidimos en la necesidad urgente de garantizar la sostenibilidad financiera y la eficacia operativa de la Convención de 1972. Durante más de una década se han debatido soluciones para fortalecer el Fondo de Patrimonio Mundial y optimizar los métodos de trabajo. Sin embargo, los resultados siguen siendo limitados. Es imprescindible asegurar recursos estables, no restringidos y previsibles que permitan cumplir con los procesos estatutarios fundamentales, particularmente la evaluación de nominaciones, la supervisión del estado de conservación y el funcionamiento adecuado del centro y de los órganos consultivos. Cuba reitera su compromiso con el multilateralismo cultural y con la Convención de 1972, garantizando sistemáticamente el pago puntual de sus contribuciones sin acumulación de deudas. Señora Presidenta, solicitamos especial atención sobre un elemento que afecta profundamente la implementación de la Convención en mi país: el bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero impuesto por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos. Se trata del régimen de medidas coercitivas unilaterales más prolongado impuesto jamás contra nación alguna, con un marcado carácter extraterritorial. Este bloqueo limita severamente el acceso de Cuba a materiales, financiamiento, tecnologías, plataformas digitales y servicios bancarios indispensables para la salvaguardia, conservación y gestión del patrimonio. Instituciones financieras de terceros países han rechazado o retenido transferencias destinadas incluso a organismos internacionales, de lo que la UNESCO no ha escapado, debido a las medidas preventivas asociadas a la arbitraria inclusión de Cuba en una lista unilateral estadounidense de países que supuestamente patrocinan el terrorismo. Ello genera retrasos injustificados y obstáculos adicionales para cumplir nuestras obligaciones financieras. Este panorama evidencia que no solo los recursos globales de la Convención son insuficientes. Algunos estados parte, como Cuba, enfrentan barreras externas que comprometen su capacidad de aplicar plenamente la Convención. Por ello, solicitamos respetuosamente a la Presidencia y al relator que reflejen en el informe de esta Asamblea General el impacto negativo y extraterritorial de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales en la implementación de la Convención del Patrimonio Mundial, así como la necesidad de promover un entorno internacional libre de medidas coercitivas unilaterales que obstaculicen la cooperación cultural. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. It would be duly reflected in the report. To proceed, I would like to give a floor to United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. We welcome the Director General's words this morning and his desire to strengthen the World Heritage Centre. We firmly believe that the capacity and independence of this centre is critical to the credible management of the Convention. To that point, we note that paragraph 8A references a 2013 audit and a recommendation to tailor the work required of the Secretariat and the advisory bodies to the resources available, and that this has never been carried out. We acknowledge that the current situation where funding is insufficient for the work required is unsustainable, but we believe that the practical realities of this need to be understood. If there isn't enough funding, something will have to give. What is this? We would suggest that it would be very helpful if the Centre and advisory bodies could provide clarity over what work can be carried out to the resources currently available. Within the current budget, what are the priorities or the maximum level of reports that can be reviewed, and where can activities be postponed or reduced? For example, as has already been mentioned, should collective resources be focused on the list of World Heritage in danger and the sustainable recovery? We welcome the Belgian suggestion for an ad hoc expert working group. Furthermore, if state parties can clearly see what activities are prioritised and funded, and what specific activities or what levels of activities cannot be funded, it may prompt more useful discussions as to whether state parties are willing to accept the work should be deprioritised, or whether state parties are willing and able to increase contributions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Delegate of Qatar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We extend our thanks to the Secretariat for the preparation of the document and the information provided. We also recognize the dedication of the World Heritage Centre and the advisory bodies who continue to carry out extensive statutory responsibilities despite increasing financial and operational challenges. Qatar shares the deep concern highlighted in the document regarding the persistent strain on the resources of the World Heritage Fund. The financial sustainability of the Convention is fundamental to its credibility and long-term effectiveness. In this regard, Qatar emphasized the need of our collective commitment by state parties to actively support the identification of a permanent, sustainable funding solution. We encourage all state parties to engage constructively in exploring practical, equitable, and innovative approaches that can ensure long-term financial stability, while safeguarding the universal and intergovernmental nature of the Convention. Therefore, we welcome the draft decision with the proposed amendment by the delegation of Belgium, as they bring a more specific dimension to what has been put out in the original draft decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Delegate of Czech Republic, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Czechia thanks the Secretariat for all working documents related to this item. We fully share the deep concern expressed regarding the long-term financial strain affecting key statutory activities required in implementation of the Convention. We understand that discussion on the sustainability of the World Heritage Fund have been already long, and we fully understand the incompatibility of the increasing demands under the Convention and the level of the World Heritage Fund. We welcome the General Assembly is discussing this issue, and we firmly believe that also the World Heritage Committee members bear a special responsibility to enhance both the credibility and the sustainability of the Convention. However, reflection alone is no longer sufficient. We need specific proposals and a real commitment of all state parties to this convention. Czechia is convinced that certain new mechanism can contribute to easing the burden of the fund, providing they are implemented consistently. We welcome steps taken during last years by the Secretariat at advisory bodies to increase transparency and clarity in the evaluation process, which remains essential for credibility of the convention. In this regard, we highlight the importance of the preliminary assessment mechanism introduced as a first phase of the nomination process. If applied rigorously, it can substantially improve the quality of the nomination dossier, reduce divergence between advisory bodies' evaluations and committee decisions, and consequently lower workload and financial pressure on all actors involved. At the same time, responsibility also lies with us, the state parties. Through active monitoring of our properties, constructive and transparent dialogue with advisory bodies, and through implementation of the operation guidelines and the principles of the Convention, we can collectively reduce unnecessary financial and administrative demands on the system. However, none of these efforts can replace the fundamental obligation of each state parties to contribute to the World Heritage Fund. We therefore call on all state parties to meet their financial commitments. In this regard, Czechia would like to express sincere appreciation to the state parties that regularly and voluntarily contribute significant amounts to the fund. Their long-term commitment sustains essential statutory functions and benefits the entire Convention. Madam Chair, the sustainability of the Convention is a shared responsibility. Czechia stands ready to work constructively with others to identify long-term solutions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席。中方感谢秘书处准备的详尽材料，赞赏缔约国、委员国和秘书处在经费紧张的情况下，为实施世界遗产公约、提升工作效率提出的创新工作思路和做出的积极努力。中国赞同各位同事的关切，一直高度关注公约运行的财务可持续性的问题。巧妇难为无米之炊，应对经费紧张的问题，既要开源，又要节流。我们认为，一方面应当同咨询机构一道，参考其他公约和计划的做法，进一步探索降本增效的方法；另一方面，也需要进一步扩大世界遗产基金的资金来源，争取二类中心、教习、区域机构和企业等合作伙伴的资金、实务和智力支持，共同推动公约的有效实施。中方赞成以建立工作组的方法开展这些讨论，也愿意积极参与后续的讨论。前期在积极参与相关工作组磋商的同时，中方通过足额及时缴纳世界遗产基金会费、自愿捐款、设立信托基金等方式，为公约的实施提供支持。今年3月，中方捐资100万美元，在教科文组织设立中国全洲非洲世界遗产能力建设信托基金，用于支持非洲加强世界遗产能力提名和管理能力，推动提升非洲世界遗产代表性。此外，中方还在与秘书处探讨进一步支持非洲和小岛屿发展中国家的举措。今后，中方愿同各方继续共同探讨如何推动进一步优化世界遗产申报、管理、监测等关键流程，降本增效，推动公约更加可持续的运行。谢谢。
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Mexico, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta, y deseamos agradecer la información presentada por el Centro. Sin duda, como ya lo han expresado distintas delegaciones, nos preocupa también la sostenibilidad financiera de nuestra convención y por ello deseamos destacar el párrafo 5º del documento sobre las avenidas que ya se han explorado desde hace más de 10 años para solventar este desafío que no es nuevo. Particularmente deseamos solicitar información adicional al director sobre el inciso D, que menciona que no se han destinado recursos humanos adicionales a la recaudación de fondos, puesto que ante el panorama parece ser indispensable designar profesionales para llevar a cabo esta tarea. En el mismo párrafo, inciso E, se indica que ningún Estado parte ha proporcionado servicios de consultoría en especie o gratuitos, con lo cual la pregunta también al director sería saber si esta forma de ahorro ha sido debidamente publicitada entre la membresía, ciertamente considerando que este tipo de apoyo no debe deteriorar la calidad de los trabajos de nuestra convención. Apoyamos igualmente la idea que ha mencionado Bélgica y otras delegaciones sobre grupos ad hoc selectos, con representación de todos los grupos regionales, a fin de presentar soluciones innovadoras para la sostenibilidad de esta convención. Nuevamente agradecemos la información del centro y las intervenciones previas de las que hemos tomado debida nota, incluida la del director general esta mañana, las cuales nos alientan a seguir trabajando por esta convención de alcance universal. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Venezuela, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Queremos agradecer el informe presentado por la Secretaría. En primer lugar, queremos manifestar que coincidimos con el director general cuando hablaba de la palabra solidaridad. La palabra solidaridad como el centro de sustento para esta convención. Es muy importante que se sigan manteniendo estas relaciones y también coincidimos con la necesidad de que se garantice en el presupuesto el funcionamiento de esta convención, que es una convención fundamental para esta organización. Por otra parte, apoyamos y entendemos lo propuesto por la hermana delegación de Palestina, también mencionado por Rusia y brillantemente explicado por la delegada de Cuba. Aprovechamos entonces para recordar que las medidas coercitivas unilaterales que son ilegales, extraterritoriales y que afectan a muchos estados partes de esta convención tienen 3 efectos o 3 impactos en el patrimonio mundial, en su mantenimiento, en los estados partes que no pueden pagar vía transferencia y en la UNESCO, porque son activos de la organización y es la UNESCO quien debe, en este caso, proteger esas contribuciones que son activos de la organización y según las convenciones vigentes en la ley internacional no pueden ser tocadas por el sistema financiero internacional. Actualmente sucede que cuando un Estado parte que ha sido agredido a través de estas medidas que son ilegales, hace una transferencia a la organización, ese dinero es captado por el sistema financiero internacional y no llega a la UNESCO y tampoco se lo devuelven al Estado parte, sino que se lo apropian indebidamente los bancos del sistema financiero internacional. De manera que es urgente y nosotros, Presidenta, le solicitamos que su informe quede reflejado que es urgente que la UNESCO, que la organización, tome las medidas y analice los procedimientos que debe seguir para proteger sus contribuciones de estas medidas coercitivas unilaterales, ilegales. Por último, queremos recordar que además la Constitución de la UNESCO establece que los Estados miembros cuyos impagos se deban a condiciones que escapan de su propio control tienen una condición de protección especial. Sabiamente, esta organización ha protegido a los Estados miembros que son sujeto y objeto de estas agresiones que pretenden aislar a los Estados miembros, penalizar a la organización y además ocasionar daños en el patrimonio mundial. Así que le agradecemos, Presidenta, que deje esto en su informe, apoyando lo que hace algunos momentos dijo la distinguida delegación de Cuba. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your valuable comments. I now would like to give the floor to Nigeria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nigeria wishes to thank the Secretariat for the comprehensive report, as well as the accompanying information documents Info 8 and Info 5. The clarity of the analysis on the long-standing financial challenges facing the Convention is deeply appreciated. We note with concern the persistent financial strain highlighted in paragraph 3 and 7, particularly the widening gap between the Convention's increasing workload and the limited compulsory contributions available to the World Heritage Fund. We are especially struck by the finding in paragraph 5 that despite 12 years of efforts, key initiatives such as the marketplace mechanism and voluntary doubling of contributions have yielded only limited results. This reinforces the urgency of exploring more predictable and sustainable financial mechanisms. We also appreciate report's candid reflection on working methods, notably the recommendation referenced in paragraph 8 and 9, which invites us to consider the frequency, duration, and scope of statutory meetings. Nigeria agrees that improving efficiency must go hand in hand with exploring new financial models. Nigeria further acknowledges the valuable precedent set by the former ad hoc committee group, as highlighted in paragraph 12 and 15, which produce concrete, cost-neutral reforms. The model may indeed be instructive for future collective reflections. Madam Chair, Nigeria would like to raise two brief questions for clarification. First, with reference to paragraph 6, could the Secretariat elaborate on whether any updated feasibility assessments have been conducted regarding the optional protocol approach, especially in light of current geopolitical and economic realities? Secondly, concerning paragraph 7, does the Secretariat see emerging opportunities, perhaps through digital innovations or partnership with African or global South institutions that could support unrestricted extra-budgetary contributions without risking the commercialization of heritage sites? Finally, Nigeria reaffirms that safeguarding the shared heritage of humanity requires a collective, predictable, and equitable financing model. We stand ready to engage constructively in any follow-up mechanisms the General Assembly may decide upon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We will address the questions after Burkina Faso will have a word. Distinguished delegate, you have the...
Le Burkina Faso se félicite d'un point spécifiquement consacré à la durabilité financière du fonctionnement de la Convention du patrimoine mondial, s'inscrivant par ailleurs dans la théorie du changement portée par la stratégie révisée 2025-2035 de renforcement des capacités. La durabilité de la Convention ne peut être assurée si ses fonctions essentielles, telles que l'évaluation des propositions d'inscription, le suivi de l'état de conservation, l'appui au plan de gestion, la préparation des réunions des organes directeurs et la mise en œuvre de leurs décisions ne disposent pas de ressources prévisibles, souples et suffisantes. Les interrogations sur la viabilité financière du Fonds du patrimoine mondial et des fonctions essentielles de la Convention ne sont pas nouvelles. Depuis plus d'une quinzaine d'années, différentes pistes ont été explorées, encouragement au dédoublement des contributions obligatoires, contributions volontaires supplémentaires, mécanismes innovants de financement, soutien ciblé à des sites ou à des thématiques particulières. Ces démarches ont permis certains progrès, mais elles restent largement tributaires du volontariat et sont souvent fortement fléchées, ce qui limite leur capacité à répondre aux besoins structurels de la Convention. Le Burkina Faso remercie les États parties qui ont accru leurs contributions, mais reconnaît que la dépendance quasi exclusive aux contributions volontaires ne saurait garantir la stabilité et la pérennité à long terme de la mise en œuvre de la Convention. Excusez. Les contributions trop ciblées, bien qu'utiles pour certains projets ou sites, ne peuvent se substituer à un financement de base solide et durable des fonctions statutaires de la Convention. C'est pourquoi le Burkina Faso souhaite insister sur l'importance de contributions volontaires souples et de la nécessité de sources de financement innovants qui permettent au Centre du patrimoine mondial et aux organisations consultatives de s'acquitter de leur mandat de manière équilibrée au bénéfice de l'ensemble des régions. Ma délégation tient également à évoquer nos méthodes de travail. Dans un contexte de ressources limitées, les expériences menées dans d'autres conventions et les travaux de groupe ad hoc montrent qu'il est possible d'identifier des pistes de rationalisation et d'optimisation de la charge de travail des organes et du secrétariat sans remettre en cause les principes fondamentaux de la Convention. Par ailleurs, le Burkina Faso souhaite rappeler une préoccupation importante. Les communautés ont besoin de s'épanouir et de bénéficier de moyens de conservation et de préservation des biens. Cependant, la recherche de nouvelles sources de financement ne devrait pas conduire au risque de marchandisation dans des sites du patrimoine mondial, ni à leur utilisation à des fins purement commerciales ou touristiques. Le label patrimoine mondial est porteur de valeurs de mémoire et d'identité pour les communautés locales. Il doit être protégé de toute dérive qui en dénaturerait le sens. Les partenariats, le mécénat et les approches innovantes peuvent jouer un rôle positif à condition d'être encadrés par des principes clairs, respectueux de la souveraineté des États parties, des droits des communautés concernées, afin qu'elles puissent en tirer le juste et meilleur bénéfice. En conclusion, le Burkina Faso partage les préoccupations exprimées quant à l'insuffisance des ressources actuellement disponibles et soutient pleinement l'appel lancé aux États parties pour qu'ils renforcent leurs contributions obligatoires et, lorsqu'ils le peuvent, leurs contributions volontaires non fléchies. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comments. Now I would like to ask the Director of the World Heritage to answer the questions. Mr. Asomo, please.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. D'abord, je voudrais remercier les 18 États parties qui se sont exprimés et aussi qui se sont exprimés tous en soulignant la même chose, en exprimant leurs préoccupations sur ce souci de durabilité, non seulement du travail autour de la Convention, mais aussi du financement des activités liées à la mise en œuvre de la Convention du patrimoine mondial. Je pense qu'on est déjà arrivé à une étape où aujourd'hui, vous mesurez tous qu'il faut faire quelque chose. Something needs to be done. Et c'est un peu dans cet esprit que je vais essayer de répondre aux questions que vous avez posées. L'Inde a posé 3 questions, je pense. Donc, je sais que ce sont des questions qui sont importantes et nous avons déjà commencé à réfléchir sur certaines d'entre elles, notamment les mécanismes innovants sont une question qui sont revenus de façon récurrente dans beaucoup de vos discussions. Et souvent, quand c'est aussi revenu, ça soulignait aussi que dans ce travail-là, effectivement, il fallait, pour réfléchir sur ces questions aussi, non seulement des contributions de vous, les États parties, mais aussi de travailler avec des ressources additionnelles de personnes très spécialisées sur la question des mobilisations de ressources. Je crois qu'à ce stade-ci, cette question est restée de toute façon globale, n'est pas allée plus loin dans la réflexion des États parties, parce qu'il y a eu, évidemment, encore une fois, un souci de disponibilité de ressources pour aller un peu plus loin sur ces questions. Mais ce que je veux dire ici, c'est que le directeur général, dans son discours ce matin, a très clairement dit que ces questions doivent être reflétées et devront revenir certainement dans la feuille de route qu'il a souhaité que je lui prépare pour reprendre un peu en gros ces questions qui sont importantes, y compris aussi toute la question autour du brand optimization, pour reprendre un peu le terme que vous avez utilisé. Je pense que l'Inde a déjà partagé son point de vue sur ces questions. Il y a eu effectivement des discussions pendant le groupe de travail, et je crois que l'Inde a partagé ça dans le groupe ad hoc de travail il y a quelque temps, et nous allons continuer effectivement à discuter sur cette question aussi dans le cadre du travail aussi que nous préparons pour le directeur général. Maintenant, je sais qu'il y a aussi toujours cette question sur voir comment il est possible de décentraliser les évaluations, que ce soit les évaluations sur les états de conservation ou d'autres aspects. Bon, d'abord, c'est vrai, nous travaillons beaucoup avec nos bureaux hors siège, et ça, je crois que depuis que le sous-directeur général Ernesto Otón est arrivé, ça a été une chose à laquelle il s'est longuement attaché pour renforcer la coopération et le travail avec les bureaux hors siège, et ce travail continue. Mais nos collègues qui sont dans les bureaux hors siège, effectivement, travaillent sur toutes les questions transversales du secteur de la culture. Ils ne sont pas spécialisés uniquement sur les questions patrimoine mondial. Donc, mais nous continuons de travailler, mais cela ne veut pas... Il y a des questions ici qui sont liées aussi au processus, et nous allons continuer à travailler, mais pour le moment, nos ressources que nous avons au sein du patrimoine mondial ne nous permettent pas d'avoir des personnes supplémentaires pour le moment dans nos bureaux régionaux ou nos bureaux hors siège pour envisager ces questions. Mais c'est un point que nous prenons effectivement nous considérons très important, et nous allons nous atteler à continuer cette réflexion. Je pense que la question qui a été soulevée par la distinguée déléguée de la Palestine est une question aussi importante. D'abord, pour rappeler que sur la question des sanctions, ce sont des discussions qui avaient déjà eu en 2021 à l'Assemblée générale, et qu'à ce moment-là, quand nous en avions parlé, nous avons le cadre de cet article 16 est très précis, puisqu'il le définit. On ne peut pas le changer aujourd'hui, l'article 16. Aujourd'hui, enfin, je veux dire, ça va être un peu plus compliqué de le faire, mais quand nous avons parlé de cette question, il y a bien sûr l'inéligibilité comme sanction. Et ça, c'est au Comité du patrimoine mondial. Le fait de ne pas recevoir, par exemple, l'assistance internationale, ça aussi, c'est quelque chose d'important. Mais la perte de droit de vote lors des élections, ou par exemple l'impossibilité de soumettre des dossiers de proposition d'inscription, n'est pas prévue dans le cadre de la Convention. Je pense que je peux parler ici sous le contrôle du conseiller juridique. Et donc, il serait très difficile, par exemple, de réfléchir sur cette question et de voir son applicabilité. Et même la question de repousser l'examen des dossiers de proposition d'inscription quand les contributions ne sont pas à jour. Bon, peut-être ce serait faisable sans amender, par exemple, la Convention, mais comme déjà cette question avait été discutée en 2021, mettre en œuvre une telle mesure pourrait être très lourde, complexe, etc. Mais voilà, c'est des questions sur lesquelles peut-être vous voudriez peut-être parler, mais je vous donne juste le cadre pour comprendre la complexité et la difficulté, même politique, de pouvoir mettre en place de telles sanctions. Maintenant, je voudrais en venir aux questions qui ont été posées par la distinguée déléguée du Mexique. Et d'abord sur la question autour des ressources humaines supplémentaires. Je pense que c'est vrai que c'est une question réelle et aujourd'hui, la réalité est là, c'est celle qu'on vous a présentée. Mais je pense que les ressources humaines pour soutenir la recherche de financement, c'est une réalité, on n'en a pas, c'est vrai. Je pense que là, il y a une opportunité. Vous avez écouté le directeur général ce matin et nous allons travailler, et c'est ce que j'ai discuté avec le sous-directeur général, M. Otoné, nous allons travailler aussi puisque le directeur général s'est engagé à revoir toutes ces questions et il est resté aussi un peu pour vous écouter. Et je crois que nous allons revoir un peu tout cela ensemble pour voir toute cette logique et stratégie de renforcement des ressources du Centre du patrimoine mondial, comme il l'a lui-même dit très clairement. Maintenant, sur la question que vous avez aussi posée, notamment sur le point E par rapport aux services consultatifs en matière de conseil et de communication. Et je voudrais juste rappeler que moi, je n'étais pas encore au centre j'étais encore au Mali, mais je sais que mes collègues du Centre du patrimoine mondial à l'époque, et ma prédécesseur, Mechtil Rossler et autres, avaient envoyé plusieurs lettres circulaires aux États parties pour demander la mise à disposition de ce personnel supplémentaire. Il n'y en a pas eu. Il y a peut-être l'occasion, peut-être de relancer ces lettres circulaires pour demander ces conseils. Et c'est pour ça que nous avons arrêté d'envoyer ces lettres-là. Mais si c'est quelque chose qui fera aussi partie de la réflexion globale que nous allons mener. Maintenant, sur les deux questions qui ont été posées par la distinguée déléguée du Nigeria, Si je me souviens très bien, la question de est-ce qu'il y a une étude de faisabilité par rapport à cette référence au paragraphe 6 du document sur le caractère obligatoire ou la question du protocole optionnel. C'est vrai que nous n'avons pas mené d'étude de faisabilité, parce qu'après, on ne mène une étude de faisabilité aussi qu'après, quand il y a vraiment une option qui a été demandée, une décision qui a été prise. Donc, on n'a pas mené une étude de faisabilité à ce stade sur ce protocole. L'information que vous avez, c'est exactement ce que nous avons mis au paragraphe 6, qui est effectivement de vous montrer que pour qu'il y ait cette augmentation de contribution, c'est ça. La seule solution pour les contributions à caractère obligatoire serait ce protocole optionnel. Le conseiller juridique, si vous souhaitez, s'il le souhaite, peut vous en dire un peu plus là-dessus. Mais moi, je voudrais juste vous dire que c'est ce que nous avons constaté et observé et conclu ensemble avec notre conseil. Donc, sur ce côté-là, voilà, c'est ce que je peux dire. Et vous avez aussi évoqué les partenariats avec le Sud global. Bien sûr, c'est ce que nous demandons. Nous voulons plus de partenariats et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, ce sont des choses sur lesquelles et des opportunités sur lesquelles nous allons travailler. Et je crois que l'idée ici, c'est peut-être pas simplement que ce soit peut-être le Centre du patrimoine mondial qui parte à la recherche de ces partenaires, mais aussi que vous nous les ameniez, puisque c'est vous qui êtes les premiers garants de la mise en œuvre de la Convention du patrimoine mondial. Donc, s'il vous plaît, ramenez-nous des partenaires avec qui vous souhaitez que nous travaillions. Vous pensez qu'ils pourraient être très utiles pour renforcer le travail de la Convention du patrimoine mondial. Et enfin, je voudrais vraiment encore une fois dire que j'ai vu que beaucoup de pays ont compris un peu le sens de la proposition qui a été faite par la Belgique. Mais cette proposition, j'ai compris très bien qu'elle est basée sur les options que nous avons déjà identifiées, sur les scénarios que nous avons déjà identifiés, mais peut-être de se dire à partir de ce moment-là, qu'est-ce que nous faisons avec tout cela? Et je remercie la Belgique d'avoir offert d'accueillir à la fois une réunion d'experts et aussi de financer une telle étude que nous pourrions mener. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je crois que je n'ai pas oublié de questions. Merci.
Thank you very much. As I see no more questions and comments, I now invite you to adopt the draft resolution 25GA8. But before doing so, I would like to ask Rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft resolution proposed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have received amendments from Belgium, Russia, and Palestine. I will switch in French if you allow me. La Belgique propose la suppression des paragraphes initiaux 9, 10 et l'ajout de 4 nouveaux paragraphes. Pour sa part, la Russie propose l'ajout du nouveau paragraphe 3 au projet de résolution, de même que l'État de Palestine qui a ajouté de nouveaux paragraphes 5 et 6. Madame la Présidente, je me permets de faire lecture à l'honorable Assemblée des différents amendements reçus. Alors, en ce qui concerne l'amendement apporté par la Fédération de Russie portant sur le paragraphe 3, alors, rappelons que le paiement des contributions obligatoires et volontaires mises en recouvrement est, selon l'article 16 de la Convention du patrimoine mondial, une obligation qui incombe à tous les États parties ayant ratifié la Convention, appelle tous les États parties qui n'ont pas encore réglé leurs contributions mises en recouvrement, y compris les contributions volontaires, conformément à l'article 16.2 de la Convention, à s'assurer du règlement de leurs contributions le plus tôt possible. Alors maintenant, nous allons passer à l'amendement proposé par l'État de Palestine. Alors, le paragraphe 5 invite le secrétariat à élaborer une stratégie de financement prospective afin d'assurer la viabilité du fonds, notamment en engageant une coopération à long terme avec tous les partenaires concernés, y compris du secteur privé, et à présenter ses conclusions préliminaires à la 48e session du comité. Nouveau paragraphe 6 demande au Centre du patrimoine mondial d'envisager de reporter l'examen des propositions d'inscription présentées par des États parties non contributeurs à la session suivante du comité si la session en cours a déjà atteint sa capacité maximale d'examen. Alors, en ce qui concerne la Belgique, après avoir proposé la suppression des paragraphes 9 et 10, elle a ajouté 4 nouveaux paragraphes. Il s'agit du nouveau paragraphe 10. Par conséquent, invite les États parties à prendre l'initiative de convoquer des réunions d'experts sur les questions susmentionnées en vue de soumettre les résultats de ces réunions pour examen et adoption par l'Assemblée générale à sa 26e session en 2027. Le nouveau paragraphe 11 proposé par la Belgique, afin d'assister chacune de ces réunions d'experts, invite le Centre du patrimoine mondial, avec l'assistance des organisations consultatives, à produire des documents de travail pertinents et à participer aux réunions d'experts. Nouveau paragraphe 12, considérant les mesures à moyen et long terme présentées dans la feuille de route pour la viabilité financière du Fonds du patrimoine mondial, demande au Centre du patrimoine mondial, en coopération avec le Bureau du Conseil juridique de l'UNESCO, d'entreprendre une étude complète des différents scénarios pour augmenter les contributions au Fonds du patrimoine mondial d'une manière durable et structurelle, y compris les scénarios précédemment exclus, en énumérant clairement pour chacun des scénarios les avantages et les inconvénients dans une perspective actuelle d'ici la 48e session du Comité du patrimoine mondial. Le nouveau paragraphe 13, et c'est le dernier proposé par la Belgique, appelle les États parties à fournir un financement extra-budgétaire pour la préparation et, le cas échéant, l'organisation des réunions d'experts susmentionnées, et pour que le Centre du patrimoine mondial et l'UNESCO réalisent l'étude sur l'augmentation des contributions au Fonds du patrimoine mondial d'une manière durable et structurelle. Je vous remercie.
Yeah, I can.
The Netherlands.
I would like to give a floor to distinguished delegate of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sorry to not have sending in an amendment because we have a really small amendment to paragraph 2. And because it's so small, I would like to read it from the floor, if that's possible. After the line of the state of conservation of inscribed properties, comma, I would like to add the processing and the evaluation of the nomination. So we would like to add the wording, the processing, and because it's not only about the evaluation, but also how the center should handle them.
Thank you. I see no amendments on the paragraph 1, 4 to 9. So if everyone agree, can we? Okay, let us proceed with paragraph by paragraph. Can the Secretariat put the paragraph 1 on the screen? As I see no amendments, can we adopt the paragraph 1? Any objections? And I see no objections. Adopted. We move to paragraph 2. So I see no objections. Adopted. Now we move to paragraph 3. I would like to give a floor to Venezuela.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Entendemos la propuesta que hace la distinguida Federación de Rusia, que va planteada con la explicación que nos daba también la hermana delegación de Palestina. Pero tenemos aquí nosotros una observación y tiene que ver con que, hay estados cuya falta de pago de sus contribuciones obligatorias y voluntarias se debe a circunstancias ajenas a su control. Eso está establecido en la Constitución de esta organización. Y en ese caso, las circunstancias, de afectación que, como dije, tienen impacto, 3 impactos evidentes en el caso de esta convención, que es en el mismo patrimonio, en los estados parte y en la UNESCO, deben conservar plenamente sus derechos como una medida de protección que sabiamente esta organización ha planteado. Y entonces, en ese sentido, nosotros quisiéramos agregar, yo le voy a pedir a mi colega de la delegación de Cuba, que hemos estado viendo este párrafo con atención, a que en este sentido pues me asista para nosotros plantear lo que creemos en este párrafo podría incorporar esa preocupación y además ese alcance que la constitución de esta organización tiene en ese sentido.
Distinguished delegate, can I ask you where exactly you would like to put the amendment?
Sí, después de estas partes, colocaríamos allí coma, excepto en el caso de aquellos que no pueden pagar como resultado a circunstancias que están fuera de su control. Tal y como lo establece la Constitución de esta organización. Muchas gracias.
To respond to this, I would like to give a floor to the legal advisor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, good afternoon already to you and to all members of the committee, of the General Assembly, my apologies. Madam Chair, in commentary to this point, I would like to make the point that the Article 16 of the World Heritage Convention does not contain the exception that is contained in the Convention, in the Constitution of UNESCO, by which the non-payment due to reasons outside the control of the member state be considered as a justification for the non-payment and therefore as an exception to the application of sanctions. Article 16, paragraph 6, paragraph 5, sorry, does not contain that exception, and therefore it is not applicable to this convention. In that regard, the Constitution of UNESCO cannot be extended to this convention for the pure and simple reason that it concerns a different kind of budget and a different kind of sanction. Having said that, Madam Chair, I do take note of the fact that the proposal of amendment that has been made by the distinguished delegate of Venezuela does not concern the first part of the paragraph, but the second part of the paragraph. In other words, it doesn't affect the first part in which the recalling that the payment of assessed contributions is an obligation incumbent on all states. It's not qualifying that statement, which remains correct in terms of Article 16 of the World Heritage Convention, but it actually concerns the second part in which this General Assembly would be calling these states parties to do so and would have an exception. So what you would be doing is deciding, despite the fact that the convention does not contain that limitation, you would be only calling upon those states that that have not paid for reasons that are other than those resulting from circumstances outside their control to be doing so. That's something you can decide to do. Of course, the difference is that at the General Conference of UNESCO, there's a mechanism to ascertain whether a member state has or not been unable to pay its contributions due to circumstances outside their control, which you don't have here. So you're actually making an exception, the actual extent of which is at least unclear to me and is not to be fixed on objective terms. Having said that, once again, Madam Chair, what is important from the legal point of view is that the exception contained in the Constitution of UNESCO is not applicable to Article 16, paragraph 5 of this convention. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, considering the time, I will now have to adjourn our meeting for the lunch. I also want to remind you that the World Heritage Committee members of the 20th extraordinary session of the committee will be held today from 2 to 3 p.m. in the room 10, which is the room of the Executive Board, to finalize the election of the Bureau of the 48th session of the World Heritage Committee. We will resume the work at 3 p.m. with examination of the draft resolution 25GA8. Thank you.
May I ask you to take your seat, Your Excellencies, and dear delegates. Can I ask the colleagues to close the door, please? Your Excellencies, can I invite you to take your seat, please? Okay, I think we can start.
Dear colleagues, let us resume the session. Item 8 and paragraph 3. We have heard the other interventions from the Venezuela. So, dear colleagues, can we consider the General Assembly adopt the paragraph 3 as amended by the country Russia and Venezuela? Is there any objections? But before doing so, I would like to give a floor to our rapporteur, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. C'est juste pour attirer l'attention de l'honorable Assemblée que nous avons reçu un nouveau paragraphe, un amendement de la part de Saint-Vincent et Grenadines. Il s'agit du paragraphe suivant qui porte le numéro 8, rappelant la décision 46-5A, New Delhi 2024, paragraphe 11, dans laquelle le comité a invité le directeur général à renforcer le centre du patrimoine mondial, notamment lui allouant davantage de ressources financières et humaines de l'UNESCO et en soutenant ses activités de collecte de fonds auprès du secteur privé, de la société civile, des fonds et des institutions multilatéraux, conformément aux règles et règlements financiers de l'UNESCO. Je vous remercie.
Can we go back to the paragraph 3, please? Is there any intervention on this paragraph? I would like to give a floor to the director of the World Heritage Committee, to the director.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I just wanted to seek clarification from the General Assembly because on this paragraph, as you can see, there is still an aspect to be clarified. And I don't think the General Assembly and the state parties have clarified this following the intervention made by the legal advice, the legal advisor. So I just want a clarification because there were two issues, and for practicality and for us, we are not quite clear what you really want to say here. So thank you very much.
Distinguished delegate of Chile, the floor is yours.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Por lo que entendí de la intervención del Legal Advisor, lamentablemente no es posible mencionar o hacer referencia a la Convención de la UNESCO en cuanto no es compatible la relación entre la Convención para estos aspectos y la Constitución de la UNESCO y la Convención, ¿no? Entonces, si eso es así, entiendo que debiésemos volver a la redacción original de la propuesta de la Federación de Rusia. ¿Eso es correcto? Quisiera preguntar.
Distinguished delegate of Oman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I've understood from the legal advisor is that it does not contradict the second part. So we could remove the reference to the Constitution because indeed it's not relevant here, but mentioning the countries that did not pay for reasons beyond their control can still remain in that second part because we are just calling upon them. We are recalling Article 16, but then we are calling upon state parties, and we can do that as a General Assembly. This is my understanding from what the legal advisor said. Thank you.
Yes, but what he explained also is that at the difference of the General Conference, we don't have any instrument to assess what are the reasons, les circonstances outside of their control. So either this assembly take the decision to apply in the same way that the General Conference does, but if I understand, there is a meeting that decides this. So here, who will decide? The Secretariat will not decide. It's not up to us to decide. So that's something that should be clarified, no? In my sense.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Sure, you have the floor, yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So yes, to clarify and actually confirm the understanding that both the distinguished delegate from Chile and of Oman have said, indeed, let me be clear about one thing. The rule that is contained in the Constitution of UNESCO is not applicable to the 1972 Convention. Full stop, that's clear. It's for other purposes, for better or worse. Article 16, paragraph 5 of this convention, which could have had this provision, does not have that provision. So in that regard, it would not be advisable to, in my view, to make any reference to the Constitution of UNESCO in this context. Having said this, while it would be incorrect to state that the obligation to pay contributions is under the proviso of this being within your control, nothing precludes this General Assembly to call for not all states parties, but only a part of the states parties, those you consider fit, to make that, to abide by their obligations. I would just draw your attention to two aspects, which I believe you are fully in a position to decide, but I believe you should be aware of that, is that, of course, by appealing to certain countries and not to others, you are actually not reflecting the overall provision of the convention, which says that everyone needs to pay. I mean, it's as clear as that. So if you decide to make an appeal for only certain countries, you're actually diverging from what the convention actually says. You may decide that there are other reasons that come into place here. And the second thing is that indeed the terminology states parties that are unable to make the payment as a result of circumstances outside their control in the UNESCO Constitution has a very clear meaning, because it is as determined by the General Conference of UNESCO, not because you said so. The General Conference of UNESCO has a very, very clear mechanism with a working group that was chaired by the distinguished ambassador from Poland this year that reviewed requests for exception, and then it went to the APX Commission, and then it was decided by the General Conference. All that mechanism does not exist here, and as such, your call upon certain states parties to abide by their obligations, except certain others, is a terminology that doesn't refer to an objective fact in the same way that it is with the UNESCO constitution. But once again, if you can live with that ambiguity and you can accept that each state will be their own judge of whether this is within or outside the circumstances of their control, that's something you may decide to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Venezuela, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta. Yo había pedido la palabra desde el principio porque fuimos nosotros los que trajimos a esta Asamblea esta preocupación, porque es la realidad. Hace rato el ADG de Cultura decía en un acto de desprendimiento y valentía que él no le importaba, pero que él iba a decir una serie de asuntos que afectan al desenvolvimiento y la sustentabilidad y la sostenibilidad de esta convención. Asimismo, yo, en nombre de no solamente de Venezuela, sino de una serie de estados parte de esta convención que tienen la misma situación, voy a hacer nuevamente y voy a traer a la sala la realidad. La realidad es que el artículo 16 establece que las contribuciones voluntarias tienen como propósito garantizar la financiación solidaria del sistema. La Convención no prevé pérdida de derechos sustantivos por impago. Luego, instar categóricamente a todos los estados parte a pagar sin tomar en cuenta las circunstancias ajenas al control de los estados afectados, además de ser una negación absolutamente esquizofrénica de la realidad, resulta una contradicción con las prácticas de esta convención, porque hay excepciones que otros estados partes han tenido y también tenemos nosotros. Nosotros en este momento tenemos patrimonios mundiales que están siendo asistidos por esta Asamblea, por el Fondo, para poder salvaguardarlos y protegerlos, entre otras cosas, del impacto de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales. De manera que no estamos siendo entonces coherentes con las políticas que hemos venido implementando desde esta misma convención para la protección del patrimonio mundial, que como sabemos no es, ya deja de ser de Venezuela para ser de todos nosotros. Es un patrimonio mundial que está en nuestro país. De manera que, siendo así, esta convención no contempla sanciones sustantivas por impago, pero tampoco este comité nunca ha adoptado medidas que limitan los derechos derivados de la convención por razones imputables a factores externos. De manera que estamos ante una, tradición, además de lo que ya dijimos que es el fundamento legal. De manera que si nosotros consideramos que debemos instar a los Estados miembros, tenemos que tener, en este caso los Estados partes, debemos tener claro que existen circunstancias que ha venido reconociendo esta Asamblea, y de lo que trata en este caso es que si nosotros vamos a colocar este llamado, que bien decía el consultor jurídico que tiene que ser a todos, pues tiene que ser realista, es decir, es a todos, pero aquí hay del conocimiento pleno de esta Asamblea que hay estados partes que no tienen la posibilidad de pagar vía transferencia bancaria porque queda atrapado el dinero en esa transferencia. No le queda el dinero a la UNESCO y no nos los devuelven a nosotros. Para nosotros poder plantear, señora Presidenta, alternativas de pago a esta convención, tenemos que comenzar por reconocer que hay una circunstancia o una situación extraordinaria que excede del control de un Estado parte para podernos sentar con ese Estado parte y plantear pagos alternativos. Nosotros queremos pagar. La única manera de plantearnos pagos que impliquen excepciones o alternativas o mecanismos alternativos es que se reconozca que hay esta situación. Entonces, como la idea es avanzar y nosotros no queremos bloquear el debate que se viene desarrollando, entendemos la explicación que dio el consultor jurídico, entendemos que no habría problema que pues se tenga en cuenta que hay estados partes, que la Conferencia General ha reconocido que tienen esas circunstancias y que la Conferencia General tiene que ver con esta organización, a menos de que pues haya ocurrido algo que haya cambiado esa circunstancia. No podemos separar una cosa de la otra. Siendo así, nosotros solicitamos que la Presidenta coloque en su informe de manera detallada que, si bien es cierto que hay que instar a los Estados miembros a que paguen, a que cumplan como debe ser con las contribuciones, tendremos en consideración que existen situaciones que se salen del control de los Estados partes y que esas circunstancias serán tomadas en consideración. Muchas gracias.
There is a point of order from Czech Republic.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Now it's a bit after the issue, but I would propose that we use the timer because it's not possible. We still have a lot of work ahead of us, and we have just heard the intervention of 5 minutes, which we understand since the first minute, so it's not possible to continue like that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. We just asked for the timer to be reinstated. Thank you. I would like to give a floor to Russian Federation. You asked before. Okay. Belgium, yeah.
Спасибо большое, господин председатель. Просто, видимо, здесь какое-то недопонимание возникло. Во-первых, заметка. Мне кажется, что Оман в своем выступлении не предлагал удалить поправку Венесуэлы, как это отражено на экране, а предлагал передвинуть ее в конец этого параграфа. И насколько я поняла, я хотела бы переспросить уважаемую коллегу из Венесуэлы, правильно ли я поняла, что Венесуэла готова ради консенсуса отозвать свою поправку, при том понимании, что ее выступление будет подробно и адекватно отражено в отчете председателя. Спасибо большое.
Distinguished delegate of Venezuela, could you respond to this comment?
Sí, Presidenta. Primero quiero aclarar que aquí no había límite con respecto al tiempo. El límite se agregó después. Y además, en una especial descortesía con respecto a uno de los Estados miembros que no ha hablado en toda la reunión, sino en este momento, porque el tema que me ocupa tiene que ver con mi pueblo y con mi país. Así que yo pido respeto nuevamente para mi país, para mi pueblo y para mi estado parte, que es Venezuela. De manera que en ese sentido sí, nosotros retiramos la enmienda y le solicitamos que usted en su informe, Presidenta, coloque las circunstancias que estamos señalando nosotros acá. Y creo que todavía me queda tiempo y podría seguir hablando hasta llegar a los 2 minutos, pero no es mi idea. Mi idea es dejar claro lo que mi país necesita, lo que mi país, Estado parte de esta convención, tiene el derecho a decir. Muchas gracias.
I can see now that we have reached the consensus. Is there any objections? If there are none, we can adopt the paragraph. Thank you. There is no amendments from paragraph 4 to 9. Is there any objections?
There is all this. It's only the 4. Only the 4.
No, there are new paragraph 4.
Is there any objections with the paragraph 4? I see none, so it is adopted. Let's now move to the paragraph 5. Yeah. I would like to give the floor to San Vincent Grenadine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think before the amendments proposed by the State of Palestine, we should put all the paragraphs after recalling decisions. It's better because the paragraphs of State of Palestine are operational, and we prefer to put all the recalls before. So recalls decision 40-15, the paragraph I propose recalling decision 46-5A and decision 46-11. And then we go to the paragraphs proposed by the State of Palestine. Thank you.
Can we adopt the paragraph 5? Is there any objections? I see none, so it is adopted. Now let's revise the paragraph 6. Is there any objections? I see none. Adopted. Now we're revising the paragraph 7. Is there any objections? I see none, so it is adopted. Now we're revising the paragraph 8. Distinguished Delegate of Palestine, you wanted the word?
Yes, thank you so much. After some considerations and a small talk with the legal advisor, I just need to make a small changes to a paragraph. We're doing 8, sorry. It's to paragraph 9, I'm doing it. Can I go to paragraph 9 or should I wait? Sorry. I'm too much.
Yeah, give your comments, please.
Okay, sure. So, sorry, I lost my paragraph. So, I would like to say to keep request, but not the word. I request the committee, if the typer, I will go slowly. Request the committee to include as by paragraph 61 of the operational guideline the following additional priority. Which is, and then I think it is there, to consider postponing the examination of the nominations submitted by non-paying states party to the following session of the committee, and then the rest of the sentence. Apparently, the paragraph 61 have about 10, 15 priorities, and we would like to add this as a priority to them. Thank you.
Now I'd like to give the floor to the legal advisor to address this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, I cannot comment on the advisability of political or otherwise of what lies behind the proposal. I can only provide some elements on the legal aspects. The first thing is, first and foremost, is to recall that the World Heritage Committee is not under the convention, under the General Assembly. The World Heritage Committee has, under the convention, its own prerogatives which are proper to the committee and on which the Assembly does not have any function. In this regard, you should take away from your minds the structure that you have in, for example, at UNESCO in the relationship between the General Conference and the Executive Board, where the Executive Board exercises a number of functions under the control and supervision of the General Conference. That's not at all the case here. So in this convention, the committee has the sole prerogative to determine which items and in what manner, which sites and in what manner shall be included in the list of the World Heritage list. So in that context, my perception, but I remain in your hands as to the explanation on this, is that a request to the World Heritage Committee might be perceived as being the Assembly encroaching upon a prerogative of the committee. The Assembly might invite the committee to consider including or to consider means to address the problem, but a request to include this is in any event cannot be considered as an obligation imposed on the committee. Now, the other element I don't understand is that paragraph 61, indeed, of course, has a list of priorities, but does this mean that because the priorities there, when one reads 61, it says, what is the order of priorities that shall be applied in cases of 35 combinations is exceeded, and all the priorities that are there are, if I may say, positive priorities, things that should be included in rather than be excluded from. But I would defer to the director of the World Heritage Committee to explain exactly what is the meaning of this paragraph 61C. But I do, subject to his confirmation, I do believe that this would be the only priority that would be a negative priority, a priority to postpone rather than a priority to include. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a bit confused because I thought we were discussing new paragraph 8. Is that correct? Or are we now going first to discuss new para 9? Because I have a comment on para 8.
We will go back to 8. There was a point about the 9th paragraph, yes.
Yes, okay. Yeah, I was just wondering, because of course I think we all are in need of a strategy on the funds, but the new proposed paragraph by St. Vincent and the Grenadines recalled already a decision where we asked for such work to be carried out, and we also heard the DG this morning that they requested the director of the World Heritage Center already to present a plan. So I was wondering if we do not duplicate things that are already set in motion at this moment, especially considering the fact that there's hardly any budget for staff to carry out this work. So I was just wondering if the distinguished delegate of Palestine could reflect on this, because I see the need for this, but I feel there is quite an overlap in the activities carried out already. Thank you.
Distinguished Delegate of Israel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first time that I take the floor, so I congratulate you on your position as the chair of the conference, and also the Secretariat for your hard work that you've been doing. Just to reflect on the proposition of Palestine on Article 9, I would claim 3 points I think that are very important. One is obvious that there is a political intention here behind the Palestinian suggestion, but it doesn't exclude only us. We know that we owe a big amount of money to the convention, to the Heritage Center, and we are working, my delegation at least, we're working very hard in order to make sure that the payments are retrieved in the
Excuse me, there is a point of order.
Excuse me?
There is a point of order
Yes,
from
sorry,
the Netherlands.
I'm really sorry. I thought we were discussing paragraph 8 now. And now we are going
Well,
back
we moved from paragraph 8 to paragraph 9, and now we would really like to come back to the paragraph 8 to adopt it and then to move forward.
Can I continue, Madam Chair? Can I go on with my intervention?
We will give you the floor to when it comes to the paragraph 9. We have to adopt the paragraph 8.
Paragraph 9, sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
So
But we're in the 8 now.
My first remark has to do with the fact that we are in a depth of quite a big amount of money, and we're working very hard in order to make sure that the payment is being made. This is the first point. The second point is that you cannot exclude only 1 or 2 or 3 even countries that are in debts. There are 61 of those, and therefore I don't believe that 61 states will agree to paragraph 9 which is a clear sanction. And I would like to hear the legal advisor speaking about how is it possible that we even deliberate on a possible sanction about so many states that are in debts or are going to be in debts in the future.
Distinguished delegate of Israel, we have to continue with the point, with the paragraph 8. So we have a point of order. So once we finish with paragraph 8, we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Oh, I thought that we are already at paragraph 9.
No, we have not adopted the paragraph 8 just yet.
Okay, so I'll take the floor later. Thank you.
Distinguished delegate of Czech Republic, is your comments on the paragraph 8?
Yes, indeed, it is.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. It's on the paragraph 8, and in fact, it goes in the same line as the intervention of the Kingdom of Netherlands. I was also wondering, because we have already adopted the para 6, that goes a bit in the same direction. I am aware that the objective is not the very same, but I would also recall to distinguished member states that due to the financial situation of the organization, the spring executive board will have on the agenda the expenditure plan. And I really think that if we decide to request from the Secretariat the funding strategy, they would need the elements of the decision of the executive board. And so I would kindly ask you to consider whether, if we decide to go with the funding strategy, it should be in later stage when we have the decision about the details of the budget. Thank you very much.
Distinguished delegate of Palestine, do you agree?
Actually, I have another answer first, and then I will get to what my colleague said. Madam President, first of all, I must firmly reject the allegation made by the delegation of Israel that Palestine is politicizing this assembly. The only real politicization we are witnessing is the systematic attempt by Israel as the occupying power to turn cultural heritage and world heritage procedures into tools of territorial control. And this is what I need to say here today. There have been so many, as so many others said, there are 61 countries who did not pay, and I'm not accusing Israel.
Distinguished delegate of Palestine, with all the respect, we have to finish the paragraph 8.
I have the right to respond, and this was my right to respond to the delegate of Israel. Thank you.
On the point, is there any objections? To withdraw the amendments?
Can I please see the amendment from St. Vincent and the Grenadine before I withdraw this one? Thank you.
Can we put it on the screen, please?
Can we please try to merge both? Can I ask the Secretariat please to merge number 6 and number 8 together, because some language is not completely, or just put,
I would like to give a word to the legal advisor.
Put number 6 and 8 together, please. Thank you.
The question will be addressed by the director of the...
Thank you very much. No, this is just to clarify that in the process, the chairperson has already adopted paragraph 6. So it will be, merging them will mean to reopen this adopted paragraph, just for the distinguished delegate of Palestine. And here, the question or the remark by the distinguished delegate of Czechia and the Netherlands was to say that if you would consider that, considering already that paragraph 6, this new paragraph 6 has been adopted, recalling decision 46.5a, and everything including supporting fundraising activities covers already what you have proposed, so no need to keep paragraph 8 in this case. So the question was if you would agree and then to drop your proposal to add a paragraph 8. Thank you.
Distinguished delegate of Palestine, do you agree?
No, not really. I think that there are some things in paragraph 8 that are not really mentioned in paragraph 6 that was recalled. And recalling it is not inviting them again. You can invite the Secretariat again to develop the forward funding. It's not the same language. There's things that are not completely the same. So I'm still trying to figure out, I know opening the paragraph 6, I don't know if the conseiller juridique can have an exception to reopen it and merge them together. I just feel that, can you please put back the paragraph 8? Maybe I invite somebody else to take the floor on this one who can help out with the legal aspect.
Thank you. I would like to give a word to the ADG, Ernesto Ottoni.
Yes, I will speak en español. Voy a hablar en lo programático y después el legal advisor va a hablar en lo legal. A ver, varias cosas para que no haya confusión. Efectivamente, la honorable delegada de San Vicente y la Grenadina nos recordó una decisión que se acaba de tomar hace un par de semanas y que tiene que ver con una discusión que ustedes van a tener que enfrentar en el Consejo Ejecutivo, o sea, los miembros que son del Consejo Ejecutivo, con el mandato que le dio la Conferencia General, para que veamos el tema del presupuesto y del presupuesto si es que tenemos que sacar el 22%. Por lo tanto, cualquier decisión que ustedes tomen tiene que ser en línea para que digamos un poco que no seamos todos bipolares, como se mencionó, que tenemos que seguir las decisiones de las grandes decisiones en la UNESCO para que podamos resolver los temas que nos enfrentamos en este comité. Por lo tanto, si ustedes prejuician de cómo hacerlo o pedirle al secretariado hacerlo, primero, si nos piden hacer esto para la 48, les puedo asegurar hoy que no lo van a tener, pues no tenemos los recursos para hacerlo, es tan simple como eso. Acuérdense que los primeros 4 meses no tenemos los recursos de funcionamiento, tenemos recursos para pagar sueldo, por lo tanto no lo tenemos si es que un Estado parte no lo financia, es tan simple como eso. Por lo tanto, no pidan lo imposible, hay otra decisión que está pidiendo Bélgica que también nos piden para la sesión 48. Les recuerdo que la sesión 48 en Corea del Sur es en julio. Y el secretariado, el mismo secretariado que ustedes ven, tiene que estar revisando no solamente las nuevas inscripciones, que ustedes me van a decir, pero lo hacen algunos nomás. No, todos trabajamos. Preparar todos los documentos que pidieron para el comité, que son muchos documentos, este es el comité que tiene más documentos presentados, y además hacer todo el trabajo de los 100, ¿cuántos son? 98 SOC que tenemos que revisar. Por lo tanto, seamos realistas. O sea, si quieren que hagamos algo bien, hagámoslo bien, pero hagámoslo con las decisiones tomadas. Y además les recuerdo que la estrategia que se había aprobado sigue en curso del 2026 al 2029. Por lo tanto, nos están diciendo, interrumpan lo que estaban haciendo, que fue el comité que nos pidió hacerlo, interrúmpanlo, propongan otra cosa. Entonces, no, pues seamos un poquito más serios en el sentido de tratemos que las decisiones que se van tomando en los comités tengan alguna secuencia con respecto a lo que se va pidiendo en la Asamblea. Si no, la verdad es que nos vamos a volver más locos de lo que ya estamos. Muchas gracias. Perdón.
If I may, Madam Chair, just to clarify the situation in the matter much less interesting of the conduct of business, I would say you need to distinguish two things: the procedural issue and the substantive issue. On the procedural issue, as you rightly pointed out, paragraph 6 has already been adopted. You are proceeding on a paragraph by paragraph adoption of the decision. You have already adopted paragraph 6. In the usual conduct of business, once you have adopted a paragraph, you don't come back to it. Having said that, you may also decide to reopen a paragraph. It has happened in the past. You may decide to reopen the paragraph if you see it fit. But I do recall that paragraph 6, as proposed by St. Vincent and the Grenadines, was already adopted. It would require a decision of the committee to reopen that paragraph in order to include certain things. The second aspect is a substantive aspect and that is a different one, whether paragraph 6 encompasses in part or in whole what is in paragraph 8. That is a matter that is up to you to decide, and that's a substantive matter on which I would not give legal advice. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Yeah, distinguished delegate of Palestine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. After the explanation of the legal advisor and Mr. ADG Culture and everyone, I accept to withdraw the paragraph 8 from this, from the draft. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Now we will move to the paragraph 9. Yeah. Can see Venezuela or Israel? Yeah. Distinguished delegate of Israel, please, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair, and appreciate your patience. And so I go back to the legal advisor's words just a few minutes ago regarding the relationship between the Constitution and the Convention and the provisions that are encompassing the Convention, which is what is relevant today. So without politicizing the discussion, we're not intending to politicize anything, just to say that we don't believe that 61 states that are in debt to the Heritage Center are willing to accept any actual sanction. But I think that everybody should oppose to any future sanction, and this article talks about a sanction, actually. We don't believe that there is any sanction, but as stated in the Convention, the non-eligibility of a member state that is in debt. That is the only sanction that we understand from the Convention which prevails, actually. And the second remark, which is the most important one, the substantive one, is that we believe that paralyzing the nomination submitted by any states, parties to the Convention, would hinder actually what we are doing here, will hinder actually the purpose of the Convention and the whole idea of world heritage. We talk about world heritage, not a state heritage. I think that each state has its own heritage commissions and heritage systems. Here we talk about world heritage, and therefore there is no whatsoever reason to undermine the whole idea, the conceptuality of the Convention, which is to recognize World Heritage sites without any condition, just to acknowledge the humanity interest in those heritage sites. So I suggest that this article be removed of the protocol. Thank you.
Distinguished delegate of Venezuela, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta. Nosotros quisiéramos, para poder estar de acuerdo con lo propuesto, entendiendo además que no todos los estados que deben tienen la misma situación y la misma condición, porque incluso estados, partes que deben, impiden que otros paguen, que es lo más terrible de la situación. Nosotros quisiéramos agregar, después de estados partes, excepto, sería coma, después de estados partes, no sé si, excepto en casos donde los impagos resulten de circunstancias que están fuera del control de los estados en cuestión. Gracias.
Thank you. Is there any other comments? Distinguished Delegate of Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. If I understood correctly from the legal advisor during the previous point, it will be quite difficult for us as an assembly to determine when there are circumstances beyond a member state's control. I think the explanation that the distinguished delegate of Venezuela is giving us is very clear, but we don't have like a legal or nomination committee under this convention to judge this for all the member states, because that's only under the General Conference. So I would have the same question here again for the legal advisor. How can we implement this? Because I feel it's not possible with the provisions under the General Assembly. Thank you.
Palestine, please.
Yes, probably we'll do some changes, like invite the committee to consider including requests to include as per paragraph 61. So we don't request the committee, so we just say invites the committee to consider, it's much lighter, including requests as per paragraph 61 of this additional priorities. I don't know if it's English-wise, it makes sense. I mean, the idea is really to have the committee not focus on more than 35 nominations a year, if that is possible, as I have tried to explain earlier.
We have the point of order. India, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to follow the discussions. One particular member state made a comment that we do not have a provisions like the legal committee or the nominations committee to evaluate the implementation, and that is an excellent observation. We do not have a legal and nomination committee, and then the member state sought the view of the legal advisor, and we are all waiting for you to give the floor to the legal advisor so that that particular point can be clarified. If not, then the very purpose of discussion gets undermined. So we would request clarification on that very important point. Does the World Heritage Committee or its General Assembly have a nominations or a legal committee to adjudicate whether the conditions of this para 9, can they be implemented, yes or no? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And therefore, I give the word to the legal advisor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm having a déjà vu moment because, as a matter of fact, this discussion almost word by word has already happened in 2019 in this General Assembly with an amendment that had been proposed at the time to a similar resolution that was more or less in the same vein. And in that regard, I would maybe recall, and I will probably not respect the 2-minute limit, a few things that I think might be of use to the General Assembly. First and foremost, Madam Chair, I believe that here there is a political opportunity discussion. You have heard different views from members of the General Assembly as to how to address the issue of the non-payment of contributions and what may be means to encourage those states that haven't paid to do so, and this provision I understand as being in that vein. On that basis, Madam Chair, I'm not going to take position on that argument, which of course is a merely political and opportunity one, but there are a number of legal elements to be taken into account. First and foremost, under the Convention, it is the World Heritage Committee and not the General Assembly that has the prerogative to receive from states parties the submissions for the World Heritage List and to make up that World Heritage List. And the Convention even says that it is, under paragraph 5 of Article 11, that it is the committee that shall define the criteria on the basis of which a property belonging to the cultural natural heritage may be included in the lists of the Convention. So, and this is on that basis, it is on that basis that the World Heritage Committee has adopted the famous guidelines, operational guidelines, which are aimed at implementing that article. So the General Assembly does not have the authority to give an instruction to the World Heritage Committee to do something in this regard because it is the sole prerogative of the World Heritage Committee, and I do appreciate that the new terminology by which it is invited to consider something is aimed at addressing that issue. But I do need to underline it is for the committee to decide this thing. Second thing, there's a lot to unpack in this provision. Second thing is paragraph 61 of the operational guidelines. Now, again, I would defer to the director of the World Heritage Committee to explain how this paragraph 61 works, but the way I understand it, and subject to his further clarifications, the paragraph 61 says that the World Heritage Committee has set a 35 annual limit of the number of sites that may be considered for inscription in a given year. And then in subparagraph C, it says that it sets an order of priorities that will be applied in case the overall annual limit of 35 nominations is exceeded. In other words, when you receive more than 35, you just can inscribe 35. How do you determine those? And when I look at these priorities, all the priorities are in a positive way. Because they are priorities, they're not anti-priorities, right? They're priorities, they're not discouragement. So it is, for example, nominations of states parties with no properties in the list should be considered as the first priority. The second priority is nominations by states having up to 3 properties inscribed on the list, resubmitted, referred, and deferred nominations, etc., etc., etc. Here, what I note, it's a matter of drafting, maybe, but it is also a matter of implementation. Here it is a priority to consider things, but it is drafted in a way that it is considering postponing the examination. So it goes the other way around. So maybe this is a matter of priority of simpler drafting here, but I wanted to draw your attention that it would not be that easy to implement this or to put that in paragraph 61. At the end of the day, in any event, it's for the World Heritage Committee to decide, right? So it's you might want to leave that to the World Heritage Committee. Last but not least, and I do confirm what the distinguished ambassador from India just mentioned, the addition of the terminology non-paying states parties if the non-payment is due to circumstances independent of the will of the state party concerned. Well, again, that's a terminology that does not appear in this convention. In the UNESCO context, we use similar terminology, but that similar terminology, there is, as you rightly pointed out, a working group, the APX Commission, the General Conference that makes an objective determination of which are the states that have or do not have, are or are not in that situation. And here, in this in the World Heritage Convention, we don't have that mechanism. Of course, one could consider that this is a problem for the committee to decide, right? Since it is the committee that shall consider this, it might be the committee to decide, but as of today, it's not there. Last point, Madam Chair, and this is in response to a comment made by the distinguished delegate of Israel. I should recall that the convention indeed, as he said, contains a specific provision on financial contributions, which is Article 16, and this provision contemplates one negative consequence for those states that have not paid their financial contribution, and that negative consequence is that any state which is in arrears with the payment of its compulsory or voluntary contribution for the current year and the calendar year immediately preceding it is not eligible as a member of the World Heritage Committee. So as a general rule, I should point out that the Assembly may not adopt any measure that would impose on states, nor the committee may adopt any measure that would impose on states parties obligations additional to those that are foreseen in the convention, or that would put limitations on rights that are granted to states parties. Now, whether this text does so is a matter for you to determine. The text is certainly not drafted in that way, and it doesn't seem to aim at doing this, but it would be for you to determine what is best, and as a matter of fact, once again, for the committee ultimately to determine what to do. I hope that has clarified. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for providing clarifications. Distinguished Delegate of Lebanon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, yes, the decision is to be taken by the committee and not by the General Assembly. However, the General Assembly can recommend or invite the committee to consider. Second point, given the current financial condition of the convention, and given that we have 65 state parties that didn't pay their contributions, the consequence is that if a state party does not pay its contribution and nominates sites to be inscribed, it is the other state parties that are paying their contribution that are financing the nomination, which is ethically impossible. I would like just to recall that in 2019, Lebanon entered into a huge financial crisis. We couldn't pay our contribution during 3 years. We had a nomination that was ready to be presented, which is the Rashid Karame International Fair, Niemeyer's Fair in Tripoli. And we voluntarily postponed the nomination until we were able to pay our contribution. It's only an ethical issue. And this is not at all a punishment. I would like to recall that paragraph 59 of the operation guidelines invites state parties that are very well represented I don't know how the wording is, to consider slowing their nomination or postponing their nomination. And nobody said this is punishment. It is only an ethical measure in order to have a clear, credible, representative, and balanced list. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Sans préjudice du bien fondé de la proposition de l'État de Palestine, je souhaiterais poser une question au conseiller juridique. Nous savons que souvent un bien peut être situé entre deux ou plusieurs autres pays. Dans l'éventualité où un des pays est non contributeur et les autres le sont, quelle serait l'interprétation que l'on peut donner à cette disposition pour sa mise en œuvre? Merci.
Legal advisor, please respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, at the end of the day, it would depend on where, and in response to of course, the question asked by the distinguished delegate from Senegal, it would depend on where you put that, how it is phrased. And once again, I have to say I have a difficulty in understanding how this could be implemented as drafted currently. I'm not saying, I'm not taking any position on the advisability of this, but once again, the fact that this is phrased in a negative manner, there's no discussion about postponing there. That is it. But even beyond that, it would very much depend on where you put this in the list of priorities. And indeed, the list of priorities, I understand it, but once again, the colleagues from the World Heritage Center might be best placed to explain this. My understanding is that the list of priorities are in order. In other words, you consider 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. So it would depend where the committee decides to place this priority, and it would be considered in light of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I give the floor to Palestine, dear colleagues, I would really appeal to your spirit of consensus on this draft resolution. Let me also add that we are really late in our work, and we might have an evening session if we don't realize this item very quickly. I count on your understanding. Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Palestine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard the Conseiller Juridique. I heard everyone, and I'm going to make it positive, okay? You want positivity, you will have positivity. So we will go to operational state, okay. Invites the World Heritage Committee to consider including in paragraph 61 of the operational guidelines the following additional priority. And I'm going to dictate the typers. To nominations of properties submitted by state parties who have not paid their contributions according to Article 16. And then you remove to consider postponing till the end. That must be positive enough. So we are only talking about state parties who paid, not the state parties who have not paid, making it much easier, more positive, and hopefully acceptable to everyone.
So you have no comments?
If
Would you like to
may,
address?
Madam
I'm
Chair.
sorry, who have paid,
Who have
not
paid,
who have not
exactly.
paid.
That's why I was
Thank you.
I was going to intervene. You said not paid, but you meant
No,
have
who
paid. Of course,
who
of
have
course.
paid
Yeah,
their
yeah.
contribution to, okay, Article 16, and it stops there. And remove to consider postponing. And probably now you can remove the Venezuela one because there must no need be for it. If they're in agreement with that and if it flows well with the rest. Because it only talks about the payments.
Distinguished Delegate of Venezuela, I would like to give you a floor.
Sí, gracias, presidente. Solamente quería llamar la atención con respecto a la palabra ética que fue traída a esta sala. Y quisiera entonces reflexionar acerca de que no es ético, entonces, penalizar doblemente a un Estado parte que no puede pagar de acuerdo a una situación extraordinaria que no está en su control. Otra cosa que quisiera señalar, señora Presidenta, es que hace unos instantes se removió una enmienda supeditando el trabajo del comité a el Consejo Ejecutivo. De manera que existe una conexión entre el trabajo que hacen otros órganos y otros, digamos, espacios de esta organización con las convenciones. En este caso, quiero dejar también por escrito que si la Conferencia General consigue que existe una situación extraordinaria que hace que un Estado miembro no pueda pagar porque no es voluntario y excede su control, es suficiente en sí mismo como antecedente. Es un antecedente, ocurrió aquí, es una conferencia general, es el órgano de mayor importancia de esta institución. De manera que, siendo así y apoyando como siempre, nosotros lo hemos hecho al Estado de Palestina, nosotros quisiéramos que se agregue en su informe, Presidenta, que en este caso nosotros de hecho no tenemos ninguna nominación, estamos nosotros ahora en una situación de mantener el patrimonio que tenemos bajo las medidas coercitivas unilaterales, de manera que le pedimos que usted coloque en su informe que nosotros, en este caso, consideramos que debe el comité tomar en consideración los estados parte que no pueden pagar por razones ajenas a su voluntad. De manera que si queremos actuar con arreglo a la ética, entonces tengamos presente la ética en todas las decisiones de esta Asamblea y también de ese comité. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your understanding, so it will be done. Distinguished delegate of Israel, would you like to withdraw?
We can live with that text, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no further objections, we would adopt. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, can we adopt the paragraph 10, 11, and 12 as one? Is there any objections? I see none, so adopted. Now we move to paragraph 13. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Спасибо большое, госпожа председатель. У меня несколько вопросов к уважаемой делегации Бельгии по поводу параграфа 13 и, я думаю, частично параграфа 15. Если можно немножко поднять текст. Да, начнем, пожалуй, с параграфа 13. Не могли бы, уважаемые коллеги, объяснить, что они подразумевают под проведением экспертных заседаний в странах-членах, причем с участием экспертов Центра всемирного наследия? Очень простой пример. Если Российская Федерация захочет провести этот экспертный совет, можем ли мы рассчитывать, что результаты этого совета будут представлены и рассмотрены Ассамблеей? И можем ли мы рассчитывать на участие Центра всемирного наследия в этой работе? Спасибо.
Distinguished delegate of Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The idea of the expert meetings is one that has been used before. I'm referring to a decision taken in 2017 by this General Assembly, where it says invites states parties to take the initiative in convening expert meetings on the above issues with a view to identifying key policy questions for discussion, etc. It wasn't within the framework of the future of the World Heritage Convention. And I think the model that has been used in the past was that we had two, generally representatives from each of the electoral groups, joined by representatives of the center and the advisory bodies, and that discussed a particular topic, produced a report with recommendations or analysis, and that was then submitted to the committee or the General Assembly. So it's building upon, I'm not going to say a tradition, but a practice that has been used in the past within this convention.
Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Спасибо большое за пояснение. Тогда мне кажется, что формулировку этого параграфа нужно как-то уточнить, чтобы все предложения Бельгии были там отражены адекватно. То есть речь идет об организации экспертных встреч, экспертов определенных регионов. И в этом смысле мне кажется, что было бы несправедливо ограничивать участие экспертов только 2 представителями от электоральной группы. Может быть, мы можем подумать над какой-нибудь более инклюзивным методом работы, куда привлечь всех экспертов всех заинтересованных стран, допустим.
Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the idea of this model was precisely not to have big meetings, to keep them small, so that items could be discussed in detail. If the group is too big, I think we've seen it today as well, then it will take a lot of time and it's hard to move forward. So I think it was a deliberate choice in the past to limit it to 2, maybe 3, but I'm looking at the World Heritage Center to confirm 2 representatives from electoral groups with the center, with the advisory bodies, and then in a couple of days, very concentrated work on a specific topic. And in terms of wording, I think I understand the point from the colleague from the Russian Federation. And maybe we could add after convening expert meetings on the above-mentioned issues, composed of 2 representatives from each electoral group, as well as representatives of the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. And then it continues with a view to submitting outcomes.
Thank you. Chile, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora Presidente. Agradeciendo a la delegación de Bélgica por las enmiendas y el espíritu constructivo para buscar una solución a los problemas financieros del Centro de Patrimonio. Creo que nos estamos complicando un poco la vida con la expansión de más reuniones de expertos para buscar soluciones que yo creo que ya han sido analizadas anteriormente por distintos grupos de trabajo. Pero sin oponerme a la idea, quisiera preguntarle a la Secretaría cuál sería el costo para la Secretaría, ¿no? De apoyar, porque en el párrafo 14 evidentemente tiene que haber un costo asociado, porque la Secretaría va a tener que asistir a cada una de estas reuniones. Si hacemos una reunión por región, la Secretaría va a tener que asistir a todas las reuniones y eso va a tener un costo. ¿Quién va a financiar esto? Quizás no sería mejor si hay países que voluntariamente quieren hacerlo, eso no quede necesariamente reflejado en una decisión de la Asamblea General y simplemente lo hagan, porque si no creo que podríamos estar complicando más el proceso y la debilidad de la Secretaría para poder financiar este tipo de reuniones. Gracias.
Mr. Asomo, I would like you to address this.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. On the question asked by the distinguished delegate of Chile, we understand two things here. On one, this proposal for Belgium, as the distinguished delegate of Belgium explained, is to support the work of the General Assembly in order to find a solution on this reflection based on all the scenarios that have been studied in the past. The second information that we got is that the distinguished delegate of Belgium informed the General Assembly that they will cover the cost of the study and the cost of the expert meeting. So, which means that for the Secretariat, our role will merely be limited to a coordination and a consultation with Belgium in order to have this taken place. Like we might prepare some of the documents and coordinate the list of experts to be invited, but all the related cost of the logistic, the transportation, and other things will be covered by Belgium. That's how I understood it. So we have done this kind of support in the past, but here I think what I understand is that we are not going to pay for the cost. So for us, I think we're very comfortable to support and work with Belgium on this issue. Thank you very much.
Distinguished Delegate of Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies for taking the floor again. Just to clarify to the Director, we are very happy to contribute to the legal study, but we don't know what the cost will be. So I don't have the authority to write a blank check, and I'm still looking at maybe other state parties to also chip in.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Czech Republic, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And I would also like to thank the distinguished delegation of Belgium for very good proposal, which is nevertheless very complex. And if we are to be in a position to adopt it today, we would really need at least one full day of discussions here to put all necessary detail there. And that's why I would borrow the sentence that was used before by the ADG culture. Let's be realistic. This is very good proposal with very good elements, but it really needs a more thorough discussion that we have time now for. So I would propose if you can consider to withdraw the amendment and to keep the ideas for further discussion. Thank you very much.
Distinguished Ambassador of France, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup. Je souhaiterais m'associer à ce qui vient d'être dit par les collègues de la République tchèque, du Chili. Je trouve aussi que effectivement l'idée est intéressante, mais on a du mal à voir comment ça se concrétiserait, comment ça s'organiserait, qui payerait, qui seraient les experts, où les réunions auraient lieu. Donc je pense que ça a besoin encore d'être un peu affiné. Effectivement, on a besoin d'un peu de temps pour clarifier l'idée de départ qui est intéressante. Donc, pareil, j'aimerais qu'on puisse voir si on peut avoir un langage qui invite à discuter alors j'ai pas le wording exactement, mais qu'on puisse inviter le comité à travailler avec des experts pour avancer sur ce sujet. Mais là, il me semble qu'il y a des choses à clarifier, sauf si nos collègues belges ont une proposition pour clarifier et être plus précis dans leur proposition.
Belgium, would you like to respond?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think if there's no support in the room, that we will, of course, withdraw this suggestion, but that would mean that we lose 2 years, because it's only in 2 years that this Assembly meets again and that we can pick up where we left off today. Of course, 2 years' time to further work on this idea, but I think some aspects of it are quite clear. We're thinking of a small meeting. I think 2 representatives per regional group has been practiced in the past, so why not go for that once more? I think it has proven to be effective with previous expert meetings. We would be happy to host the first meeting in Belgium. I don't think we will be ready with 1 meeting, but we could start there, and then based on the experience of this first meeting, maybe other state parties would consider inviting a second meeting on another topic, or to continue the reflection. I don't think that's the big question. I completely agree with the Honourable Delegate of France that what will be discussed is a vast array of topics, and we will have to find a way to start working on them. I think things that have been mentioned relate to the SOC process, danger listing, the committee sessions, and how big they have become and how maybe little effective they are. So these are definitely things that we could discuss in these expert meetings, but there's obviously plenty more, and defining where we start and how we move forward, I think that is in fact a question. But if we open up that box of Pandora today, then we will not even manage with the evening session to move forward.
Thank you. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. If you would permit, we would have a number of questions concerning the full set of amendments proposed by Belgium, because they are all related. Since the proposed amendments entail budgetary implications, could clarification be provided on which specific funding sources are foreseen to cover these activities? We understand that Belgium is prepared to host one of the expert meetings. However, more than 1 meeting may be required. Participation in and the organization of these meetings can be costly. If a voluntary-based process is foreseen, is there any indication of how the continuity of this process will be ensured? And the last para mentions extra budgetary funding. How will sustainable extra budgetary funding be ensured for the organization of these expert meetings? Thank you.
Thank you. Following Czech Republic, France, and Turkey, would you like to withdraw your proposal, Belgium?
Actually, Chair, allow me to make one final plea. I think if everything is going right in the convention, then it's fine. Then we will withdraw and we can move or continue the way we are doing today. But if state parties feel that there are things that are not working the way they should, if state parties feel that there are issues other than the financial issues, because that's a separate thing, but that things are not working in the right way, then I think this is a constructive proposal to start looking at them. But it would mean that state parties, and not just Belgium, also invest in the process. Invest financially, invest time, invest their expertise, so that we can move forward. And it's a process that will take time, but if we never start, then we will never get anywhere.
France, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Nous souhaiterions apposer le nom de la France après Tchéquie pour le point 13. Le nom de la France a disparu pour la suppression de cet amendement. Nous réitérons notre demande de suppression de cet amendement.
I would like to give a floor to Director Asoma.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. From the Secretariat point of view, of course, we would like to thank Belgium, because we understood clearly that the intention was to contribute to the work of the General Assembly and the reflection. And this is in the spirit in which I say that anything that can help move on with the reflection is always welcomed by the Secretariat, clearly. And but I also want to recall that a couple of years ago the committee had an ad hoc working group, if you all recall, and so following decision 45-11 taken in Riyadh, this ad hoc group was stopped in order to have the open-ended working group dealing with the global issues. If you believe that this reflections is really important to do in order to come up with a solution, you may also, but this is, you may also see and consider the possibility of recommending to the World Heritage Committee to consider reinstating this ad hoc. Because you remember that when we had the ad hoc was completely coordinated and by the different committee members at their own cost. And so they were leading this process all the time. So this could be also another option, but maybe not to discuss today. But I'm just bringing this to your attention for your thought, even for future. Thank you very much.
Belgium, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Director, for this constructive proposal. But while the General Assembly considers your suggestion, Belgium will withdraw item 13 and also in next sections the relevant phrasing.
India, you have the floor.
I'm just waiting for the editors to make the changes first. Yeah, Madam, our request is to save costs whenever we are calling for such interactive meetings. Let it be mentioned, expert meetings, as including online as much as possible. Wherever these meetings are, we have technology. Why do we need physical presence of people to interact and share their views? We can have online meetings, video conferences, and through that come up with a solution and present it. So whenever we are calling for such meetings, I would request, unless the para itself is deleted, so I need the editors to tell me whether the para stays or it's deleted. I'm assuming it stays, and take part in the expert meetings, comma, including online as much as possible. Thank you.
Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I thought this paragraph was connected with the previous paragraph, so I would like to ask my Belgian neighbors if they would like to maintain the paragraph or it should be deleted. Thank you.
No, as I mentioned, I think this one is connected entirely to the previous one, so we will withdraw that. And I think in 16, we'll also have to look at the phrasing in terms of the budget. Any reference to an expert meeting can be removed there as well.
There is a point of order of India.
Yeah, again, I'm requesting the editors to please let us know which paras stay and which paras are deleting, because can we know that first before we really give our comments? So what is this, and what is the status of the last para? Is it living or is it dead? The amendments to that. Para 15 and 16, do they exist or have they been withdrawn? Mr. Director, I need help. Do the amendments 15 and 16 stand, or are they withdrawn? What is the status? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I hope I can help here, Your Excellency. I think the last intervention by the distinguished delegates of Belgium was that, of course, the idea of organizing an expert meeting, they were prepared to withdraw the idea, and if the General Assembly will consider the proposal that I made to you to recommend to the World Heritage Committee to consider reinstating an ad hoc working group as it used to be, then they will be prepared to support it. But it doesn't mean that you have accepted the idea, of course. But what I understand that the Belgium, of course, you know, the sequence of the different paragraphs were all together. So if they withdraw the idea of the expert meeting, it means that, you know, the paragraph that were going together will be deleted, in my view. So that's my understanding for now. And then now you, the General Assembly, will be left either with adopting the rest of the paragraph without the amendment proposed by Belgium, or if you want to consider adding a new paragraph to recommend to the World Heritage Committee to consider reinstating, then you can do it. So either you add a new paragraph in replacement of the paragraph deleted proposed by Belgium, or you don't and you adopt the remaining paragraph in the draft decision. I don't know if I've been clear, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Ambassador of India, is it clear now?
If I wait for clarity, the remaining hair on my head will turn white.
We might stay there for longer than we expected.
But I can stay with it. Thank you.
So paragraph 15 should be deleted also. Mr. Asomo, please address it. Distinguished Delegate of Chile, please.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Me pregunto, ya resolvimos el tema de los grupos de expertos, pero el párrafo 15 propuesto por Bélgica es otra concepción, es otra idea. No vinculado a la realización de un grupo de expertos, sino que a tener un documento con distintas alternativas para ver las posibilidades de financiamiento. Y yo creo que sí, eso es una contribución importante a la discusión que estamos teniendo. En ese sentido, nos gustaría apoyar que se mantenga el párrafo 15, si es que Bélgica está de acuerdo en mantenerlo.
Mr. Asomo, please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Having listened to the distinguished delegate of Chile, and Belgium seems to agree, you would like to see the World Heritage Center undertaking the study. As I told you, of course, undertaking this study will require extra budgetary funds, therefore support. So, which means that paragraph 15 and 16 are therefore connected. The study will only be happening if we have the necessary support for it. So if you keep paragraph 15, you will have to keep paragraph 16 also. Thank you.
Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Спасибо большое, госпожа председатель. У меня два вопроса. Первый к уважаемым коллегам из Центра всемирного наследия. Даже при наличии внебюджетного финансирования, будет ли вы готов, Центр всемирного наследия, провести это исследование к 48-й сессии комитета? Как мы поняли, это уже завтра, и у нас остается очень мало времени. И второй вопрос, поскольку параграфы связаны, я позволю себе его тоже задать, к параграфу 16. Когда мы предлагаем провести исследование о повышении взносов в Фонд всемирного наследия, может быть, имело бы смысл также поисследовать причины, почему у нас не собираются взносы, которые сейчас начислены. И, может быть, можно было бы соответствующее задание также включить в это исследование. И в рамках этого исследования как раз обсудить вопросы, связанные с тем, которые поднимала, в частности, Венесуэла, о том, что есть ряд стран, которые просто не могут заплатить свои взносы, потому что они подвергаются необоснованным санкциям односторонним. Спасибо.
Thank you. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. We see the necessity of having a good overview, although we already, of course, got a good information document attached to this item, but it could not harm to have a broader overview of all the possibilities. But we would feel a bit more comfortable with this decision if it's clearly stated that it can only start when there is funding. And I know our dear colleagues from the Belgium delegation already expressed the willingness to provide funding, but we never know if this is sufficient. So maybe we can combine the paragraphs, because we of course call upon state parties to provide funding, but we cannot start the work before the funding is there.
Please, Director, make a proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I think we, in this body and also in the committee, you always have this very simple sentence which say, subject to the availability of extra budgetary funds. So if you want to add it on paragraph 5, then you could delete paragraph 15, then you could delete paragraph 16. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Distinguished Delegate of Venezuela, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Bueno, queríamos preguntar, porque hace unos instantes la delegación de Palestina había planteado algo parecido a esto y habían dicho que en principio no podía presentarse en la 48 reunión o sesión porque no daba tiempo, y además también habían supeditado ese trabajo a tener primero conocimiento acerca de la decisión que tomaría el Consejo Ejecutivo en función de un plan de pago que están esperando le presenten. Mi pregunta es si en este caso se necesita de esas dos condiciones también pueden incidir en lo que se está considerando en este momento. Es decir, el tema del tiempo en el cual será presentado y el conocimiento que tendrá el Consejo Ejecutivo y la decisión que tomará en función del plan de pago que le será presentado. Gracias.
Thank you. Czech Republic, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. In fact, I took the floor to support the proposal of paras 15 and 16 as are on the screen with the amendments made by the Netherlands or the center itself, subject to availability of extra budgetary funds. But I also wanted to recall the question asked about how realistic is to have this study and scenarios for the 48th session. And just in direction to the distinguished delegation of Venezuela, if I recall it correctly, the proposal by the State of Palestine was for the strategy, which we consider as a much more complex document. So we can live with study and scenarios, given the response of the Secretariat or the World Heritage Center, that it's realistic expectation to have it for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Director, please reply.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. No, first of all, I think I hope it is the understanding of everyone that this study, there won't be any report to the World Heritage Committee, as you have rightly said. So I think what, if I read Belgium's mind, was actually to say possibly by. And it wasn't, my understanding was it was not a deadline to strictly respect, because the reporting will be done at the next General Assembly in 2 years' time. So here either you could add possibly by, or you simply delete the reference to the 48th session of the committee which gives us ample time to work. But clearly, we can live with possibly by, because that will mean that you as a General Assembly would have expected this study to be done, if possible, by the time of the committee. And we will be also able to report on the progress on this just in our budget working documents and our working group, where we stand with this issue, or if we have received extra budgetary funding and everything. It's also good because it gives us something to motivate us, and it gives us a roadmap. So I will suggest to you to add the word possibly, if you okay. Thank you very much. I don't know if that answers the question by the distinguished delegate of Czechia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kuba, you have the floor.
Sí, gracias, Presidenta. Nos complace mucho percibir cómo al parecer hay consenso y estamos avanzando en la idea de realizar este estudio. Entonces, apelando a esa misma coherencia y las problemáticas que se han manifestado en este foro, quisiéramos rescatar la sugerencia hecha por la Federación de Rusia sobre que este estudio también tenga en cuenta y analice las circunstancias que impiden que determinados Estados miembros, aún teniendo la voluntad de hacerlo, impiden que estos puedan pagar. Y específicamente retomo lo que había planteado al principio de mi intervención sobre el impacto de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales, las cuales todos estamos de acuerdo que son contrarias al derecho internacional. Bueno, pues el impacto que está teniendo también en esta convención. Gracias.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of St. Vincent Grenadine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are happy if we have a consensus on these paragraphs, but in the same time, when I see, for instance, document Inf 8, we see all the options we have decided, all the options. And many of them, most of them, were not implemented by the member states. It is a political will. And if you don't have the political will to increase the contributions and to do some efforts to help ourselves for the safety of a convention, we cannot do anything. So really, I wish good luck to the Secretariat to undertake another study. We had already in 2018, in 2017, we had also the audit of the convention with all the proposals possible. So I don't know where we can find other possibilities. We need a great imagination. And I would like to know what happened with the decision of the committee of the 46th session, Com 5A, paragraph 11. We asked to reinforce the center. We asked to help, to allow the center to undertake fundraising activities. And I don't know if it was a little bit implemented or not. But I mean, of course, we are in favor of a comprehensive study, but I hope that we will find new initiatives, new ideas to increase the contributions, because we have explored a lot of them and we didn't implement them. Thank you.
Mr. Director, please respond to the question.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you very much. I'm not going to take, I think, to answer very quickly the question by the distinguished delegate of St. Vincent. Of course, this decision, which was taken by the committee, it's still relevant, and I think we all heard the Director General this morning. And I'm sure the Director General also based his address to you on the center based on the decisions that you have taken. I think these are some of the decisions that he will be using, and that we will also inform you on the roadmap he had requested me to work on. So I think your decision that you have taken at the 46th COM is going to help, but I think the decision was under the chairmanship of Ambassador Vishal. Thank you very much.
Distinguished Delegate of Lebanon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, yes, I may agree with the distinguished delegate of St. Vincent. However, we shouldn't say, well, it's finished. I mean, we should continue. So I think that the proposal of Belgium should be adopted. I have, obviously, possibly, by the 48th session and subject to availability of extra budgetary funds. But please, in French, there is nothing called possiblement. It doesn't exist. It's si possible. Please correct it.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. Can we clean the paragraph, please? Dear colleagues, can we consider the General Assembly adopt this paragraph? As I see no objections, it is adopted. The paragraph 16 also should be deleted. Distinguished Delegate of Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Спасибо большое, госпожа председатель. Я бы хотела уточнить, все-таки я не очень поняла, почему мы удаляем параграф 16. Как нам сказали делегация Бельгии, эти параграфы связаны.
Would you like to respond, Belgium?
Merci Madame la Présidente. Très simplement, nous avions compris, tel qu'exprimé par le directeur du Centre du patrimoine mondial, qu'on pouvait supprimer le dernier paragraphe 16 à condition d'utiliser la phrase usuelle subject to the availability of extra budgetary funds, ce qui nous convenait parfaitement. C'est pour cela qu'on n'avait pas réagi. Merci.
Thank you. Russia, you have the floor.
Правильно ли я тогда понимаю, что в исследовании, которое говорится в параграфе 15, не будут изучены возможности увеличения взносов в Фонд всемирного наследия? Как это говорится в параграфе 16. То есть мы эти темы убираем из параграфа 15.
Mr. Director, please respond.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. En fait, pour répondre à la distinguée déléguée de la Fédération de Russie, je pense que le paragraphe, ce paragraphe 15 regroupe déjà l'ensemble des questions qui sont importantes. C'est pour ça qu'il nous va très bien, parce que la question des scénarios pour augmenter les contributions, nous avons déjà une série de scénarios qui ont été listés dans le document INF 8 que nous avons préparé pour vous. Donc, l'étude que vous nous demandez est une étude en fait qui va regarder ces différents scénarios, donc des scénarios qui sont déjà existants, mais sur lesquels vous n'avez pas pris de véritable décision finale. C'est ce que nous avons compris l'intervention de la Belgique ce matin. Et dans ces scénarios, il y avait aussi les scénarios d'augmentation des contributions de manière durable. Voilà, donc pour nous, le paragraphe 15 tel qu'il est nous donne le cadre pour mener cette étude. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Спасибо большое за разъяснение. Присоединяюсь к замечаниям уважаемого посла постоянного представителя Индии, к нашим уважаемым редакторам. Очень сложно работать, когда на экране параграф, который планируется удалить, на самом деле остается неудаленным. Но возвращаясь к параграфу 15, как мне кажется, моя делегация высказала пожелание о включении в исследование, которое будет проведено, изучение причин несобираемости взносов. Это предложение было также поддержано как минимум одной делегацией. Поэтому я прошу прощения, уважаемой ассамблеи, но я бы хотела тогда добавить одну строчку в параграф 15, если у нас ушел параграф 16. И это будет to carry out the study on the underlying reasons for the non-collection of current assessed contributions. Спасибо.
Thank you for your comment. I had already adopted. Is the room agreed to reopen the paragraph? No. There is no objection. Distinguished delegate of Lebanon, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. President. I just want to ask the center. Do you think you have the capacity to study why the assessed contribution by different state parties were not collected?
That's a very good question. Thank you.
I mean, I think this is an issue which is so political, so difficult, that we cannot put on the responsibility of the center to do so.
Mr. Director, please reply.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I will answer very simply and easily and quickly. We don't. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Distinguished Delegate of Venezuela, you have the floor.
Excuse me, just to clarify, because it's getting late, I thought that para 15 was already adopted, no? So what are we doing
Sí.
here?
Bueno, no sé quién tiene la palabra, Presidenta, si Venezuela o otro en la sala. ¿Venezuela tiene la palabra? Pregunto.
Yes, yes, for sure. I gave you the floor.
Okay.
Yes.
Sí. Sí, bueno, en este sentido, lamento la respuesta del director de Patrimonio Mundial. Lamento eso, porque precisamente creo que el estudio, para avanzar, para ser realistas, que haga la Secretaría en función además de lo que les ha solicitado el nuevo director general, debe pasar también por analizar las opciones o diferentes mecanismos alternativos para que los Estados miembros que no pueden pagar por razones ajenas a su voluntad lo hagan. Entonces creo que estamos en una especie de trampa sin fin, en donde en definitiva estamos en una situación financiera muy complicada, pero tampoco podremos avanzar porque quienes estamos tratando de buscar alternativas para poder efectuar el pago, no lo vamos a poder hacer. Y el único que puede explorar esos mecanismos es la Secretaría. Son ustedes los que pueden decirnos a nosotros qué mecanismos alternativos se pueden implementar para pagar las contribuciones que están pendientes de pago. De manera que considero, y Presidenta, me gustaría que usted lo agregue en su informe, que nosotros solicitamos y creemos que es conveniente que la Secretaría, en ese estudio que va a hacer, analice las diferentes opciones y mecanismos de pago que pueden tener los Estados miembros que no pagan por razones ajenas a su voluntad o por situaciones que están fuera de su control. Eso no es imposible, eso se ha venido explorando por parte de otros Estados partes y también nosotros lo hemos hecho con la Secretaría de la UNESCO en función de allanar y buscar un camino para contribuir con este déficit presupuestario que tiene la organización. De manera que creo que tenemos que ser realistas, ponernos manos a la obra y buscar las alternativas y los mecanismos para quienes queremos pagar, pero tenemos un impedimento que está fuera de nuestro control. De manera que creo que es muy fácil decir no podemos. Entonces el juego está echado, las cartas están echadas y no hay ninguna alternativa para poder salir adelante. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Argentina, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Creo que ya es tarde, tenemos poco tiempo y este párrafo fue aprobado, por lo que propongo que sigamos adelante sin modificarlo y tomarlo como ya fue, como dije, aprobado. Creo que también que la Secretaría ya tiene bastante problemas en tratar de encontrar la manera en aumentar las contribuciones de las distintas maneras en que ya ha sido investigado de otra manera, para encima tratar de entender las razones por las que los estados no pueden pagar sus contribuciones. Es demasiado, hay poco tiempo Así que preferimos obviamente dejar este párrafo como ya fue aprobado y seguir porque se está haciendo muy tarde. Muchas gracias.
You are right, it was already adopted, but this is why I was asking if there are any agreement to reopen. Distinguished delegate of Cuba.
Gracias, Presidenta. Nuestra delegación considera, bueno, primeramente llamamos la atención sobre que nada está aprobado hasta que todo está aprobado y si hay espacio todavía para la reflexión sobre una preocupación en específico que se está manifestando desde el principio de esta reunión, pues claro que todavía hay espacio para continuar la reflexión. Creemos que no habrá un estudio lo verdaderamente comprensivo, amplio, aterrizado a la realidad si no tiene en cuenta aquellos factores externos a la voluntad de determinados estados partes que están impidiendo que estos realicen sus contribuciones. Tampoco creemos que sea una tarea imposible con sembrar la primera semilla y dar los primeros pasos, quizás pidiendo las contribuciones de esos estados, dándoles la oportunidad de expresar, mostrar y probar cuáles son esas razones y probar sobre todo el impacto que esto tiene sobre la sostenibilidad financiera de la convención, que es el tema que nos ocupa. Bueno, pues ya estamos haciendo algo. No podemos entender que el centro o que los estados que aquí están representados den la espalda a las necesidades que están planteando algunos de ellos, legítimas y que por tanto necesitan espacio y necesitan comenzar a ser entendidas por este foro. Gracias.
Thank you. Distinguished delegate of Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I will be short. I would like to echo the position of the distinguished delegate of Argentina and would like to close the item, delete the amendment, and move on to the last item of the agenda. Thank you.
Lithuania, you have the floor.
We support Argentina's and the Netherlands' proposal to delete.
It seems the room is in favor of deleting. Am I right? Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We also associate ourselves with the proposal to delete and move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Czech Republic, please.
I'm not sure whether you need more indication from the room, so Czechia also supports the Argentina, Pays-Bas, Lithuania, Australie. Merci.
Thank you. Russian Federation, please.
Спасибо большое, госпожа председатель. Если Аргентина, Нидерланды, Литва, Австралия и Чехия не интересуют причины несобираемости взносов, мы не можем навязывать им свое мнение. Если они хотят оставаться в неведении, не быть в курсе того, каким образом собираются взносы в Фонд всемирного наследия, мы не можем им в этом препятствовать. Уважаемые коллеги, это ваше право. Нам бы хотелось, чтобы в докладе председателя было отмечено, что директор Центра всемирного наследия не захотел также поинтересоваться, почему начисленные взносы в Фонд всемирного наследия не собираются. И на прямой вопрос страны-члена, может ли Центр хотя бы поинтересоваться причинами несобираемости взноса. Уважаемый директор Центра всемирного наследия ответил отрицательно. Спасибо большое. Мы снимаем нашу поправку.
Distinguished delegate of Lebanon, you have the floor.
Sorry, may I have just a small remark?
Sure.
I'm asking Venezuela and other countries, other state parties, are they being able to pay their contribution to UNESCO? If this is the case, I don't know why they couldn't pay their contribution to the World Heritage Committee. And if they are not being able to pay their contribution to UNESCO, the issue should not be discussed here. It should be raised to UNESCO. And there, they will see what they do, and probably they will send it to the United Nations and ask the opinion of the United Nations. And we'll have the opinion after 10 years. Thank you.
There is a point of order, Venezuela.
Sí, Presidenta, porque están mencionando a mi país y además están tratando de limitar el derecho que tenemos nosotros, Venezuela, de plantear, y de otros Estados miembros, de otros Estados partes, de plantear temas en este foro y en esta asamblea. Quiero referirme a el delegado del Líbano, cuyas últimas declaraciones no se corresponden con el apoyo permanente que el pueblo de Venezuela le ha dado al pueblo del Líbano. Me parece absolutamente hostil y me parece absolutamente inapropiado que un Estado miembro en este foro le imponga a otro qué tema va a tocar aquí y cómo lo va a defender, y sobre todo en este tema que es un tema absolutamente reconocido por todo el sistema de Naciones Unidas, incluida la UNESCO, y si el delegado del Líbano no se había enterado, pues entérese. Lo notifico personalmente que ese es un tema que ha sido tocado, debatido, aprobado y reconocido por todo el mundo. Si usted no lo sabía, pues entérese. Y por último, preguntaba y hacía una reflexión la delegación de Rusia. Ella decía que si es que acaso los estados parte que suprimieron o pidieron suprimir, conocer acerca de las razones por las cuales hay estados que no pueden pagar sus contribuciones. Si no lo quieren saber, quiero responderle a ella que es que ellos ya lo saben, porque ellos son los que han impuesto esas medidas coercitivas unilaterales, ilegales, extraterritoriales, que agreden al pueblo de Venezuela y que también agreden a la UNESCO y agreden también a esta convención, porque no pueden permitir bajo ningún concepto que se haga un estudio que diga que los que están originando esas medidas son ellos. Por eso se oponen y se han opuesto desde el principio de este debate de todas las formas a que se analice en un estudio por parte de la Secretaría cuál es el origen del impago de estas contribuciones. Esa es la razón. Y quitémonos la doble moral y el doble discurso, quitémonos la careta y la hipocresía para decir con todas las letras que quienes impiden que se pague en esta organización son los mismos que están suprimiendo en este momento la posibilidad de hacer un estudio real y llegar a una solución concreta con respecto a este problema. Muchas gracias.
Dear colleagues,
Excuse me, Mrs. President, I don't want to enter into a discussion. However, what I want to say, We want concrete solutions. We cannot put on the responsibility of the center things that the center cannot solve. This is my only point. I mean, the center cannot see why 65 countries are not paying contributions. The center will have to enter into details, into national issues, etc. It's beyond its capacity and its responsibility. UNESCO may be capable of doing it if we go at the higher level. But even UNESCO, as I know, will send it to the UN. They will never enter into such issues. I'm sorry, we want concrete solutions. We cannot have like this saying, okay, in concrete solutions, we cannot put on the responsibility of the center things that they cannot solve. Sorry, that's all.
Thank you very much. Dear members of the General Assembly, we have discussed this item for quite a long time and everyone has expressed their opinion. I really want to close this item. I call for your spirit of consensus. Distinguished Delegate of Cuba, please be very precise. Thank you.
Gracias, Presidenta. No, definitivamente nuestra delegación también es una abanderada de buscar el consenso. Y nos damos por satisfechos con la demostración que se ha dado aquí. Se ha dado aquí una demostración de lugares en la historia y también, bueno, de un reclamo que es fehaciente y que comienza a estar en el discurso y en el debate y que definitivamente ya no podrá ser ignorado, ya no podrá ser más ignorado. Yo difiero con el distinguido embajador del Líbano. Yo sí pienso que el centro puede pedir al menos contribuciones a aquellos estados concernidos para que expliquen de manera voluntaria, si es su deseo, aquellas razones por las que no pueden pagar. Y va a ser muy interesante encontrar lo que hay detrás de todos esos no pagos a las contribuciones al fondo. Bueno, con esto lo dejo acá. Gracias, disculpe.
Dear colleagues, may I now propose that the General Assembly adopts the draft resolution 25GA8 as amended as a whole. Therefore, I declare the draft resolution 25GA8 adopted as amended. Dear colleagues, we are getting now to the item 9, which has been requested by the agenda of the World Heritage Committee of the 47th session. Indeed, you will remember that the outcome of the discussion that took place within the framework of the open-ended working group established by the committee decision 45-11 in 2023, the International Conference on Cultural Heritage in Africa, a global dialogue on the concept of authenticity, was held in Nairobi, Kenya, in May 2025. This conference represented an opinion of African state parties to undertake in-depth reflection on the understanding of the application of the concept of authenticity for heritage in African context. The conference reached its defining moment with the adoption of the Nairobi Outcome Document on Heritage and Authenticity, designed as a strategic reflection that identifies and explains what constitutes authenticity in African context and similar contexts globally, and what was adopted by the committee in July last. I shall now give the floor to the director of the World Heritage Center, who will present the item. You have the floor. Distinguished Delegate of Venezuela, there was a point of order.
Sí, no era una moción de orden, Presidenta. Usted terminó, aprobó la decisión y nosotros queríamos solicitarle formalmente que usted deje en su reporte que Venezuela manifiesta su voluntad de pagar, que no lo puede hacer y que lamenta mucho que no se tomen las correcciones ni se tome en consideración nuestra voluntad para buscar mecanismos alternativos para nuestro pago. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Mr. Director, please start your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'll try to be quick given the time, because I see that many of you have been working since this morning. As you mentioned rightly, Madam Chairperson, these agenda items respond directly to Decision 47-5C, which was adopted by the committee in July this year, and which requested that an agenda item related to the concept of authenticity be included at this session of the General Assembly. Madam Chairperson, the document 9 outlines how the notion of authenticity has evolved over time in the framework of the World Heritage Convention, and we wanted to give you this clear understanding of how this notion has evolved. Although authenticity was not explicitly defined in the convention text itself, as we all know, it has become a central parameter for assessing the outstanding universal value of cultural sites. The document presents how the understanding of authenticity has evolved from a material-based to a pluralistic concept, which has been even reflected in some documents, reflecting the rich diversity of human societies and the many ways in which heritage is created, lived, and remembered. I also want to inform you that the first issues around the concept of authenticity arose with the inscription of the Historic Center of Warsaw, and that was in 1980. And as you all remember, for those who have studied or visited Warsaw, Warsaw was rebuilt after a wartime destruction, pointing out that authenticity can also lie in the spirit of resilience and in the collective memory of communities, and embraces a broader scope: spiritual, traditional, and intangible, as well as culturally relative dimensions. And by the way, there is a recommendation on the reconstruction of cultural sites that was adopted, the Warsaw Recommendation, for those who remember. But the turning point came in 1994 with the Nara meeting and the Nara document on authenticity, and of course the adoption of the Nara principles, which I would say marked a decisive shift towards a more flexible approach to the notion of authenticity, which was no longer understood as a fixed test, but rather as a contextual evaluation shaped by cultural traditions. These findings were then introduced by the World Heritage Committee to the operational guidelines 20 years ago, in 2005. Of course, later, we had, and I like to say it, the African expert meeting in Great Zimbabwe, in Zimbabwe. And that was in 2000. And this meeting deepened this understanding, showing that authenticity in many African contexts is expressed through living traditions, oral memory, and community stewardship, rather than through material remains alone. Madam Chairperson, this holistic view resonates with the introduction in 1992 of cultural landscapes and with the adoption of the global strategy in 1994, which recognized the inseparable link between people, culture, and nature. Now, most recently, the 2025 Nairobi Conference on Cultural Heritage in Africa, held with, and I like to say it because it's important, over 400 experts and community leaders. And this conference in Kenya reaffirmed this pluralistic approach. It emphasized that heritage is dynamic, community-centered, and deeply rooted in both tangible and intangible value. And its outcome are now reflected in Decision 47, Com5C. And the Nairobi outcomes calls on all of us to bring these perspectives into policy, legal frameworks, and capacity building across all regions. But yet, important challenges remain. First, the translation of the very word of authenticity across cultures. And this was already highlighted, in the NARA conference. The second challenge is the balance between the tangible and intangible values. And the last challenge which we have identified is the respect of each culture's unique way of defining and expressing authenticity while also maintaining a common global standard for what qualifies as World Heritage Sites. Because it has to be taken all together. So as we move forward, we must ensure that diversity of meaning strengthens rather than divides our shared understanding of the concept of outstanding universal value. And in closing, Madam Chairperson, of course, authenticity is a living dialogue, one that connects the past and the present, the culture and nature, local identity, and global significance. And through continued reflection, as invited by draft resolution 25GA9, we all, with you in particular, the state parties, can ensure that this World Heritage Convention remains both universal in principle and respectful of every culture's voice. So I think that's what I wanted to, in a short, present to you. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Is there any comments?
first name I have taken so that those concerns can lower the plate.
Yeah. Mr. Director, I would like you to address the list.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Maybe what I will do is that I will take the first list so that you can lower your plate, and then I will be able to know which one I have not yet put in my list. So I have taken...
Unfortunately, you're looking only on one side.
No, we're looking on both sides. I assure you. Listen to me. So, Lithuania, Barbados, Colombia, China, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, I have on my list, Australia, on my list, India, Cambodia, Palestine, Spain, Ethiopia, Greece, France, Lebanon, Japan,
Kenya.
Kenya,
Lithuania, Mexico.
We will not finish. Senegal, Mexico,
Lithuania, did you have? Norway.
Lithuania. Okay, maybe we...
Mali and Sierra Leone.
Yeah. Okay. Can I make a proposal, Madam Chairperson? While I'm looking at the remaining plates, we can start, and then you can start your intervention, and then I will do the final counting of those. I have not yet taken the list. Thank you for your indulgence.
Distinguished Delegate of Australia, you have the floor.
I didn't see a list.
Thank you very much, Chair. We understand that there are some amendments also that are likely to be tabled.
Exactly.
By Kenya and Belgium. And sorry to preempt, but we also want to move on. So thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates. We wish to associate ourselves with those amendments that we understand are coming forward. The Nairobi outcome document on heritage and authenticity outlines how we understand authenticity in the World Heritage System today. Now, over 50 years since the convention came into being, this document places people and community at the centre of heritage conservation and recognises that heritage is not static, but living and evolving. Many sites, including in Africa and my own country, Australia, are not monuments frozen in time, but places of deep and ongoing cultural and spiritual connection. Our most recently inscribed World Heritage site, the Mura-Juga Cultural Landscape, is just that. It is a living cultural landscape where the story of the people and their changing environment has been continuously recorded through art and managed by traditional law for more than 50,000 years. While the Nairobi outcome document has its roots in Africa, it carries global relevance. It offers a model for other regions with similar contexts, like Australia, where traditional, living, evolving heritage is not the exception but the norm. It is not only a milestone for African heritage, but a turning point for the World Heritage Convention. By embracing a more inclusive, dynamic and community-based understanding of authenticity, we can ensure the World Heritage System remains relevant and effective. We therefore urge state parties to support the implementation of the Nairobi outcomes without delay, which allows for renewed and urgent attention on resilience, adaptation and meaningful conservation over time. Needed now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Barbados, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, let me be amongst those many delegations, since I'm taking the floor for the first time, who congratulated you on your appointment. And similarly, we'd like to convey our deepest appreciation to the State Party of Uzbekistan for the extraordinary hospitality we enjoyed during the 43rd session of the General Conference. Barbados would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the new members of the committee who were elected yesterday, and wish to indicate that while it was our great honour to offer ourselves for the said membership, we wish to offer our deepest thanks to all those who supported our action, most particularly our fellow state parties, of course, but exceptionally, with your indulgence, Madam Chair, we wish to recognise the determined work of many colleagues from Barbados, Prime Minister's Office and across multiple ministries and delegations who responded to the call to carry Barbados' message of commitment to this process and well beyond the shores of our small island. A big thank you. We wish to assure the committee of our continued commitment and cooperation in constructive implementation of the Convention, not least in terms of centering the communities, but also building capacities, particularly amongst our youth, and most particularly in terms of addressing the inherent issues on the balance and credibility of the list and the safeguarding of heritage in the world, particularly those sites of underrepresented countries and groups, not least the SIDS and Africa. In this context, we particularly appreciated the invaluable comments offered by the Director General in this regard and his determination to address these issues in the near future to ensure that no state is left behind. With respect to the status of SIDS within World Heritage, these state parties currently represent approximately 20% of the membership of the Convention, although their presence within the World Heritage List represents approximately 2% of inscribed sites. I think we can do the math and understand what is meant by underrepresentation, Madam Chair. This is why, Madam Chair, this item on authenticity in the context of World Heritage Convention, evolution and impact, takes into account the outcomes of that extremely important Nairobi conference that took place in May, for which Barbados wishes to place on record its deep appreciation for the opportunity to participate and to develop understanding and concord across the way in which we can find new meanings in terms of contextualizing our understanding of the import of the World Heritage Convention and indeed the outcome documents that occurred. We wish also to place on record our compliments to the director of the World Heritage Center and to his team, because it is these kinds of documents that have been produced for this item which we fully appreciate and which we can in fact make sure reaches many other parts of our committees, communities, and participants in many, many ways. So thank you very much for that. Barbados also wishes to indicate our full appreciation of the outcome of this conference, and because it brings forward new pluralistic approaches and diverse evidence of ways in which the World Heritage can be modeled and interpreted beyond earlier models of cultural policy and conservation. Cultural heritage is linked to human dignity and identity. Accessing and enjoying cultural heritage is an important feature of being a member of a community, a citizen, or more widely, a member of society. Barbados wishes to place on record that it fully subscribes to the concepts and meanings and interpretations that have emerged from this conference and that have been articulated again in the two documents that have been produced for this item, and once again place our appreciation to Kenya for organizing this important session, and to remind members that while it might be said of the Caribbean that 90% of its heritage spaces could be understood to be African diasporic communities and heritage in our region, we also want to recognize that we have many other visions to share through a document and the outcomes such as these. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Latvia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. President. I would congratulate you and all delegations with the election. The NARA document on authenticity, the Nairobi conference and the Annapolis conference have excellent reflected the main cornerstones of cultural heritage, the influence of communities, plurality, dynamism, development, and cross-border interactions. The boundary between tangible and intangible cultural heritage is very tiny. By separating the two, we may increase their vulnerability and reduce the possibility of their preservation. The concept of authenticity, much like cultural heritage itself, involves over time changing our perspectives and perceptions. Both tangible and intangible cultural heritage have been created by people, and we preserve them for the people of the future. Tangible and intangible heritage must be viewed as a single whole. The reason for this is a human being whose knowledge and skills give rise to tangible heritage. Knowledge and skills also ensure the maintenance and development of tangible heritage, as well as the transmission of knowledge, traditions, stories, and experience. We are the ones who shape and guide the world's future values, highlighting the interactions between intangible heritage and people. Development must take place, yet broader discussions and debates among cultural heritage experts are needed in order to achieve the best possible outcome. The discussions initiated in Naples must continue, seeking greater synergy while respecting both conventions and authenticity. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Director, please read the list of the speakers.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The list is long. And also, I would like to inform everyone that, of course, as from now on, we can, Madam Chair, with your indulgence, we can only work until 8 o'clock. And we will only have interpretation only in 2 languages, because the interpreters have just informed us that they cannot continue in 6 languages, but that they will be able to only do the interpretation in 2 languages, English and French. So this is just to inform you, unfortunately, that these are circumstances that none of us can, we have to deal with it. So I would like to ask for your indulgence and your understanding for it, Madam Chairperson. So
please proceed with the list.
So I will read the list of the people. So in the order of intervention, so that if you can lower your plate, it will be good. I will start again. The next will be Colombia, China, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Australia, India, Cambodia, Palestine, Spain, Ethiopia, Greece, France, Lebanon, Japan, Kenya, Mexico, Senegal, Lithuania, Sierra Leone. So if you can lower your plate when you hear your name. Togo, Tunisia, Ukraine, Oman, Norway, Republic of Korea, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Sweden, Uganda, the Netherlands, Burkina Faso, Poland, Czechia, Mali, Vietnam, Tanzania, Democratic Republic of Congo, Switzerland, Egypt, Slovenia, Oman, I don't know if I forgot Austria. Yeah. And Venezuela. Okay. And I see also Venezuela. Yes. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And Lebanon. Point of order.
Point of order. Hearing the list of speakers, we have around 50 speakers. If we give 3 minutes, this is 150 minutes. We will never finish at 8 o'clock. Discussion, adoption, etc., etc. So we have to find a solution, maybe limit to 1.5 minutes every speaker, 2 minutes every speaker, I don't know. But
Yeah.
we will never finish.
Thank you very much for suggestion. Furthermore, we would like to inform you that the intermission will be limited to 2 minutes. Thank you. So we shall proceed. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colombia reaffirms its commitment to an interpretation of authenticity that reflects cultural diversity and recognizes the plurality of knowledge, tangible and intangible values, and living traditions. In this regard, we welcome the NARA document and the outcomes of the 2025 Nairobi Conference, which strengthened the integration of regional and community perspectives in the interpretation of authenticity without compromising the universal character of the Convention. We also emphasize that authenticity is built from the communities that guard the heritage. For this reason, we reiterate the importance of guaranteeing their effective participation in the definition and safeguarding of the authenticity of sites, in the development and monitoring of public policies, and in the generation of legal frameworks, as well as in the all processes of protection and safeguarding of natural and cultural heritage. With this perspective, Colombia recognizes the conceptual evolution of authenticity and world heritage and invites to continue regional and global reflection in this area. Finally, we reaffirmed our commitment to the promotion of a world heritage that reflects our multiple identities, that recognizes the voice of communities, and that responds comprehensively to current challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you. China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席。世界文化和自然遗产是人类文明您好，哦。
I'm so sorry, there is no interpretation from Chinese.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chairperson. But I think the Chinese interpreter could help me for these 2 seconds.
If she's willing to do so, of course.
I think we have consulted. 好，谢谢主席。Any interpretation? So, Madam Chairperson, maybe we can, you can move me to maybe two or three speakers later.
Let's do that.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Distinguished Delegate of South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa wishes to express its appreciation to the Government of Kenya for the successful convening of the Nairobi Conference on Authenticity in May 2025. This gathering marked a historic milestone in broadening global understanding of authenticity, one that more fully reflects the recognition that diverse cultural realities exist. The outcomes of Nairobi reaffirm and expand upon earlier foundational instruments, notably the 1994 NARA document on authenticity, which already recognized that authenticity must be interpreted within specific cultural contexts. South Africa notes, however, that the essence of the discussions held during the 47th session of the World Heritage Committee, arising from the Nairobi Conference, are not reflected in the draft decision proposed by the Secretariat. Moreover, while we acknowledge that the draft decision proposes discussing the follow-up on the implementation of the Nairobi outcomes as a separate agenda item at the 48th session of the World Heritage Committee in 2026, South Africa strongly encourages the meaningful implementation of these outcomes by the advisory bodies, the World Heritage Centre and member states. Excellencies, the core issue before us is the persistent challenge that existing guidance, including the NARA document, which is more than 30 years old, and other adopted texts on authenticity have not been fully implemented in a manner that recognizes diverse cultural expressions. This is particularly evident in the evaluation of African nomination dossiers, where authenticity continues too often to be assessed through Eurocentric lenses. Chair, as stated by the Permanent Delegation of Australia, these concerns are not only limited to African states, but are shared across other regions. We therefore recommend that other regions undertake similar processes in which authenticity is considered through a broader, more inclusive and culturally grounded perspective, one that acknowledges both tangible and intangible dimensions of heritage. Intangible attributes must not be sidelined. They are integral to the meaning, identity and continuity of many heritage sites. South Africa therefore calls for the full implementation and institutionalization of the Nairobi outcomes. By doing so, we will take a decisive step towards ensuring that authenticity, one of the core pillars of outstanding universal value, is interpreted in a manner that is equitable, inclusive and truly global. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia wishes to congratulate the states that have just been elected as members of the World Heritage Committee and wishes them every success in fulfilling their responsibilities in the service of this convention. Saudi Arabia wishes to thank the World Heritage Center for the document presented on the evolution of the concept of authenticity under the World Heritage Convention. The Kingdom welcomes the substantive developments in understanding of authenticity in heritage and the importance of applying this understanding within the framework of the World Heritage Convention and as appropriate to cultural heritage under the relevant UNESCO cultural conventions. It also expresses its appreciation to Kenya for hosting the International Conference in Nairobi on Cultural Heritage in Africa, and to Japan and France for the generous support to the organization of this conference, which enabled this constructive dialogue. The discussions in Nairobi, together with the Venice Charter, the NARA document on authenticity, and the global strategy, have confirmed that the heritage is not static. It is living, dynamic, and people-centered, rooted in an integrated system of tangible and intangible values. It is grounded in the urban fabric and, at the same time, in oral traditions, practices, the social functions of heritage places, and the ecological continuity that links communities to their lands and natural resources. From this perspective, authenticity cannot be reduced to the survival of original material alone. It also encompasses the ways in which communities continue to use, interpret, and care for their heritage, reflecting the interlinkages between nature and culture, and between tangible and intangible attributes. At the national level, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia aligning its practices with the holistic understanding of authenticity. In conclusion, Saudi supports the draft decision before us and encourages continued support and work on the concept of authenticity in all regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Delegate of China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席。世界文化和自然遗产是人类文明发展的。Can you hear the interpretation? Shall I do it again? Okay. Okay. 世界遗产， Thank you very much. 世界遗产是人类文明发展 和自然演进的重要成果，也是促进不同文明交流互鉴的重要载体。中国始终是世界遗产事业的坚定支持者、积极参与者和重要推动者，一直以来大力支持通过保护世界遗产，进一步保护文化多样性，推动文明交流互鉴，支持各个区域就结合自身区域遗产特点，对真实性概念的定义和评估标准开展深入讨论。今年10月，在中国泉州世界遗产能力建设信托基金框架下，中方与教科文组织合作，在泉州举办联合国教科文组织非洲中国世界遗产能力建设研讨会，近100名来自教科文组织、咨询机构、非洲和中国的专家参会，围绕内罗毕成果文件的实施展开了深入讨论，并围绕成果文件的实施起草了一份行动计划，为加强非洲世界遗产能力建设与合作提供了路线图，注入了新动力。中方支持在全球开展更多关于真实性的讨论，特别是本地区乃至跨地区的讨论，愿与教科文组织和广大缔约国共同支持内罗毕成果文件的实施，持续支持世界遗产能力建设，共同保护好、传承好、利用好全人类的文化瑰宝和自然珍宝。谢谢主席，也感谢同传同事们的支持，谢谢。
Thank you. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving India the floor. At the outset, we would like to thank Director World Heritage Center for his comprehensive overview and historical perspective on authenticity, one of the foundational pillars of the outstanding universal value. India welcomes the report on the evolution of authenticity and appreciates the Center's clear, rigorous tracing of its maturation into a nuanced, culturally responsive, multidisciplinary framework since 1977. We would also like to commend the efforts of the African Group of Countries for the 2025 Nairobi Conference on Authenticity, which we find is deeply contextual. For India, a civilization spanning many millennia, where living traditions, layered histories, and intangible expressions coexist with outstanding material heritage, the evolution of authenticity is not merely procedural, it is foundational to transmit heritage to future generations. The influence of 1994 NARA document on authenticity remains especially significant. Its recognition that judgments on values may differ from culture to culture and must therefore be made within the cultural contexts in which they belong, resonates with our own conservation philosophy. We note that operational guidelines expanded attribute of authenticity, use and function, traditions and techniques, language, spirit and feeling are essential for reflecting the living dynamic character of the heritage in Global South in Africa. We agree that reconstruction must remain exceptional, grounded in complete documentation and not conjecture. India emphasizes that in cultural contexts where continuity of ritual, craftsmanship, and traditional knowledge is integral to identity, authenticity cannot be reduced to material fabric alone. At this outset, Madam Chair, India has 3 questions for the Director of World Heritage Center. 1, how can or will the operational guidelines better integrate the Nairobi outcome and community-driven knowledge systems in authenticity assessments? What tools can support the evolution of attributes such as spirit and feeling without imposing uniform metrics? And how may the digital technologies be harnessed responsibly to complement and not replace authentic heritage values? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Cambodia, you have the floor. Distinguished delegate of Cambodia, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Pour la première fois, prenez la parole. Le Cambodge souhaite exprimer sa profonde appréciation pour le travail accompli par le Centre de patrimoine mondial dans la protection des biens culturels et naturels à travers le monde. Grâce aux mécanismes de coopération internationale, notamment les comités internationaux de coordination pour encore et pour prévenir, le Cambodge peut assumer pleinement leur responsabilité de préserver l'authenticité et la VUE de leurs biens. Cependant, nous souhaitons attirer votre attention sur une tendance préoccupante. Utilisation non autorisée de l'image, les copies abusives et les reproductions falsifiées de sites inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Ces pratiques encore insuffisamment encadrées ou abordées par les conventions de 70 et 72 se multiplient sans exister les lignes directrices claires permettant aux États parties d'y répondre efficacement. Lors de mon intervention du juillet 2025 à Paris, j'ai soulevé le cas de la reproduction à grande échelle en Cambodge dans un pays voisin. Une dérive non éthique qui porte atteinte non seulement à l'authenticité et à la VUE des biens, mais aussi leur dimension immatérielle, leur signification, leur identité et les valeurs qu'ils incarnent pour les peuples concernés. Le Cambodge appelle donc le Centre et le Conseil juridique à accorder une attention urgente à cette question et à envisager l'élaboration de lignes directrices claires dans le cadre de la Convention 70 et 72, afin de travailler avec les États parties à définir des mesures appropriées pour prévenir et encadrer ces pratiques, aujourd'hui ampliées par la mondialisation et la technique moderne. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Palestine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Palestine expresses strong support for a global reflection on authenticity as reaffirmed in the Nairobi outcome. Authenticity is a living expression of identity, memory, and continuity in the Arab region, in Africa, and elsewhere. Authenticity extends far beyond material fabric to include living traditions, language, rituals, and the presence of local communities. We welcome the recognition that communities themselves define the values that shape authenticity and that heritage must be viewed holistically, tangible and intangible, physical and spiritual. This approach is essential for a fair and truly representative world heritage system. In Palestine, this discussion is of deep relevance. Our Palestinian heritage faces continuous attempts by Israel to distort narratives, disconnect sites from their custodians, and alter their cultural character. These realities underline the need for an inclusive understanding of authenticity that protects both heritage and communities that give it a life. We therefore support the Nairobi outcome and encourage continued reflection across all regions. I thank you.
Thank you. Spain, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The concept of authenticity within the World Heritage Convention is one of the pillars supporting the outstanding universal value, a key foundation upon which the World Heritage System rests. This encompasses everything from nomination and evaluation process to monitoring the state of conservation of properties inscribed on the list. Therefore, authenticity affects the very credibility of the Convention in all its facets. Like all substantive issues relating to the Convention, its evolution over time must be the result of a careful reflection and, above all, shared by all parties. Authenticity as part of the OUV affects all state parties in all regions of the world equally, and its definition must be the product of a consensus, shared and addressed inclusively. As it has been recalled, the first major review on authenticity took place following the NARA conference in 1994, but its conclusions, now widely accepted, were only formally incorporated into the operational guidelines many years later, after a high-level global dialogue. In this respect, the Nairobi International Conference, held in May 2025, that we welcome, is part of an ongoing process, allowing other regions and sub-regions to undertake the same exercise before proceeding to jointly discuss the different conclusions. Therefore, we encourage continued reflection on the concept of authenticity to reach common ground before making final decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ethiopia strongly supports the Nairobi outcome on our heritage and authenticity in the context of the World Heritage Convention. We particularly welcome the acknowledgement that authenticity cannot be applied uniformly across cultures, but rather must be understood in its cultural, spiritual, and social contexts. This is crucial in many parts of the world, particularly in Africa. It is vital to consider community-based understanding of heritage when evaluating the authenticity of the heritage. In this regard, Ethiopia reaffirms that this is a balanced approach is essential to ensuring that the World Heritage List remains representative. We believe the emphasis on the need to further integrate intangible dimensions of heritage into evaluation and management strengthens the Convention's relevance in a rapidly changing world. While encouraging continued reflections by other regions, including follow-up on the Nairobi outcome and future initiatives, my delegation called for its full implementation and encouraged all state parties to adopt the proposed draft resolution as amended by the permanent delegation of Kenya. I thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Greece, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to emphasize the importance of this discussion in developing an updated approach to the notion of authenticity within the framework of the Convention, as well as the pivotal role of the dialogue on the concept of authenticity initiated during the International Conference on Cultural Heritage in Africa, held in Kenya in May 2025. The World Heritage Convention, together with its key concepts and pillars, such as authenticity and integrity, must evolve in parallel with our expanding understanding of cultural heritage, both within the processes of the Convention and within the broader scientific debate. In this regard, the Nairobi Outcome document on heritage authenticity constitutes an important step forward.
Thank you.
Therefore, we would like to see this discussion extended to other geographical regions as well, since considerations related to intangible aspects do not pertain only to the heritage of one specific region, but to many heritage properties worldwide. The Nairobi Outcome document can provide valuable guidance for reconsidering authenticity in a more participatory and community-based manner, taking into account intangible cultural practices, knowledge traditions, and the spiritual dimensions of heritage wherever it may be located. Finally, we would like to express our strong support for the amendments submitted by Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ambassador of France, you have the floor.
Merci. Le document de Nara élargit le concept d'authenticité au-delà de sa définition purement matérielle. Celle-ci est désormais comprise comme une évaluation pluraliste et contextuelle qui ne se juge pas seulement sur la forme et les matériaux, mais aussi sur l'usage, la fonction, les traditions culturelles notamment. Cette approche est indispensable pour respecter la diversité culturelle, car elle reconnaît que l'authenticité doit être appréciée en fonction du contexte culturel auquel le patrimoine appartient. La conférence de Nairobi en 2025 est venue renforcer cette vision en mettant l'accent sur le rôle des communautés et la continuité culturelle au-delà de la simple survie du tissu physique. Cependant, cette ouverture présente un défi majeur. Comment concilier ce pluralisme avec le caractère universel de la Convention du patrimoine mondial? Et vous l'avez très justement souligné, Monsieur le Directeur du Centre du patrimoine mondial. En effet, la Convention repose sur l'idée que les sites inscrits possèdent une valeur universelle exceptionnelle.
Si l'évaluation de l'authenticité devient purement relative, nous risquons de perdre la référence commune et la rigueur qui confère à la liste du patrimoine mondial sa légitimité. L'universalité est non négociable. La perdre reviendrait à vider de son sens le concept de valeur universelle exceptionnelle, et la liste cesserait d'être une sélection de biens les plus représentatifs de l'humanité. Notre objectif n'est donc pas de choisir entre le contexte et l'universalité, mais de poursuivre la réflexion sur un concept d'authenticité à la fois suffisamment souple pour reconnaître la diversité des expressions humaines et suffisamment rigoureux pour maintenir la crédibilité et l'autorité de la liste du patrimoine mondial. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Lebanon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mrs. President. Well, the Nairobi Declaration is a very interesting contribution to the ongoing debate about authenticity, recognizing the evolving nature of heritage, the central role of communities, the relationship between tangible and intangible values, etc., etc. However, I would like to go back to NARA document, which is the basic document we have under our hands. NARA document says the diversity of cultures and heritage in our world is an irreplaceable source of spiritual and intellectual richness, and says that all judgments about values attributed to cultural properties may differ from culture to culture and even within the same culture. And this is essential, because there is no culture that is pure. Every culture is a mixture of different cultures. So we cannot enter into a debate. I mean, I'm sorry, when we say we have to discuss based on regional or sub-regional, this doesn't mean anything. In each region, in each sub-region, you have multiplicity of cultures, and you have multiplicity of conceptions and of approaches to concepts like authenticity, integrity, etc. So the discussion should be global. If we don't do this, we will end up with the Huntington system, where you have cultures that are isolated and fight with each other. So I ask for a global discussion, taking into consideration the context and the specificities of context, but not on regional basis, please. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the first time to take the floor for this meeting. Let me congratulate you for your appointment. I also would like to congratulate the newly elected members of the World Heritage Committee and His Excellency Mr. Lee Byung-hyun of the Republic of Korea, who has been elected as the chair of the 48th session of the committee. Japan has completed the 4-year term as a committee member, and we would like to express our deep gratitude to all former chairpersons and other members of the committee, all other state parties, the secretariat, and advisory bodies for their support during our tenure. As a dedicated state party to the World Heritage Convention, Japan continues to support and make contributions in every aspect of the convention. In this context, on this agenda item, Japan would like to express its appreciation for the dedicated work of the Secretariat in guiding these important reflections. As outlined in the working document, Japan initiated the dialogue on the concept of authenticity upon joining the convention in 1992, a process that led to the adoption of the NARA document on authenticity in 1994. It was therefore a great honor for us to work closely with African countries this year. Together, we contributed to the successful organization of the International Conference on Cultural Heritage in Africa, held in Nairobi, Kenya. The conference highlighted a pluralistic and community-centered understanding of the authenticity in heritage. The process from Nara to Nairobi reflects the continued evolution of the World Heritage Convention toward greater inclusivity, broader representation, and deeper engagement with communities. Let us carry this momentum into future action, continue to build upon the reflections shared during this General Assembly. Japan reaffirms its commitment to actively contributing to the further deepening of this important discussion in the future. And we are pleased to support the amendment to draft resolution proposed by Kenya. And thank you.
Thank you. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kenya is honored to highlight the significance and global relevance of the Nairobi Outcome on Heritage and Authenticity, which was adopted at the 47th session of the World Heritage Committee. The Nairobi Outcome is a product of profound intellectual reflection that contributes to a robust, forward-looking global understanding of authenticity. It recognizes that heritage is living, dynamic, community-defined, and deeply interconnected with intangible practices, spirituality, and social functions. It validates oral traditions, living cultural expressions, and evolving cultural spaces, and the central role of communities in interpreting and transmitting heritage values. The Nairobi Outcome moves beyond the material-centered focus of the Venice Charter. It advances the spirit of the NARA document by placing communities not as contributors, but as primary custodians and interpreters of heritage. It underscores the inseparability of the tangible and intangible and calls for pluralistic, culturally rooted approaches to heritage identification, management, and monitoring. The Nairobi Outcome encourages strengthened legal frameworks, participatory governance, institutional recognition of traditional custodianship, and capacity building grounded in cultural realities. Although born from an African experience, the Nairobi Outcome is universal in application. Its principles are relevant to many regions where heritage is alive and evolving, from Asia and the Pacific to indigenous territories worldwide. Recent inscriptions such as the Morujunga, Mulanje, and sites in Vietnam, India, and China demonstrate the global value of community-centered approaches advocated by the Nairobi Outcome. We would wish to thank all partners, Japan, UNESCO, France, Kenya, and others, and urge continued global dialogue on authenticity and the implementation of this landmark framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Mexico, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le document de NARA est ponctuel sur le thème. Il est essentiel de mener une interprétation conjointe et surtout consensuelle afin de parvenir à des jugements d'authenticité qui, s'appuyant sur les caractéristiques propres à chaque monument et à chaque zone géographique, permettent d'éclairer des aspects spécifiques tels que la forme, dessin, matériaux, substances, usage, fonction, tradition, technique, localisation, contexte, esprit, atmosphère, immatérialité, ainsi qu'autres facteurs. Tous ces attributs sont fondamentaux pour une évaluation universelle et non régionale de la valeur de l'authenticité des biens et des sites. Nos pays sont unis par la Convention pour élaborer des modèles communs d'évaluation, de gestion et de conservation durable. Ces modèles doivent respecter la bonne application technique du concept d'authenticité en développant des outils créés par les États parties dans les différentes régions dans le cadre des programmes de préservation globaux. La tenue continue des réunions régionales sur ces sujets permettra d'enrichir progressivement la conceptualisation de ces termes et son utilité dans le contexte de la Convention du patrimoine mondial. Nous saluons les efforts du Kenya pour encourager la réflexion à travers le document de Nairobi, mais l'authenticité fait partie de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle qui s'applique à tous les sites, dans toutes les régions du monde. Par conséquent, toute tentative d'unification du concept compromet directement la crédibilité de la Convention du patrimoine mondial et la mise en œuvre des directives opérationnelles. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Le Sénégal se félicite de l'examen de la notion d'authenticité dans le cadre de nos présentes assises. Issu d'un processus de plusieurs années et fruit d'une réflexion de plus de 400 experts venus d'horizons divers à travers le monde, la déclaration de Nairobi, qui se fonde entre autres sur la charte de Venise de 1964 et le document de Nara de 1994, a profondément renouvelé notre conception de ce que signifie l'authenticité et l'intégrité. Pendant longtemps, ces notions se limitaient surtout à des aspects matériels. Pour le Sénégal, l'authenticité doit également prendre en compte la vie des communautés, les valeurs, leurs pratiques, leur mémoire, leur spiritualité. De même, l'intégrité ne peut plus être perçue comme figée, mais dynamique. Elle évolue avec les réalités sociales et dépend des résiliences locales ou des savoirs traditionnels. C'est pour cela que le Sénégal plaide pour l'implication des communautés aux évaluations et décisions des organes consultatifs de l'UNESCO. Et c'est en cela que le document de Nairobi constitue une avancée majeure dans notre désir ardent, mais surtout urgent de corriger l'équilibre de la liste du patrimoine mondial. L'adoption par consensus du projet de résolution y relatif amendé par le Kenya enverra un message éloquent quant à l'unité des États partis à corriger le déséquilibre de la liste du patrimoine. Madame la Présidente, ensemble et unis, nous pouvons relever les défis identifiés dans le document de Nairobi, particulièrement la nécessité de tenir compte des liens inextricables entre les aspects tangibles et intangibles, l'inclusion des communautés ou la représentativité. Vous pouvez compter sur la collaboration du Sénégal à ce sujet. Merci.
Thank you. Lithuania, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Saving time, we express our support and agree with arguments by friends. We acknowledge the Nairobi outcome document on authenticity for its role in expanding our understanding of authenticity within a holistic and culturally diverse context. To move forward, a clear shared understanding of proposed meaning and pluralistic concept of authenticity should be reached, as differing cultural traditions may interpret them in various ways. Therefore, we encourage further structured dialogue in cooperation with ICROM, ICOMOS, and IUCN, but through established international platforms such as NAPLE Conference. In the context of this debate, we suggest continuing to highlight the interconnectedness of natural and cultural heritage, as well as links between tangible, intangible, movable, and immovable elements. These multi-layered values enable communities to carry forward their heritage in a holistic way. The Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention rightly places communities at the center of safeguarding efforts. We acknowledge that the World Heritage Convention should further strengthen this dimension as well, while preserving its conceptual clarity and protective effectiveness. I thank you.
Thank you. Sierra Leone, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sierra Leone expresses its firm support for the Nairobi outcome on heritage and authenticity. This outcome constitutes a critical step forward in aligning the World Heritage Convention with both global standards and the lived realities of communities, particularly across Africa. The first point Sierra Leone wishes to underline concerns the interpretation of authenticity. The Nairobi outcome adopts a pluralistic and context-specific approach, recognizing that heritage encompasses not only monuments and physical attributes, but also oral traditions, spiritual practices, social functions, and local knowledge systems. By placing communities at the center of the value definition process, it affirms the dynamic and evolving nature of heritage. The second point relates to the relationship between universal standards and local relevance. While outstanding universal value remains the foundation of the Convention, its credibility is reinforced when global criteria are understood in connection with the communities that sustain heritage in their daily lives. The first point concerns implementation. Proposed adjustments to the operational guidelines, the strengthening of capacity building, and the reinforcement of community participation and knowledge transmission provide a practical framework for applying these concepts. Sierra Leone also takes note of the emphasis placed on the regional leadership, including the role of the African World Heritage Fund, and on the integration of these approaches into national legislation and policy instruments. Sierra Leone considers that the Nairobi outcome provides a timely and coherent contribution to the ongoing reflection on authenticity. Its emphasis on context, community, and cultural diversity brings additional clarity to the interpretative framework of the Convention. I thank you.
Thank you. Toga, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. La délégation du Togo salue la décision 47 comme 5C qui réaffirme l'importance de renforcer les capacités de promouvoir une meilleure représentativité des biens africains et d'intégrer les réalités culturelles propres à chaque région dans les processus d'évaluation. Nous remercions le Kenya et saluons les efforts menés dans le cadre de la conférence internationale sur le patrimoine culturel en Afrique et l'élaboration du document de Nairobi, qui vient utilement compléter le document de Nara sur l'authenticité. Ce document met en lumière la nature dynamique, évolutive et communautaire du patrimoine africain et appelle à une lecture plus contextualisée, inclusive et multiditionnelle de l'authenticité. Nous rejoignons en cela la proposition du Kenya qui souligne l'importance d'intégrer les enseignements du document de Nairobi dans les réflexions futures du comité, des États parties et des organisations consultatives. La délégation du Togo salue véritablement l'inclusif, doit reconnaître que la crédibilité des sources et des formes d'expression patrimoniale peut varier d'une culture à l'autre, comme l'indiquait déjà le document de Nara, et que chaque bien doit être évalué selon son propre contexte de production, de transmission et de signification. L'authenticité doit être appréciée dans le contexte culturel propre à chaque bien. Enfin, nous encourageons la poursuite des efforts visant à renforcer les capacités au niveau des États parties, en particulier dans les régions sous-représentées, afin que les communautés détentrices, gardiennes et interprètes du patrimoine puissent pleinement contribuer à la définition des valeurs qui fondent l'authenticité. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Tunisia, you have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. La Tunisie prend acte avec un vif intérêt de l'adoption du document de Nairobi qui propose une lecture renouvelée du concept d'authenticité. Ce document marque une étape déterminante vers une compréhension plus adaptée à la diversité culturelle du continent africain. L'authenticité dans les sociétés africaines et bien d'autres sociétés du monde s'exprime non seulement à travers les éléments matériels, mais également par la mémoire collective, les traditions orales, les rituels et les pratiques spirituelles. Cela justifie pleinement l'adoption d'une approche pluraliste et évolutive, reflétant le caractère vivant et dynamique du patrimoine. La Tunisie soutient pleinement cette orientation qui s'inscrit dans la continuité de la vision exprimée ce matin par le directeur général, Dr Khaled El-Anani, appelant à réduire les disparités existantes entre les États. Une interprétation élargie de l'authenticité permettrait justement de mieux équilibrer les représentations régionales et d'offrir à un plus grand nombre de pays la possibilité de mettre en valeur leurs biens culturels. Dans cet esprit, la Tunisie appelle à une mise en œuvre effective du document de Nairobi et appuie la proposition d'inscrire à l'ordre du jour de la 48e session du comité un point distinct consacré au suivi de la mise en œuvre de ce document. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Ukraine, you have the word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to underline the importance of the document Authenticity in the context of the World Heritage Convention, Evolution and Impact. We support the UNESCO priority Africa and would like to commend Kenya, UNESCO and partners to have organized the International Conference on Heritage Authenticity in Africa, which took place in Nairobi in May this year. We support the Nairobi Outcome document on heritage and authenticity that identified and explained what constitutes authenticity and integrity in an African context, as well as in similar global contexts globally. That conference in Nairobi contributed to fostering an exchange of research, experience, knowledge, and cooperation, to promoting cultural and natural heritage of Africa, African traditions and customs, local communities in Africa, identity of local communities in Africa, youth and heritage, and many other important themes in the African context. We appreciate it a lot. So, we support the amendments proposed by Kenya to the draft resolution. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Aman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To save time, I'll try to be very brief. We would like to express our support to the amendments presented by Kenya, which contribute to fostering a more comprehensive understanding of the concept of authenticity. We also highly value the amendments' focus on the central role of local communities in defining heritage values, as well as the recognition that authenticity is a dynamic concept that evolves according to diverse cultural and social contexts. We're also in a view of continuing dialogue on the application of the concept of authenticity across different regions. And so we also think it would be important to maintain the last paragraph of the draft decision in this regard, as it would represent an important step towards a more balanced and credible World Heritage List. Thank you.
Thank you. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Convention is a child of its time, and we therefore welcome reflections and discussions in this room and outside underpinning the importance and continued relevance of the Convention, also in our time. Through continuous efforts and commitment from all parties, the Convention has stood the tests of time while facing ever new challenges and pressures. Would the international community be able to develop a similar universal instrument for the identification, protection, and conservation of humanity's shared heritage today? We're afraid not. Therefore, it's critical to proceed with utmost care in how we manage and pass on to future generations the gold we have inherited from those before us, the World Heritage Convention, and most importantly, our shared heritage. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't change or fossilize how we implement the Convention. We welcome and appreciate the discussions and outcomes from Nairobi related to the core concept of authenticity. The discussions are important, necessary, and vital for our shared understanding of the universal nature of the Convention and its principles, rules, and guidelines developed jointly and agreed by us all over the past 5 decades. We need shared understandings of the challenges and issues of our time. We consider the Nairobi outcomes a starting point for a fundamental global reflection on core concepts of the Convention, not as regions or states parties, but rather as an international community reaching global, universal conclusions. The Convention is too important and too fragile to not fully understand the impacts and consequences of current challenges and issues, but also potential changes to mechanisms for implementation of the Convention. It's indeed a delicate balancing act, bridging the gap between outstanding universal value and the cultural diversity underpinning authenticity. But crucially, this balancing act results in a shared understanding of world heritage, or its universality, if you wish. Without this, we see the Convention only as a branding mechanism and no longer as a crucial tool to identify and safeguard world heritage of outstanding universal value. We thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to share our views.
Thank you very much. Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Republic of Korea welcomes this timely and valuable discussion, which provides a clear overview of the evolution of the concept of authenticity. Building on these principles reaffirmed in the 1994 NARA document in authenticity, we wish to emphasize that authenticity is not a fixed or uniform notion. Rather, it must be understood in relation to the specific cultural, historical, and regional context in which each heritage property exists. Recent reflections, including those highlighted at the 2025 Nairobi conference, have further demonstrated that in many regions, authenticity extends well beyond the material attributes. It is deeply connected to intangible dimensions such as oral traditions, ritual practices, spirituality, and long-standing systems of community stewardship. We fully agree that these intangible and community-driven elements are fundamental to both authenticity and integrity, and that we call for a more inclusive and pluralistic approach to the conservation. As the host country of the 48th session of the World Heritage Committee, the Republic of Korea hopes that the follow-up discussions on the Nairobi outcome will continue to broaden these shared reflections by integrating diverse regional perspectives and experiences. Korea stands ready to contribute constructively to ongoing this dialogue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving Zambia the floor. Zambia endorses and welcomes the Nairobi Outcome Document on Heritage and Authenticity. This landmark document represents a critical and timely evolution in the global understanding of cultural heritage, moving the discourse toward a more inclusive, dynamic, and equitable framework. The Nairobi outcome is not contingent on what others may or may not do. It is an African-driven contribution intended to inform future discussions and decision of the committee, state parties, and advisory bodies on how authenticity is understood and applied both in Africa and in comparable contexts worldwide. The Nairobi outcome is not an abstract reflection on authenticity. It is a necessary corrective to long-standing imbalances in the heritage system. It affirms plural epistemologies, community custodianship, and the living cultural logics and sustained heritage across the African continent. To integrate it fully is to advance UNESCO Global Priority Africa, strengthen the Convention's universal claim, and ensure that African agency knowledge system and community-led safeguarding practices shape the heritage governance architecture we share. We thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. This resolution is amended by Kenya, meaningfully advances the global strategy for a representative, balanced, inclusive, and credible World Heritage List. Zimbabwe's experience at listed sites such as Great Zimbabwe, Kami, and Matobo Hills has shown that authenticity can only be meaningfully sustained when the communities who carry and transmit heritage values play a leading role. Community-defined authenticity strengthens both conservation and continuity. Madam Chair, I need to make three quick points. I would like to highlight the fact that the amendment of this bill should include technical exchange of knowledge and create spaces for dialogue. Secondly, the amendment promotes education and awareness on the value of collective memory and oral traditions. Thirdly, its inclusive nature recognizes the authentic voices which are deeply rooted in indigenous languages. These languages are authentic. The knowledge embedded in these authentic languages is being eroded away, and it must be protected. Chairperson, the amendment represents Africa's substantive contribution to global heritage doctrine. And to Kenya, we say, Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving Sweden the floor. We also thank the Director of the World Heritage Center for his informative reflections on authenticity in the context of the Convention. The 2005 amendment of the operational guidelines was a milestone in recognizing that authenticity must be understood within the culture to which cultural heritage belongs. It carefully defined attributes that help us relate to authenticity on a practical level, stretching from material aspects to intangible dimensions such as traditions, techniques, and any other forms of intangible heritage. The World Heritage Convention is a delicate balancing act between universalism and cultural relativism. Therefore, Sweden welcomes continued debate and dialogue on authenticity and congratulates Kenya on its hosting of an international conference on cultural heritage and authenticity in Africa. This is an important discussion which demands further reflection on how the Nairobi outcome on heritage and authenticity relates to the preservation of outstanding universal value in conservation practice globally. We underscore the importance of giving the process the necessary time to crystallize into an inclusive and globally established approach. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Uganda, you have the floor.
Madam Chairperson, Uganda welcomes the report on the concept of authenticity. Cultural heritage is both tangible and intangible. It is rich, diverse, and deeply rooted in our history, language, and living culture, practices, and communities. This resolution recognizes that Africa and other regions of the world need specific standards and framework to define authenticity, value, and significance of their culture and heritage. African intangible heritage, our oral history, indigenous knowledge, rituals, and culture expressions cannot always be measured by external criteria. We must therefore champion African-led approaches that reflects our resilience and protect what makes our heritage truly unique. The Nairobi outcome strengthens cooperation, enhances technical capacity, and empowers our communities and youth to safeguard their own culture legacy. By supporting it, we affirm that African heritage deserves recognition not only within global system, but on African terms. Uganda urges the member states to act with unity and purpose to protect the treasure of our past and secure the future for the future generation. I thank you.
Thank you. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And let me start by thanking Kenya for co-organizing with UNESCO the conference in Nairobi. The Kingdom of the Netherlands recognizes the central role of communities in defining and safeguarding heritage, and we acknowledge the need to ensure pluralism in the convention practice. We appreciate the recommendation from the Nairobi conference, which redefines the concept of authenticity in heritage from an African perspective, challenging previous assumptions and working toward a more inclusive understanding grounded in living realities, oral traditions, and local values. However, a single contextual approach to authenticity might leave advisory bodies and committee members unable to assess whether nominations meet criteria of OUV. Assessing this is important to safeguard universal character of inscriptions. An outstanding universal value means cultural and of natural significance, which is so exceptional as to transcend national boundaries and to be of common importance for present and future generations of all humanity. The Convention is not intended to ensure the protection of all properties of great interest, importance, or value, but only for a select list of the most outstanding of these from an international viewpoint. Thereby, to safeguard the credibility and authority of the World Heritage List, we need to maintain a criterion of authenticity that is both accessible and credible. At the same time, we acknowledge that the concept of authenticity changes over time and place, and therefore it encourages us to continue reflecting on the concept of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Burkina Faso, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, des cas comme l'inscription du centre historique de Varsovie, les conclusions de la conférence de Nara sur l'authenticité en 1994, les travaux d'experts réunis au Zimbabwe en 2000 et finalement la conférence internationale organisée à Nairobi en mai 2025 sur le patrimoine culturel en Afrique et le concept d'authenticité illustrent à souhait les limites d'une approche strictement matérielle du patrimoine culturel qui doit être apprécié dans son contexte culturel propre à partir de critères d'authenticité qui peuvent inclure les usages, les traditions, les techniques, la dimension spirituelle ou émotionnelle, la mémoire collective, la symbolique. En somme, la notion des critères d'authenticité ne se réduit pas seulement à des monuments ou à du bâti au sens de la Charte de Venise de 1974, mais s'enracine par ailleurs dans les rituels, les liens entre communautés, territoires, nature et culture. C'est à juste titre que l'esprit de Naples, dont la deuxième édition de la conférence qui lui est dédiée, tenue en 2025, place l'homme au centre de la Convention et à la croisée du patrimoine culturel, matériel et immatériel. Nous sommes conscients toutefois que cette dynamique du concept d'authenticité s'accompagne de défis important en conciliant diversité et universalité et au sens de la VIE qui exige un dialogue constant et ne saurait absoudre le caractère universel du concept d'authenticité et d'intégrité tel que perçu et vécu par les communautés locales et autochtones. Aussi, les communautés du monde et en particulier africaines doivent pouvoir valoriser leur patrimoine culturel tant matériel qu'immatériel, qui sont non dissociables, les adapter à leur environnement et milieu de vie pour en tirer le meilleur et perpétuer les valeurs sociales qu'ils incarnent à travers des savoirs ancestraux et locaux millénaires. Ma délégation souligne par là l'importance de renforcer la place des communautés locales dans la définition, la gestion et la transmission du patrimoine, car ce sont elles qui en portent la signification profonde et assurent sa continuité. En conclusion, le Burkina Faso réaffirme sa conviction qu'une compréhension plus inclusive, contextuelle et attentive aux voix des communautés, et particulièrement africaines, sur le concept d'authenticité est indispensable pour garantir la crédibilité, l'équité et l'universalité de la liste du patrimoine mondial. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Poland welcomes the presentation delivered and wishes to express our appreciation to you, Mr. Director, for recalling the example of the Historic Center of Warsaw. This example demonstrates that authenticity is not confined solely to material fabric. It can also reside in the spirit of resilience. It may reflect values that transcend physical structures, encompassing spiritual, traditional, and collective dimensions of communities' memory. Poland appreciates the outcomes of the Nairobi Conference, which promote pluralistic approach to the safeguarding of cultural heritage and constitute an important contribution to the understanding of the concept of authenticity. Poland believes that the ongoing dialogue on the notion of authenticity is essential for safeguarding the credibility and universality of the World Heritage Convention. In this regard, Poland wishes to associate itself with the proposal to recognize the Nairobi Outcomes document as an essential input into the global reflection on authenticity for a representative, balanced, and credible World Heritage List. Thank you.
Thank you. Czech Republic, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I wish to thank the Secretariat for both working documents. We welcome the clear demonstration that authenticity is not and has never been a static or a uniform concept. From its early material focus on in 1977 operational guidelines to the broader and more culturally diverse approach shaped by NARA documents and subsequent regional dialogues, authenticity today reflects the richness and the plurality of global heritage. Therefore, we acknowledge the valuable contribution made by the recent Nairobi conference and support further regional discussions, which may help deepen a global understanding of authenticity while keeping the convention relevant and responsive to diverse cultural contexts. We particularly appreciate that the documents highlight not only the theoretical development, but also the practical challenges arising from the different cultural traditions and languages. Czechia remains committed to contributing to the ongoing reflection with a view of safeguarding both cultural diversity and the universal principles on which the World Heritage Convention is founded. We are looking forward for outcomes of other regional reflections that will feed global discussion about the concept of authenticity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mali, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, nous remercions le secrétariat pour la présentation fouillée consacrée à la notion d'authenticité, à sa complexité linguistique et surtout à son évolution au fil de l'histoire de la Convention de 1972. Elle montre clairement que dans le cadre de cette convention, l'authenticité est un concept vivant, dynamique et non figé. Ce concept est intimement lié à la Convention du patrimoine mondial. Pour évaluer la VUE potentielle des biens culturels, la crédibilité et la véracité des valeurs qu'ils portent demeurent des critères déterminants. On comprend dès lors la pertinence de poursuivre et d'approfondir collectivement la réflexion autour de cette notion. Nous sommes convaincus qu'une évolution plus juste et plus pertinente du patrimoine passe par une connaissance fine des contextes locaux. Il s'enracine dans les croyances, les philosophies, les religions, les mythes, mais aussi dans les pratiques sociales, les expressions artistiques et les usages quotidiens qui façonnent les lieux. À ce titre, la conférence de Nairobi, inspirée notamment de l'expérience de Nara et d'autres réflexions similaires menées dans différentes régions du monde, a constitué une étape importante dans la prise en compte de la diversité des approches de l'authenticité. Nous avons salué ce résultat, en particulier la publication du document final, le document de Nairobi. Aujourd'hui, devant cette Assemblée, nous souhaitons redire nos espoirs que les recommandations contenues dans ce document ouvrent la voie à des réformes substantielles. Il s'agira notamment de mieux intégrer le point de vue africain sur l'applicabilité du critère d'authenticité au riche et multiple patrimoine du continent, qu'il soit matériel, immatériel ou associé à des paysages culturels vécus et habités. L'insertion dans l'ordre du jour de la 48e session du comité d'un point distinct consacré à cette question, tel que proposé dans le projet de décision 25GA9, offrira sans nul doute une opportunité précieuse pour approfondir nos réflexions futures. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Vietnam, the floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Le Vietnam apprécie hautement les discussions tenues lors de la conférence de Nairobi sur la notion d'authenticité. Cette conférence a constitué un jalon important dans la compréhension et la promotion de l'application de la notion d'authenticité dans le cadre de la Convention du patrimoine mondial. Le document final de cette conférence a ajouté des éléments importants pour la compréhension approfondie des notions de l'authenticité et d'intégrité et va nourrir nos discussions dans le futur proche sur ces questions. Le Vietnam a soutenu la décision du Comité du patrimoine mondial d'inscrire le suivi de la mise en œuvre du document final de Nairobi en tant que point distinct de l'ordre du jour de la 48e session du comité. Nous encourageons la tenue des réunions sous-régionales ou régionales sur l'authenticité ou des initiatives similaires en vue des délibérations sur ce sujet lors de la 26e session de l'Assemblée générale des États parties. À cet égard, le Vietnam est actuellement en discussion active avec le Centre du patrimoine mondial sur l'ampleur, la date et les modalités d'organisation au Vietnam en 2026 d'une conférence sous-régionale ou régionale sur ce sujet d'authenticité. Nous sommes convaincus qu'avec la diversité et les spécificités de notre sous-région ou de notre région, cette conférence ajoutera des éléments importants aux discussions précédentes sur ce sujet, dont celle engagée à Nairobi. Nous espérons recevoir le soutien et la coopération de toutes les parties concernées afin d'assurer la réussite de cette conférence. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Tanzania, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving the floor the second time to address on this crucial issue. The United Republic of Tanzania extends its heartfelt appreciation to the World Heritage Center and the distinguished State Party of Kenya for the so ably hosting the regional meeting on authenticity in the context of heritage. This gathering was not only timely, but truly inspiring. It reminded us all that the heritage is a shared treasure of humanity, one that unites us far more than it divides us. The outcome of the Nairobi meeting injected fresh energy and new optimism into our collective work. Tanzania is convinced that these results will significantly enrich the convention by widening its lens and ensuring that the diverse cultural expression of all peoples, especially those long overlooked or insufficiently understood, receive the recognition and safeguarding they fully deserve. The decision before us today, encouraging a similar dialogues in other regions, is a powerful signal. It demonstrates our shared resolve to strengthen global representative and to advance a more inclusive, balanced, and credible World Heritage List. This is a moment of progress, one that should give us confidence in the future of the convention. Tanzania stands ready to contribute with enthusiasm, expertise, and collaboration as we continue building a truly universal heritage community. I so submit here. Thank you.
Thank you. Democratic Republic of Congo, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. La République démocratique du Congo remercie le secrétariat et soutient les documents de Nairobi à la suite de celui de Nara. Le patrimoine est une expérience sentimentale, émotionnelle, spirituelle, sociale ou politique. Et en Afrique, mais pas seulement, le patrimoine est défini par les communautés, en particulier les communautés locales, comme l'a souligné ce matin le directeur général, en fonction des usages, des valeurs et de la symbolique de ce patrimoine vivant. Au début des années 70, mon pays, qui s'appelait à l'époque Zaïre, au moment où il adhérait à cette convention sur le patrimoine, vivait sous la politique de l'authenticité destinée à promouvoir et à protéger nos cultures, nos traditions, nos croyances et notre savoir-faire. Donc l'authenticité du patrimoine a une dimension identitaire, écologique, religieuse, spirituelle, esthétique ou économique. Bref, une conception inclusive et ouverte à la complexité des rapports de l'homme à l'univers. Et cette définition n'est pas molle, mais elle est plutôt ouverte et rend compte du rapport complexe que l'homme a avec son univers. C'est dans cet esprit que ma délégation soutient l'amendement soumis par le Kenya et prend en compte tous ces éléments importants à inclure dans la compréhension et application du concept d'authenticité dans le contexte africain et universel. Et ma délégation est prête à soutenir et à appuyer la réalisation et l'application de ce contexte, dans ce contexte de ce concept de l'authenticité. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. L'authenticité est un concept central qui contribue à la valeur du patrimoine culturel en général et à la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du patrimoine mondial tout particulièrement. Pour nous, les caractéristiques essentielles de notre patrimoine restent la substance et les matériaux d'origine. Cette interprétation occidentale de l'authenticité a toutefois évolué, intégrant entre autres la participation des communautés ainsi que des aspects immatériels. L'authenticité du patrimoine est donc aujourd'hui reconnue comme un concept large. Nous, les États membres à la Convention du patrimoine mondial, le savons et le défendons depuis le document de Nara de 1994 et le débat important et novateur qui l'a suivi. Le concept d'authenticité, tel qu'il est défini dans les orientations, reflète aujourd'hui déjà ce pluralisme culturel. La conférence de Nairobi et ses résultats ont relancé la discussion. C'est juste, c'est important, et nous remercions le Kenya de s'être engagé sur cette question. Cependant, pour être tout à fait franc, nous n'avons pas encore exactement compris les différences essentielles par rapport au document de Nara, ni en quoi la définition de l'authenticité donnée à Nara serait trop restrictive pour refléter les aspects mis en avant à Nairobi. Deuxièmement, il n'existe à notre sens pas uniquement un concept européen ou un concept africain sur l'authenticité, mais bien de nombreuses autres conceptions culturelles et sociales, tant à l'intérieur qu'à l'extérieur de ces deux régions du monde. Nous devons mener ce débat sur l'authenticité de manière approfondie et exhaustive. Nous devons enfin rassembler les différentes conceptions de l'authenticité sous un même toit universel. La régionalisation des concepts du patrimoine culturel n'est pas une option, car diamétralement opposée à la Convention du patrimoine mondial. L'idée porteuse du patrimoine mondial réside précisément dans cette unité universelle fondée sur la diversité culturelle. Pour ces raisons, nous pensons que le débat sur l'authenticité est loin d'être terminé et qu'il doit faire l'objet d'une réflexion et d'une discussion plus approfondie. Il est donc trop tôt pour nous de prendre des décisions à ce sujet. De nombreux pays africains ont lancé ce débat important à Nairobi et y ont apporté une contribution significative que nous reconnaissons et que nous saluons. Nous considérons toutefois qu'il s'agit du début d'une discussion et non de sa conclusion. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I will refrain from reading my intervention for the sake of time. I will just commend and thank Mr. Lazar for his excellent presentation of this agenda item, and also congratulate Kenya for the successful organization of the International Conference on Cultural Heritage in Africa on the concept of authenticity, and of course endorse the amendments presented by the Honorable Delegation of Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Slovenia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving the floor to Slovenia. In the interest of saving time, I'll try to be brief. We believe that the universality of the World Heritage Convention and the definition of outstanding universal value are of pivotal importance. Discussions on authenticity, which is one of the pillars of OUV, in our view, inherently involve relevant issues connected to the contemporary challenges heritage is facing today. Slovenia believes in the positive potential of further connecting tangible and intangible heritage with emphasis on communities, resilience of heritage, and holistic implementation of the World Heritage Convention. Developments following the outcomes of the Nairobi document are expected to accommodate a broad spectrum of perspectives on authenticity. These reflections are much welcomed, especially as they build on the Nara document and the Venice Charter. We welcome further meetings to discuss these concepts within their cultural contexts. We see Nairobi outcome document on heritage and authenticity of great importance, and we believe the global discussion on authenticity should continue without hesitation as it affects conservation and management. At the same time, we have to ensure that the universal character of the World Heritage Convention is not compromised, encompassing all geographical regions and sub-region specificities. Finally, we thank Kenya for the organization of this important conference and many states parties' engagement for the follow-up. Yet a range of perspectives of the General Assembly we're hearing today proves the need to ensure a carefully considered and coordinated approach among states parties from different regions and sub-regions, including expert events followed by synthesis of the results. Such was the global reflection on sites of memory. We believe the issue of authenticity should be further examined in the context of global diversity and subsequently consolidated under a universal framework. We wish to echo many of the states parties calling for a careful, inclusive and pluralistic reflection in order to build consensus on global level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the clock, I will be very short. But also Austria would like to congratulate the noble state of Kenya for the Nairobi conference, a dialogue on the concept of authenticity, which took place this year in May. As you know, there have been other documents which show that this craving for authenticity has been a long-term endeavor, starting with the Venice Charter in 1964, continuing with the Nairobi recommendation of 1976, and then there was the Nara document on authenticity. And as we already discussed at length this morning, heritage must be community-centered, must be pluralistic, and must be dynamic. And I'm very confident with the Nairobi document we have now another good basis for continuing this discussion. So thank you again, Kenya, and thank you to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you. Venezuela, you have the floor. I see no delegate of Venezuela, so we continue. Kazakhstan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished delegates, Kazakhstan sincerely appreciates the efforts of everyone involved in developing this draft decision. The proposed amendment to it from Kenya and Belgium, which we support, and the most useful accompanying explanations in our documents on the evaluation of the concept of authenticity in the World Heritage context. Like many other state parties to our convention, Kazakhstan has wholeheartedly endorsed the content and the spirit of the Nairobi outcome document adopted earlier this year. And we were glad to support its adoption at this 47th session of the World Heritage Committee. The Nairobi outcome represents a very important contribution to our understanding of the authenticity in the context of the African countries that is also applicable in many aspects to various other parts of the world, including Central Asia. Today is why we deeply appreciate the efforts of Kenya, other African state parties, Japan, the World Heritage Center, and all those who support advancing the Nairobi outcomes relevance. Thank you.
Since there is no any comments, I now invite you to adopt the draft resolution 25GA9. But before doing so, I would like to ask Rapporteur if he has received any amendments to the draft resolution proposed.
Yes, Madam Chair. We have received amendments from Kenya, and which was co-sponsored by Belgium, which has withdrawn its initial amendments. This amendment proposed on a consensual basis resulted in changes to initial paragraphs 2, 3, 4, and 5, the deletion of paragraph 6, and the addition of new paragraphs. This amendment is as follows. Paragraph 2, modified. Decisions 47,5C and 47,11 of the World Heritage Committee at its 47th session, which adopted the Nairobi Outcome document on heritage and authenticity, adding important elements for the understanding of the concepts of authenticity and integrity based on the African context and similar contexts globally, and underlined the relevance of its recommendations to inform future discussions and decisions by the committee, states parties, and the advisory bodies. Paragraph 3, modified. Noting the evolution of the definition of authenticity and the operational guidelines and its importance for the conservation of cultural heritage and welcoming its developments. Paragraph 4, modified. Recalling the universal character of the World Heritage Convention and acknowledging the need to ensure pluralism in the world heritage process and practices. New paragraph 5 notes that the Nairobi Outcome on heritage and authenticity builds on the 1994 NARA document on authenticity and the 1964 Venice Charter on Conservation and Restoration, and constitutes an important addition to the understanding of the concepts by emphasizing community-centered, community-driven custodianship, articulating tangible and intangible aspects in the nomination and evaluation of nominations and the management of World Heritage Sites. New paragraph 6 underscores that the International Conference on Cultural Heritage in Africa and dialogue on the concept of authenticity and its Nairobi Outcome on heritage and authenticity within the context of the global strategy for a representative, balanced, and credible World Heritage List brought together heritage experts, local communities, policymakers, non-governmental organizations, UNESCO, the advisory bodies, the African World Heritage Fund, youth, and academics for across Africa and the world, constituting a paramount contribution for understanding the importance of authenticity within the World Heritage Convention. Paragraph 7 modified, which was initially paragraph 5, takes note with appreciation that the World Heritage Committee included follow-up on the implementation of the Nairobi outcome as the standalone agenda item at its 48th session, recommends including synthesization of the elements expressed in the document, and invites members of the World Heritage Committee to take into account the essence of the discussions held during the 25th session of the General Assembly. And the new paragraph 8, and this is the last one, invites the World Heritage Committee to report on the organization of regional and sub-regional meetings and authenticity and similar initiatives, and to publish their documents for deliberations at the 26th General Assembly of States Parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any comments or questions before we start examining the draft resolution? Can the Secretariat kindly show the draft resolution on the screen, please? I see none, so let's proceed the paragraph by paragraph. Can the Secretariat put paragraph 1 on the screen, please? Yeah. Do I say this? Can we adopt the paragraph 1? I see no objection. Adopted. Can we show on the screen paragraph 2? Greece, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to be added among the countries that support this draft amendment. This amendment, I'm sorry.
So can we adopt the second paragraph?
No, it is for the rest of...
For which one? For which one, you mean?
I mean, this paragraph and all the rest
Okay.
paragraphs as they are amended by Kenya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Czech Republic, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I have only linguistic questions. When we removed in para 2 adopted by, it seems me that the continuation, it needs some tweaking, because when we say at its 47th session, and the same in French, lors de sa 47e session, so maybe it should be of its 47th session and de sa 47e session, but I would appreciate the native speakers to put it in correct language. Thank you.
I would like to give the floor to reporter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that it is okay for the English version. We have already adopted, and of course, which is followed by so adopted by. Okay. which adopted by the Nairobi. Yes. Okay. We have to add by. Yes. So, just if you can just add by which adopted by the Nairobi, please. No, I don't.
No,
Which
I'm sorry. It's not the Nairobi that adopted the decisions of the committee. It's the committee that adopted the decision of the Nairobi.
Yes, yes, exactly, exactly. Excuse me.
See here, it says it is this. Sorry. Yeah. Belja, you have the floor.
Merci. Merci Madame la Présidente. Très rapidement, il y avait 2 fois le mot adopté, c'est pour ça que le premier a été supprimé. Pardon, je vais peut-être parler plus lentement pour les interprètes. Il y avait 2 fois le mot adopté, c'est pour ça que le premier a été supprimé. Les décisions du comité qui adopte le document de Nairobi. Donc la version telle qu'on vient de l'accepter, l'adopter, était la bonne. Ouais.
Thank you. So, can I say? So, can we consider the General Assembly adopt this paragraph? Nigeria, you have the floor.
I would like to be added as co-sponsor to the draft decision. It's amended.
So I see no objections. Adopted. So we move to the paragraph 3. Is there any objections? As I see no objections, we can adopt the paragraph 3. So we move to the paragraph 4. Is there any objections? It is so adopted. We move to the paragraph 5. Any objections? Adopted. We move to paragraph 6. Any objections? It is so decided. Paragraph 7. Is there any objections? So it is adopted. The paragraph 6 has been deleted. The paragraph 8. Lebanon, you have the floor.
Yes, excuse me, Mrs. President, but we would like to add one word, which is the following. Invites the World Heritage Center to report on the organization of global, regional, and sub-regional meetings. And give me just 1 minute to explain. We don't consider that it is correct to say that, well, there is an African concept of authenticity, an Arab concept of authenticity, a Latin American concept of authenticity, a European concept of authenticity. The concept of authenticity is global, and it should be open enough to integrate the different flavors, the different cultural flavors, but also the different categories of heritage. Authenticity, assessing authenticity of a monument is not the same thing as assessing authenticity of a city or a cultural landscape, etc., etc. So we think that the debate on authenticity should be basically global. That's why we want to add this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Agreed. Distinguished Delegate of Zimbabwe, you have the floor. I'm so sorry, Zambia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Zambia requests to be included on the list of state parties supporting the amendment.
Thank you. If you obey, you have the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair. If this is the end, if perhaps you could ask which other countries would co-sponsor it, then we will all raise our flags who wish to co-sponsor it. I think there are many countries.
Show their plate, but Mexico is asking for the floor.
Mexico, you have the floor.
Nos sumamos al Líbano porque estamos convencidos que ese es el espíritu de la convención.
Une addition, s'il vous plaît, pour la recommandation du Liban, parce que c'est l'esprit de la Convention, ça. Merci.
Is there any other countries that would like to be added? Is it co-authors?
Madam Chair, if I may, this is Barbados speaking. If I may, we could have a very long list. And I think that unless somebody hesitated, could we leave it to the center to add that, you know, the majority of it, unless they disagree, because we will be here for a very long time.
Yeah, Mr. Director, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. This is just to take the suggestion by the distinguished delegate of Barbados. We are taking the names. We assume that the plate that are up are those who would like to be added as co-sponsored. So we are taking the names and we are going to add them. So that's what the colleagues are doing. Yeah.
Norway, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Sorry for taking the floor again. It was just to emphasize that we fully support the amendment proposed by Lebanon on ensuring a global approach to these important discussions. So we wish to be added to that list. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we consider the paragraph 8 to be adopted?
Okay, you have France.
France, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, merci infiniment. Je ne veux pas être trop long, mais simplement nous soutenons l'amendement du Liban. Seulement la partie du Liban, parce que le reste, nous abstenons. Mais pour la partie libanaise, nous sommes tout à fait favorables de rejoindre les pays qui soutiennent Mexique et Norvège pour l'aspect de la mondialisation.
Thank you.
So. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. No, it's just for the Secretariat to be sure exactly of the reason why you want to be co-authors. Now the Chairperson would like to know who wants to be co-authors of paragraph 8. First, paragraph 8. Paragraph 8, we have Poland, we have, and then I believe that the others you want to be co-authors of the entire decision in all the paragraphs.
Poland and Switzerland.
Yeah. So Switzerland and
Sweden.
Okay, Czechia wants to take the floor. Maybe I didn't understand.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. In fact, Czechia is at the same line as Mexico, Norway, and France. We support the amendment presented by Lebanon. Thank you.
Madam Chair, in similar vein, Barbados would also wish to be associated with Lebanon's excellent proposal.
Thank you. So we add to the paragraph 8, San Vincent, Grenadine, Greece.
Yes, we also support Lebanon proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And Greece as well? And Slovenia. And the Netherlands. And Poland. And Switzerland. And Argentina.
Non, c'est Sweden, c'est pas Switzerland. C'est Sweden.
Ah, Sweden.
C'est pas la Suisse,
Spain.
c'est la Suède.
Yeah.
La Suisse et la Suède.
Zimbabwe. So can we consider the Assembly adopt this paragraph? Spain, I just said. So we can adopt the paragraph 8. Thank you. So we move to the paragraph 9. It's all added?
Okay, now we okay.
Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that we also have been waving our sign to support the Lebanese addition. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Mali.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Nous désirons être sur la liste des co-auteurs pour le projet de résolution.
Thank you. Distinguished Delegate of Sierra Leone.
Tout comme le Mali, nous exprimons la même demande.
Thank you. Oman for all the paragraphs. Thank you. Burkina Faso.
Oui, et pour tout le projet d'ici.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I just want to make sure that we did not forget anyone who wants to be co-authors of all the draft resolution. We have on our list Saudi Arabia, Oman, Mali, Burkina Faso, Togo, Gabon, Ethiopia, Democratic Republic of Congo, Kazakhstan, Japan, South Africa, oui, and Sierra Leone. Australia, yeah. Australia, Zimbabwe, Barbados, and Zambia. So this is going to be duly... So I add Senegal, Tanzania. Thank you, Madam Chair. So please, colleagues, can you duly reflect this immediately? Thank you.
Dear colleagues, may I now propose that the General Assembly adopts the draft resolution 25/GA9 as amended, as a whole. Is there any objections? I see none, so it is adopted. We have now finished the examination of item 9. Thank you very much for your collaboration in the spirit of consensus. I now declare agenda item 9 is closed. Dear colleagues, we arrive now at the closure of our 25th session. I would like now to know whether you have any comments before we close this session. I would like to give the floor to the director.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I didn't want to let you end the General Assembly without quickly taking the floor. First of all, of course, to really thank you for the way you have conducted this General Assembly. I think you really need a round of applause. Thank you very much. I think the spirit of Samarkand has continued with us, and I think we have managed to finish our work, although a little bit late. We really would like to thank you. We've been having meetings in the morning, and in order to deal with the day, I would also like to thank you, all the state parties, for your spirit of consensus, particularly on this last item and the other items. And we appreciate the spirit of work, and then will continue to count on the World Heritage Center and the entire culture sector. And of course, I like to, we are doing this work with a group of staff very dedicated and excellent professional and committed. So I think I would really like to thank also the whole team of the World Heritage Center, of the chief of the units, all the colleagues who have been behind. Thank you so much. Yeah. And of course, a special thank to our colleagues, the technicians. Sometimes it was not easy, but in the following next second or minute, they were able to solve the situation. And of course, a big thank you to the interpreters who accepted to stay, at least the two colleagues there and the interpreters. Thank you so much. Really, yeah. And that's what I want to say. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate.
I don't know, maybe
dear colleagues.
ADG would like to
Yeah. Dear colleagues, distinguished delegates, thank you so much for your support and the spirit of consensus. I therefore declare the 25th session of the General Assembly of the State Parties of the World Heritage Convention is closed.